Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker...
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
This is the way. So at some point, the conversation isn't just about a word to me. It's about cycle breaking.
Experience Karen Hunter in a completely different way. Karen Hunter is awesome. The podcast.
If you like me on SiriusXM Urban View Channel 126, you're going to love me. And Karen Hunter is awesome. Hey, this is Karen Hunter, host of The Karen Hunter Show on SiriusXM's Urban View. Karen Hunter is awesome is an actual podcast to bring heat and energy and knowledge and power. A 1-2 punch that I don't think you get anyplace else. Tell the truth. So check out the podcast. Wherever you get your podcast, you will not be disappointed. I just saw Russia's like, we're going to send troops to protect Traore. I was like, what? Wait a minute. So Russia and China's like, you're not, get your hands off of our Africans. These are our Africans. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, here we are fighting over who's the foundational black. And we ain't got no stake on any of this stuff other than we're the global majority and we should move accordingly. It's very, very interesting times to be alive. What's sad, Amber, is that, and I was super frustrated yesterday. So I will admit to the people, y'all could probably hear it.
We heard it. I heard it.
Super frustrated yesterday. You know, I guess my frustration comes in my surprise that I have to fight so hard for people to. It's just about your freedom. I just want you to not be bound by these things, and especially like we were talking about the N-word yesterday. Mm-hmm. It's such a small and large. There's a scripture that talks about the tongue being a small, but like life and death is in the power of the tongue. Life and death is in the power of the tongue, and just like the rudder on a ship, it can this is how powerful to me words are. So why not, we shouldn't claim something founded in our denigration. We should not use it. We should ban it. We should hold each other accountable to not, somebody's feeding you a plate of dog food. We shouldn't eat it and spice it up and make it into something delicious. We always know how to do that, but we don't have to eat this.
Yeah, I think the problem is a couple things. I think that we don't have enough of what we should be doing. So sometimes it's not clear what I should do. So my tradition has been to adopt the thing that has been given to me and make it better. If we think about Black culture as a whole, we have adopted things that were given to us that were supposed to be less than, and then we've made them better, and then suddenly we can't afford them anymore. So to me, this is the same thing. It is us taking something, this is habit. And at some point, I think we have to make the decision that we are going to separate from some things, not just this word, but there are a number of things that I think we could benefit from separating from, right? And so but that's not if you just look historically and traditionally, this has been the response. Yeah, that's terrible, but let me tell you how you make it great. And by the way, once we make it great, they're going to want it and it's going to be hot and we're going to get a few of us that's going to profit, but not enough of us to make a difference. And then we're going to have to make something else and that's going to get taken again. So this is the way. This is the way. So at some point the conversation isn't just about a word to me. It's about cycle breaking. How many of us are willing to stand in the midst of cycle breaking? That's a hard question.
Thank you.
Like y'all won't talk to
clearly,
y'all boss. Y'all won't have a hard conversation with your family members. But we think you ready to break a cycle? No.
I couldn't find the words yesterday, and I think I was stunned into being inarticulate. You know, sometimes you could be so stunned by a thing that you're like, I can't find words. There are no words that I can find right now because I'm just right now a little bit off, unmoored by what I'm confronting, and I can't believe I'm having this argument with people who are smart. Right. And that's the other thing. You know, you expect because people are smart that they would get what you're saying.
Mm-hmm. I appreciate that, you know, people admit it. You know, my personal use of the word is usually reserved when I'm real mad, and my control is limited in some ways. Like I'm hot about something, and then then there it is. But I do let people know too when they come to my home that like this is a household where people understand when that word is used, what it means, or you're not welcome in this home. Like, you know, so there is that. But I think that the real conversation that has to be had isn't just about like, why do you choose to say this or not? It's got to be like, at what point is the commitment going to be so like, we are married to change enough to be uncomfortable? Because let's be clear, and I talk about this in my podcast all the time. You already uncomfortable. You're already uncomfortable. At what point are we willing to be uncomfortable to our benefit? Because right now we just uncomfortable.
Can we write that down and put it on a t-shirt or something? I feel like that needs to be a poster. Say that again one more time. Amber, I need to write that down. At what point
are we willing to be uncomfortable to our benefit? Because we have been. But we always uncomfortable. We always got some too small this, some too tight that, some too many, too much, not enough good. Let's flavor it up. Let's make it spicy. We can do that. We are the experts at it. We're going to make it fly, whatever it is. But at what point is it like, yo, I want better. And I'm going to fight for that. I ain't going to fight to figure out how to make this broke work. I'm going to fight to make better happen.
Enough foil on the antenna if you're a certain age. You know what I'm saying? Enough of the wrench instead of because the knob is missing.
Right.
You know? Right. Enough of the duct tape on the side view mirror because you know ain't got the time or the money to get the side view mirror fixed, but we're gonna duct tape this thing. How about we sit and save until we have enough to get a new one or to do it right?
You deserve quality. You deserve quality. Like I talk about that. I think in this coming episode or one, I don't know. My podcast is just pouring out at this point, but it's one of the things that I'm like, treat yourself well. Stop eating out of to-go boxes. Make yourself a plate. You enjoy going to eat at restaurants because you get an experience. You get tablecloths, you get nice flatware, you get a plate, you get glasses, it feels good. But treat yourself good at home. Like, at what point are we willing to make an investment to say, like, I'm going to go ahead and do that? I want to treat myself good at home. In fact, good should be available to me at my beck and call wherever I step. So let me fight so that I can get to that place. That to me is the objective. But like, we haven't been doing that.
I'm doing jazz hands. Yeah, because this is you. If you can't treat yourself the way you say you want to be treated, how do you expect other people to treat you? Start with you.
What you allow, you teach. What you allow, you teach. If I'm going to permit it, I am inviting more of it. I'm not going to permit it. When me and my dude were starting to date, that was one of the first gifts he got me was a bell, like an actual bell I can ring. And it says on it, Bam's Bell. And I was like, why did you give me a bell? He said, because you walk through life like you expect to be treated well. And I've never seen that before. And people can mistake it for like arrogance or like, but you're super giving and generous and friendly and warm. But like you walk through the world like, this is my expectation. And when you encounter obstacle, you make it very clear that that's not for you. And you're like, okay, you're not the right person to talk to. Let me find another route. And I'm like, because I know that if I do not demand it, if I permit it to go on this way, you're going to treat everybody behind me like this. And I know good and well that this is not right. So we're going to have to figure out how to get it together with me so that when the people come behind me, you already ready to know what to do for them too.
Oh, what a gem.
Experience Karen.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Stanley versus the World. Right off the bat, we got somebody coming in hot. uh, you know what? I'm gonna switch it up. I actually have a video, a longer video, of Jason Riley talking on something, and I'll get to him in just a minute. Wanted to welcome everybody to the show. Uh, Kabuta, Nando, everybody else. Um, the title of the show, Nando thought it was interesting. It is interesting, and it's something somebody said the other day. And essentially, it wound up to, you know, black people, following the golden rule. It was something specific to black people, I think it was. And my response was, the golden rule applies to everybody. Why racialize, things that don't really need to be racialized? The golden rule is colorless. Everybody should treat others the way they'd like to be treated. So I think sometimes we kind of forget that. And Kabuta, I'll jump ahead here because I actually somewhere here. Oh, here it is. China and U.S. agree to temporarily slash tariffs in a bid to diffuse trade war. I don't see this as a Trump win. What I see is basically it's a dead heat. China China basically stood toe to toe with Trump. And when Trump is sitting there talking about buying your kids, instead of $30, get them $2. I don't see Trump as winning that. He realized that there was going to be some pain coming in. Whether we want to believe it or not, Trump does watch polls and he sees his popularity, his approval ratings drop to the lowest point they've ever been. So he has no choice but to do something to bring China to the table. I said earlier, China is the only country on earth that can go toe to toe with the US. They did. And at best, it's a stalemate. It is not a win for Trump. And these tariffs are suspended for 90 days. So this isn't a permanent situation. Negotiations still have to happen. So I'll play this story. I'm a little bit out of order here, but since Kabuta was nice enough to claim a victory that is at best Pyrrhic, and I don't think it's a victory at all. Let's play this right quick, and then I've got another short one on the same topic somewhere. Well, I'll find it while this is playing.
U.S. and China agree to temporarily slash tariffs in bid to defuse trade war. This article is by Daisuke Wakabayashi, Alan Rappaport, and Anna Swanson, and read by an automated voice. The United States and China said Monday they reached an agreement to temporarily reduce the punishing tariffs they have imposed on each other in an attempt to defuse the trade war threatening the world's two largest economies. In a joint statement, the countries said they would suspend their respective tariffs for 90 days while they negotiate. Under the agreement, the United States would reduce the tariff on Chinese imports to 30% from its current 145%, while China would lower its import duty on American goods to 10% from 125%. We concluded that we have a shared interest, said Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent at a news conference in Geneva, where U.S. and Chinese officials met over the weekend. The consensus from both delegations is that neither side wanted a decoupling, he said. The agreement breaks an impasse that had brought trade between China and the United States to a halt. Many American businesses had suspended orders, holding out hope that the two countries could strike a deal to bring down the tariff rates. While the Trump administration had declared on Sunday that it reached a deal with China after trade talks, the details of that agreement were not announced until Monday. Chinese officials also had said the talks over weekend meetings achieved substantial progress. This is a developing story. Check back for updates. Christopher Buckley contributed reporting from Taipei,
Christopher
Taiwan,
Buckley. Oh,
and Nick
wow.
Cumming-Bruce from Geneva.
Yeah, Christopher Buckley is the son of William F. Buckley. I didn't know he was still out there working. So that's my take on it. It is basically, they're going to basically sign a truce on the trade war, while they hash out something at the negotiating table. China checked Trump personally, and you can see it as a victory, but I don't share that enthusiasm. So let's see. We will come back to where I wanted to go, which is somebody mentioned Jason Riley the other day. He's a opinion columnist for the Wall Street Journal. He also was behind a movie called Maverick, about it's basically kind of a quick biography of Thomas Sowell. He's a squeaky little dude, but I figured we would at least see what he has to say, because I haven't heard him, seen him on a any sort of podcast or anything like that in quite some time. So it's good to know he's still doing well.
Hello, everyone. This is Andrew. Welcome to Keen on America.
On July 4th, 2026, America will be 250 years old, an anniversary that will, no doubt, be greeted with a mixture of celebration, contemplation, and resignation. In Keen on America, Andrew talks not just about the American past and present, but also speculates on its future. What, Andrew asks, will be the 21st century fate of this now venerable American republic?
And so this is about 44 minutes long. I'd like to go ahead and just watch the whole thing, and I'll stop it. Excuse me. I'll stop it every now and again.
Hello, everybody. Last month, we had a good show with a distinguished scholar at the Brookings Institute, Andre M. Perry, on what he calls the Black Power Scorecard. That's the title of his new book, Measuring the Racial Gap and What We Can Do to Close It. Perry is a senior fellow at Brookings at the Center for Community Uplift. And actually, his conclusion in Black Power Scorecard was reasonably optimistic. He thinks that the African-American community is actually doing reasonably well, and the racial gap is actually much less wide than some people think. My guest today has some strong feelings on this too. Some of you will know him from his Wall Street Journal writing. Jason L. Riley is an opinion columnist there. He has many books, and his latest book is The Affirmative Action Myth. It's out this week. It's already a bestseller on Amazon, and I'm thrilled that Jason Riley is joining us from his home in New York City. Jason, I'm not sure if you've had a chance to look at Andre Perry's book, but in terms of this metaphor, shall we say, of a Black Power scorecard, where are we with the racial gap in America in 2025?
Well, I have not had a chance to look at the book. I'm not familiar with the author's writings, but a gap exists, and I think everyone can agree that it's been a persistent gap. And I would argue, and what I do argue in my book, is that the gap was closing. It was narrowing significantly in the first 2/3 of the 20th century.
I disagree that it was
happened.
significantly is very subjective.
Along the time that racial preference policies came along, And those trends we saw in gaps narrowing, and not only in income, but in educational attainment and home ownership and Blacks entering skilled professions and so forth, those trends either slowed, stalled, or in some cases even reversed course right around the time of the advent of affirmative action policies. And yet, it is these policies that are often credited.
Okay, this is the other thing. I honestly don't know how affirmative action would adversely affect income. You would think income would, you would think affirmative action would actually contribute to narrowing income gaps specifically, not so much wealth gaps. So maybe Mr. Riley will enlighten us on that, how the two interact.
With creating the Black middle class, and my impetus for writing the book was to take on that argument and to say, if you do a before and after comparison in terms of these policies being put in place, particularly in the late 60s and early 70s, this is where I date the era of affirmative action to, you see some stark contrasts. And you also see that narrative that has been put forward as racial preferences being the key to Black upward mobility do not hold up to scrutiny.
You say that narrative is put forward. Who are the people putting it forward? Is there an affirmative action committee, a consensus, an ideology here? Where is it coming from, this thesis that you say isn't true?
All of the above. I mean, if you go back to the Supreme Court decision in 2023, which was the real impetus for me writing the book, it was the chatter around that decision. The Supreme Court ruled in 2023 in a case concerning race-based admissions at Harvard University that racial preferences were in fact unconstitutional, that they violated the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment. And there was all of this doomsaying in the commentary, elite commentary in the press, in the media and academia, on the political left, that if the court struck down these racial preferences, it would decimate the Black middle class, that there would be no more upward mobility, that college campuses, particularly elite college campuses, would be whitewashed. And some of the reactions I cite in the book, I mean, from Barack Obama on down, and you don't get more elitist in terms of Black elites, at least, than Barack Obama. And he was out there early denouncing the decision, along with Michelle Obama, his wife, both Harvard graduates, by the way. And you saw it from many Black elites in the media, in academia. They are the ones who have been pushing these racial preference policies. And then there's a very simple explanation for that. They are the ones who have benefited the most from these policies. If you look at, even though affirmative action has been sold in the name of helping the Black poor and the Black underclass, it has been the Black middle class and upper income Blacks who have been the main beneficiaries of these policies.
One of the things I've often wondered, Jay.
Okay, this is another thing, and maybe I've misunderstood, but affirmative action was meant to help Black people. It really, I'm not sure that it was actually a poverty program. I guess kind of by extension it might be, but I don't actually see helping the Black middle class or the Black upper class. I don't actually see that as antithetical to the mission of affirmative action. They are Black. And I think possibly some of the animus towards affirmative action was because it was helping people who didn't particularly need the help, I think, to get into colleges. But there's some inconsistencies in this argument. And, you know, I don't know Jason Riley. I probably know people who know Jason Riley, but I don't see his argument as very substantive, that it helped the black middle class, and affirmative action was race based, not class based.
Jason, is whether, and maybe I'm going to ask this question now, and then maybe we'll go back to some of the more concrete elements in the history of affirmative action. But whether beneficiaries of affirmative action know it or not, because if you're black and you're admitted to Harvard, you just get the admission letter. You have no idea of whether you've been admitted through quote unquote affirmative action or whether you would have got in without it. So when you
I think you could probably figure it out, just based on, if you know what the average GPA is to get into Harvard and the average SAT or ACT, and you know kind of what they're looking for as far as extracurricular activities, you can kind of figure out whether you squeaked in using affirmative action or not. If you got into Harvard with a 1350 and you're not an athlete or maybe a legacy admission, the average SAT at Harvard something like 1450 or 1500. So you'd know, you can figure it out. If you're getting into Harvard, you should be smart enough to figure it out, or at least have an inkling.
You say these people are promoting this because they're the beneficiaries. How do they know they're the beneficiaries?
Well, we can talk about that in two areas. One could be education, and one could be the labor market. So you can look at data from, say, the late 1960s, when these policies were being put in place, through, say, the first quarter century of affirmative action, through the early 1990s. So the top black earners, people in the top 20% of the income distribution, for example, who are black, saw their share of income over that 25-year period increase at about the same rate as their white counterparts in the top 20%. But among the lowest income blacks, in the bottom 20%, they saw their share of income fall at more than double the rate.
Okay, and again, how does affirmative action affect rates at the lower end of the income spectrum fall? I don't see the interaction. If you're, the thing is, some of the problems with when you start looking at income and, who's working class, who's working poor, et cetera, there is not equal opportunity, whether there's affirmative action or not. The meritocracy part of it and the actual equal opportunity part of it, affirmative action doesn't necessarily cover that part. People who can't afford like SAT prep courses and stuff like that, poor people tend to lose out. People at the upper end of the spectrum, of the income spectrum, they can afford like elite schools, college prep type schools. They can afford these expensive SAT prep courses, etc. So this argument just isn't holding up.
Of comparable whites. So that is one measure of who affirmative action policies benefited, or another way of putting it is who benefited in the era of affirmative action, or at least the first 25 years of affirmative action.
So we'll come back to that, but before we do, it's a fascinating observation, and you know better than I do how controversial this stuff is. It's the third rail in American politics. You have a narrative in the affirmative action myth which suggests that throughout much of the 20th century, African Americans were actually doing reasonably well before the onset of affirmative action. What are the dates? Because my understanding, again, I'm not a scholar of American history, was this the case in Jim Crow America?
Well, the phrase reasonably well is yours. It's not mine. I can tell you with data on my side that they were not only making absolute gains at faster rates than they have made in the era of affirmative action, they were gaining on white people. So blacks were increasing the years of schooling, for example, home ownership rates, income levels, not only again in absolute terms, but relative to whites. In other words,
okay, again, that's easily explainable. The problem with his argument in many of these soul brothers, because he is definitely a Thomas soul brother, basically there was a lot more upside potential in the black community at the end of the Jim Crow era than there was in the white community. So that's the explanation why there was such a rapid rise. And quite frankly, Brown v. Board, which basically declared the end of Jim Crow. I think it was Brown v. Board. There was a Civil Rights Act of like 1956 or 57. So you can throw that in there also. But, essentially the late 50s, mid to late 50s, when Jim Crow laws started being overturned at the federal level. So yes, you're going to see a bump. It's going to be the post Jim Crow bump. So I would expect to see, rates climbing faster than in a community that had already been privileged. So again, the argument's just fallen short. Oops.
the gap was narrowing. Both groups were improving, but blacks were improving faster in the pre-affirmative action era than they would be in the era of affirmative action. And education is another way we could measure what I'm saying, and with some empirical evidence. So you saw black college completion rates rising at a much faster clip than white college completion rates going back to the 50s
and why
60s,
would you,
and then somewhere
this
around
guy
1970 this trend stalls. And I mean it really stalls, because according to Robert Putnam's data at Harvard, black college completion rates today are where they were in 1970 after 50 odd years of affirmative action.
okay, so you're gonna
black poverty rate
again, you're gonna blame black college completion rates like a whole bunch of blacks went to Harvard and flunked out? That's not what happened. Again, these guys will look at the data and just kind of assign blame politically without actually thinking about it. Guys like Jason Riley depend on their audiences not being able to think critically.
rates would be another example. Between 1940 and 1960, black poverty rates in this country fell from 87% to 47%, a 40 percentage point drop. That is not only before affirmative.
This is an interesting question. I'm not sure that I have a good answer, but I am pretty sure that, if you are, say, in the working class, you live in, somewhere not a great neighborhood and that sort of stuff, and you're a kid, well, you should not be looking to, kids in the suburbs as some sort of inspiration. I mean, who should kids be inspired by? Well, their parents, their relatives, maybe some people in their community, maybe a teacher or two at school. Inspiring young kids to make something of themselves should not be any sort of class analysis or anything like that. They shouldn't be looking to a class, other than, well, hey, your doctor's black. maybe, aspire to do what your doctor did. But again, that's something that's, a parent is going to point that out. You know, lower class being inspired by an upper class. Believe me, it won't be inspirational. It'll be more like class envy, to use a Marxian sort of term. It's class envy. Class envy is not inspiration.
Affirmative action or DEI policies or what have you, it's before the Civil Rights Act of 1964. It's before the Voting Rights Act of 1965. It's before Blacks had any kind of real political power in this country in terms of Black mayors running large cities with lots of Black people in them, like you would have in the 70s and the 80s. So again, these policies are credited with creating a Black middle class that in fact already existed before.
I would tend to disagree. Yeah, the Black middle class is basically existed kind of forever. You go back and you look at the antebellum North, not so much the South, but the North. Say in New York City, yeah, there were business owners who, weren't destitute, they were making it. So there's always been a Black middle class, but the argument I'd make is most of that middle class lived in the Northeast corridor, and that class did not exist in the South necessarily. Now, I could be wrong. I'm sure there must have been, somebody that you could maybe term, there were skilled laborers who were Black in the South, but before the end of slavery in the South, there was most of the South really didn't want free Blacks in their quote neighborhoods, because they were always afraid that, hey, if our slaves see, free Black people kind of living a good life, we're going to wind up with slave revolts. Okay. So there was a middle class, a Black middle class has always existed. It was primarily in the North. So yes, they existed, but not in the way he wants to use the middle class. These guys depend on people not knowing that much about history. And again, that something pre-existed the Civil Rights Acts and affirmative action. That does not mean that affirmative action and or civil rights bills did not have positive impact. They would have you believe that we would have just been fine if the Jim Crow laws had been left in place. That's what guys like Jason Riley, not so much Glenn Lowry, but Jason Riley and Thomas Sowell, just kind of, because they always talk about it. Everything was fine during Jim Crow. Byron Donalds.
Before affirmative action, and if anything, that Black upward mobility, the rate of Black upward mobility has slowed in the era of affirmative action.
We've done shows in the past, Jason, on a lot of shows on African-American intellectual history. We did one specifically on this ongoing debate between Booker T. Washington, Frederick Du Bois, on how African-Americans should become American and educate themselves and become wealthier. Is your argument out of the Booker T school, when you think back to the argument that they were having, is yours something different?
Not really. I think Booker T. Washington was onto something. So was Frederick Douglass. There was another argument put out there, and I think even there, the disagreement with W.B. Du Bois was really one more of degree. They both, Booker T. Washington never denounced civil rights, the importance of pushing for civil rights, and he in fact
that's because he didn't live to see the civil rights movement.
And W.B. Du Bois never denounced the importance of the type of education that
Really, I didn't know that,
Washington is trying to
Lupin.
provide. So there are differences. I think there's been a bigger deal made of their differences, I would argue.
No, it was a big deal. Even to this day, I do think today you need both sides of that argument to create a third argument, which in my mind is that, hey, we are not back in the early 20th century where you have to choose one or the other. You should be able to pick and choose the best of both points of view. Jason Riley, now I know he's a conservative, Lupin. He's a big acolyte of Thomas Sowell, did that movie called Maverick, which is a Thomas Sowell kind of documentary. I didn't know he was a Jehovah's Witness, though.
In our era than probably actually existed when you look back on things. But yes, I would argue that the focus on the development of Black human capital, and by that I mean the development of education, attitudes, behaviors, habits, skills, that needs to be the focus. And to the extent that you take your eye off the ball in that regard,
I agree with the words, but I suspect the sentiment behind those words I would disagree with. He's acting like there aren't Black people who are already ready. And to be honest, if he could do like a Clarence Thomas, I actually agree with Clarence Thomas that, affirmative action wasn't working. And the stigma that, would stick to you just because affirmative action existed. Oddly enough, I've never been, no one's ever told me, well, Stanley, you're only here because of affirmative action. I've literally never been told that. But there's reasons for that. Because, when I took the test to get into my high school, for instance, I literally scored 10th in the city. So no one was going to tell me, there were 500 kids taking the test and I scored number 10. Nobody was going to tell me anything about affirmative action. So, but I do know that, it is a credible stigma.
You're moving in the wrong direction. And I think in the era of affirmative action, that is exactly what happened. And the reason you saw that progress in the first 2/3 of the 20th century is
the answer is yes, DiCapriono,
on developing that Black human capital.
To what extent, though, is the argument, Jason, muddled by the separateness of Black America in the period that you're fondly looking back at, where most African Americans, and they were obviously starting from a low, post-slavery, from a very low level, but most African Americans, when they went to college, went to Black colleges. And of course, the whole history of modern civil rights is about integration. Could one, and you've obviously given this a great deal of thought, could one conclude from your argument in the affirmative action myth that African Americans were better off pre-integration?
Oh no, I would not take the argument that far. I think the Civil Rights Act of 64, the Voting Rights Act of 65 were essential developments. I think they made America a more just place. The Brown v. Board of Education decision earlier in 1954, I also think was very important. I would not want to return to a pre-Brown era or even a pre-Civil Rights Act era. I think that would be horrible, a horrible step backwards for not only Black Americans, but for this country as a whole, because I think those kinds of laws made this country more just for everyone. And I think they represented a huge step forward.
But isn't,
but when you,
aren't you
but when, let me just finish. Let me just
that,
finish the point
sorry,
about separatism. The separatism argument is that, and you mentioned black colleges. Not only did black colleges used to produce nearly all of the black leadership, they still punch well above their weight when it comes to producing the black professional class. Much higher percentages of lawyers and doctors come out of historically black colleges. Engineering, STEM fields come out of historically black colleges. They are still punching above their weight. And what that tells me is that my children do not need to be sitting next to your children in order to learn. And this focus, an over-focus, I would argue, on racially integrated classrooms being a priority. In other words, the racial makeup of the classroom being more important than whether anyone is learning anything in that class, I think has been a huge mistake and taken us down a rabbit hole that is just ridiculously harmful to our young people today. There is nothing wrong. Some of the best performing schools in this country are made up of all black and Hispanic, free and reduced lunch kids in the school. And some of the worst performing schools in this country are made up of all black and Hispanic classrooms with free and reduced lunch kids. So clearly that tells
guys,
me
I'm having a
that,
technical difficulty
the racial
here,
makeup of the
so just
classroom
stand by.
is not what is determining whether anyone is learning in that class. And we need to take this focus off of the racial makeup of the classroom and put it on factors that we know play a much bigger role in whether anyone in the class is learning, such as the competence of the teacher.
Jason, your narrative suggests that things were good and then you had affirmative action. You've talked about this.
No, that is not.
Well, things were improving.
Jim Crow was not good.
No, I take your.
Sorry about that. I'm not sure what happened here. Let us go back. Probably had too many tabs open. Just give me 1 sec here. Tisk tisk. Looks like I opened 1 tab too many. Oh, I care if my computer hangs up. Well, let's see if it'll work now.
Jason, your narrative suggests that things were good and then you had affirmative action. You've talked about this
No, that is not.
Well, things were improving.
Jim Crow was not good.
No, I take your point. Right, and obviously that goes without saying. But things were improving, and then you got this thing you call affirmative action, what we call affirmative action, that is pushed by a community, a group, maybe an ideological center. How aware were people of this? Could you give me some background to the origins of affirmative action thinking, and which presidents, which thinkers, which writers, which judges were pioneering affirmative action?
Well, one of the problems is defining terms. You can very easily go into this semantic debate over what you mean when you talk about affirmative action. That's why very early in the book, I explain what I mean when I use the term. When this term was first starting to be used for the purposes of race and upward mobility, what affirmative action meant, very simply, was outreach to groups that traditionally, historically, had been overlooked. Outreach by colleges, outreach by employers to groups, and to bring those groups up to existing standards. What it became later was lowering standards in order to achieve some kind of racial balance, either on campus or in the workplace. And that is what, in fact, affirmative action means today. In my book, and how I use the term in the book, reflects that later meaning, how it evolved. And how it evolved were two major factors, or there were two major players, I should say, in the evolution of the term. One was what we call today the administrative state. In other words, federal bureaucrats who were tasked with interpreting the language of the Civil Rights Act or the language of Brown versus Board of Education. And they willfully manipulated this language to mean things that the court never meant it to mean things certainly that the lawmakers who wrote the language of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 never meant it to mean. So in 64, the act says government and employers should make decisions without regard to race. That came to be interpreted as racial balancing in classrooms, in the workforce, and so forth. And so what you had was an administrative state, federal bureaucrats willfully ignoring the intention, the legislative history. We can go back and read the legislative debates that were going on at the time. So we know what they meant when they said desegregation. We know what they meant when they said a place is no longer under Jim Crow policy. And they did not mean, it was not to.
Here's actually, and I'm probably not even the level of expert, because I've never gone back and looked at actual legislation or the debates leading up to the legislation. But if you go back to that speech we heard last Friday, I think it was, that President Johnson gave at Howard University, where he basically said, and I'm translating or paraphrasing, creating the law or getting rid of Jim Crow was not enough. Okay, basically there was gonna need to be some proactive measures taken because Black Americans at 1964 were in a position where they were just getting up to the starting line, and there was a 2-century head start. Well, let's not even do a 2-century head start. Let's just say that Reconstruction from 1866 to 1876, that was kind of like a false start. So essentially, white people, let's just say since the end of the Civil War, had like 100-year head start. And arguably they were never, There was never a starting line for them. The race was basically designed to benefit them. Okay. The founding of America was largely an economic enterprise. It was elites basically pissed off because they weren't being treated the same as English elites were. At essentially civil rights legislation, Reconstruction and all that, it was more or less an afterthought. It's like, hey, we've ended slavery. Now we've got to think about, adding former slaves, freedmen, to the citizenship mix. So anyway, I'm kind of digressing here, but the reason affirmative action evolved into what it became was because, Johnson kind of said it, outright. Hey, we need to do something more than just, get rid of laws. We need to do something to help these people catch up. And the argument that, we were ready, but basically, post civil rights, people like Clarence Thomas, Thomas Sowell, they basically wanted a Booker T. Washington sort of America part two. Okay, blacks after 1964 were kind of to wait their turn and earn, their way into equality with white people. And that is a valid argument, but how long? Okay, we waited since the 1896 Atlanta, I think it was 1896, the Atlanta Exposition speech. Blacks had basically been waiting since 1876, definitely since the 1896, and nothing was being done other than 1954 Brown v. Board, et cetera, 50s and 60s, or when Jim Crow started ending. And I will admit blacks were probably impatient. However, if a person's qualified, get them in there. And there was nothing in the civil rights legislation, I'm sorry, in the affirmative action legislation that ever said, let's go ahead and not hire qualified blacks. Relaxing standards was the solution, and in retrospect, it probably wasn't the best solution, but it was a solution. And quite frankly, it's white backlash to affirmative action that, led to some of the problems we're having today, Harvard lawsuits and that sort of thing. Oops.
Determined by how many people were sitting in a classroom who were black versus who were white. It was determined by whether or not that school was open to black or white students. So there's a big difference between desegregation and forced integration. And what affirmative action came to mean is forced
I agree with that.
And it's been a disaster because that earlier definition of affirmative action was something the vast majority of Americans were coming around to believing. Not dating back to the 40s and 50s, we can see that from survey data. But the latter definition.
Well, DiCapriano, in my opinion, forever is never in this case.
Racial balancing, quotas, set-asides, and so forth, that has been hugely unpopular, not only among the American population as a whole, but among Black Americans, white Americans, Asian Americans, Hispanic Americans. There is a small group of elites, including Black elites, who support these policies. But like I said, that makes sense because they have been the main beneficiaries of.
Okay, here's the deal. Okay, it was, can't remember whether it was Quotas were outlawed in I have to look it up. There was Bakke in 1978, and then a few years later there was a University of Michigan decision. I think it was Bakke that basically got rid of quotas. I'd have to go back and look it up. I don't recall, but quotas have not been a thing since the late 70s. So his argument, and you would get the impression that quotas existed up until 2023, and that's simply not the case. Quotas were outlawed back in the late 70s. Or maybe it was the early 80s. I can't remember whether it's Bakke or University of Michigan.
Of those policies, affirmative action has tended to help Black people who were already well off become even better off.
Jason, it's such a controversial, tricky subject. I'm going to try and ask questions that don't get me into trouble either with you or with my audience.
His argument makes no sense. Okay, on one hand, you want qualified Black kids to get into Harvard, and it happens that the qualified kids are upper or middle income kids. Well, the problem isn't affirmative action. The problem is, why aren't the poorer kids doing well enough to get into Harvard? Okay, so the answer isn't get rid of affirmative action. The answer is to go and do what you can to bring the poorer kids up to speed. These arguments just don't, the dots aren't connecting with his argument. And quite frankly, the arguments he's making are tired, old arguments. Jason Riley has been making these sorts of arguments for 20 years. Thomas Sowell, they aren't even taking the time to update their arguments to reflect, maybe there's more knowledge about how these things were actually working, but that making a class argument about a racial a program that was more or less race-based, it just doesn't work for me. And I don't think it works, just for anyone.
But I still, you've written about in your Wall Street and in your Wall Street column what you call the tragedy of affirmative action.
Reparations are a separate argument.
And that seems to be the core thesis in the book. But why exactly?
Most people didn't consider affirmative action reparations.
I take your point, perhaps, that a Black kid could have gone to an all-Black college rather than Harvard, and they went to Harvard and they did well, and they might have done slightly better had they stayed at their own college.
That's the tragedy. What you just said.
But
they didn't go to Harvard and do well.
Let me finish.
They didn't go to Harvard and do well.
But let me finish your question. I don't understand. I can see your argument, but why is it tragic? Tragic is catastrophic. So what?
Oh, I'll explain.
Hold on one second.
Setting, since that's the...
Okay, they did go to Harvard and do well. Not everyone did, and I'd have to go back and look up the stats. But you got people like Barack Obama. There's a woman on the internet. Her name's what is her name? Kimberly something or Kimberly Foster. She's a Harvard graduate. So there are Blacks who graduated from Harvard and other elite institutions. So I'm not exactly sure when, once again, these anti-Blacks are basically, they like to go, well, they a lot. They do not like to qualify their statements. Precise language is not an anti-Black talent.
The example you used. I mentioned college completion rates increasing at a faster rate than white college completion rates. in the 50s and the
Okay,
60s.
the thing
And then
is,
stalling
God
out in the
damn it.
1970s.
Okay, the thing is whites and blacks weren't going to the same colleges. So they want to pretend in America, in the American meritocracy, that a college is a college is a college. And that is simply not true. Okay, a Howard graduate does not carry the same prestige, contact base, et cetera, than a Harvard student. So graduating from Howard, fine university as it is, graduating from the University of Georgia, Harvard is Harvard, okay? And pretending that blacks graduating from HBCUs is the equivalent of whites graduating from elite institutions, or, there's some really good state institutions. They're not quite the same. And he knows this. And unfortunately, the interviewer doesn't know enough to kind of corner him on these questions. This is why Thomas Sowell's, Jason Riley's, a lot of these black conservatives never go on, say, you would never catch Jason Riley, at least I don't think. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't think he would ever survive an interview on the Breakfast Club. And I'd have to look that up. Maybe he has been on the Breakfast Club. But these sorts of arguments, okay, that college rates in before 1964 were higher than whites. They weren't going to the same colleges. They're not a one-to-one comparison.
70. We have fewer black college graduates, I would argue, as a result of these policies than we would have had in the absence of these policies. To me,
that's a counterfactual. You can't prove that.
Before the Supreme Court ruled in 2023, there were a number of states who had already gone down this road. They'd already banned race-based preferences. California had done it back in the mid-90s. Texas had done it. Florida had done it. Michigan had done it. Arizona. So large, diverse states had already gone down this path before the Supreme Court spoke back in 2023. And so we have some.
I want to point out, after affirmative action was banned in California, black enrollment rates went down. Okay, which is to be expected. And I would bet, I haven't looked it up, but I bet black graduation rates went up. And that's a good thing that graduation rates went up. I think one of the problems with affirmative action was that slightly less qualified students getting into places that they weren't quite prepared. Because I can tell you right now, I've looked at MOOCs, the online classes that places like Harvard offer. And the difference, I noticed it immediately because I didn't go to Harvard, obviously, but the pace that these classes move is incredible. It's almost like the military. Military classes move really quick because there's a lot of stuff to cover in a short amount of time. I noticed the same thing at Harvard. These classes moved a lot faster, I think, than, say, my classes at the University of Georgia. So, if you're not motivated to get in there and do a lot of the learning on your own, then yeah, you're not, if you don't have good study skills and good habits, going to these elite universities, then, or you're just so brilliant that you pick everything up the first time, yeah, you're not going to do well. I would agree that, there were some cases where black kids were, put into positions where the pace was just too fast. And, maybe they didn't belong at Harvard. However, I have arguments to kind of cover that. I think that parents need to know if their kids are capable. And I think the black conservatives do have an argument. If you get into Harvard, you're going to assume that, hey, I can be successful at Harvard. And that may or may not be the case. But, you don't know till you try it. And I also know that places like Harvard, they don't like people not graduating. So I would suspect either these kids were horribly mismatched, or they just got there and thought it was going to be like high school part 2. I know places like Harvard, they don't like people not graduating because it affects their overall graduation rates, and it looks bad if they're accepting people into their school that aren't qualified to be there. So you gotta understand that people like Jason Riley also have politics in these sorts of analyses. So there's just a lot of things that maybe he doesn't have time to cover. I do know that this interviewer is not up to speed on the right questions to ask. I also want to say, because I mentioned earlier that people like Jason Riley and Thomas Sowell, they don't get in front of black audiences, who might ask them questions that they would struggle to answer. I have to say that Glenn Lowry might be the one exception as far as black conservatives go. He has been on with Mark Lamont Hill. I don't know that he's ever done. Mark Lamont Hill is the only person I can think of that, but I'm sure if any black conservative was going to go to a black church or something like that and talk about this sort of stuff, it would be Glenn Lowry who does it.
Some natural experiments out there in terms of what would happen. In California, after the ban was passed in the mid-90s.
Dolomite, black fatigue is real. And these anti-black blacks, I'm fatigued with having to constantly get after them about their anti-black stances. I get tired of it. So, yep, black fatigue is real.
You saw a reduction in black enrollment at the most selective schools in the University of California system, UCLA and Berkeley. But what you also saw was an increase in black enrollment throughout the University of California system as a whole, at UC Riverside, UC Santa Cruz, UC Santa Barbara, and so forth. And not only did you see an overall increase in black enrollment, and this is the key point, you saw an increase, a huge increase in black graduation rates. At Berkeley in the 1980s, something like 2/3 of the black students enrolled didn't finish. After they banned affirmative action in college admissions, more black kids were going to schools where they thrived in the discipline of their choosing. They graduated, not only graduated at higher rates, they graduated with higher GPAs. They graduated from more difficult fields such as
Okay, what he's not telling you is the rates went up, but the number of black kids going to Berkeley went down just as dramatically. So yeah, the people who were getting there, black kids who were getting in, were the cream of the crop who could compete. That is a good thing. And maybe it should have been that way the whole time, but he needs to put that in there to qualify it. It's not that the same number of kids were there and they were graduating. Fewer black people were being accepted, and the ones that were accepted were in that upper 1%.
Just the STEM fields, science, math, engineering, and so forth. The bottom line is that a policy that...
Okay, and the other thing is people like Jason Riley putting this emphasis on STEM. I can understand it, why they would. Those courses are actually harder. However, there is nothing wrong, with someone, Barack Obama did major in a science. And so, you can be successful and not graduate with a STEM degree.
That had been put in place to increase the ranks of the Black middle class had in practice reduced the number of Black doctors and lawyers and engineers and scientists
No, I
that we would
disagree
have
with
had
that.
in the
Nope.
absence
Bad
of this
argument.
policy. That is tragic.
No, 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 no,
And the
no,
other
no, no.
reason it's tragic is because many of the schools that are doing this, these elite schools that are admitting Black.
Okay. And this is the problem. These folks want to concentrate on the elite schools. Nobody goes to elite schools. Okay. Most whites don't go to elite schools. So, these guys want to concentrate on the elite schools without actually, kind of expanding their net. I think there are more Black doctors, and I happen to know this statistic. Now, the problem is we're not graduating way more Black doctors, but the number of Black doctors we graduate today, or let's say a couple years ago when I actually looked at the statistics, we graduate about as many Black doctors as we did back, say, in the 1950s. And the only reason I know this is the topic came up a couple years ago on a Discord. So I don't think we're graduating fewer Black doctors. I don't think that number holds up. He could be right because I haven't looked at it in a couple years. But most of these arguments that he's making are tired, old arguments talking about Black fatigue. And elite schools, there are not that many of them. So, he's arguing a very specific set of colleges. He's not really looking at the bigger picture.
Black children with lower standards so that their college, the quad, the kids who matriculate at the school, the college catalog looks like America, looks balanced. For cosmetic reasons, these kids are being admitted. These are kids that typically at these elite schools that are admitting them have SAT scores that are well above the national average for Black or white kids. So their kids, their scores just aren't as high as their peers at these schools. And so whenever that happens, whether the person is Black, Hispanic, whether the person is a child of alumni, child of a donor, an athlete, whenever there is a gap between the credentials of the student and the credentials of the student's peers at the same institution, you are going to see that student tend to pool at the bottom of the class, tend to drop out more often, tend to switch to easier majors. And that is what is systematically done to Black people under affirmative action. White kids and Asian kids tend to go to schools where their skills are matched with the school. Black kids are funneled in to schools where they are in over their head and they struggle. They're being set up to fail.
No,
and
they're
I think
not.
that is tragic.
No, disagree with. I disagree with that
although,
framing.
I'm not sure if the whole argument should be about schools, but
Okay, and I'm gonna have to say something, and I always go back to this argument. Okay, the parents are the problem. Okay, you can't blame affirmative action. You can't blame the colleges. Parents should be well aware enough of their child's abilities to know whether they're going to fit into a Harvard or something like that. You know, in my personal life, I've kind of had to grapple with some of the, similar issues with my son. However, don't blame affirmative action for poor parenting. Blaming the schools, blaming, systems, to me, it's all parenting. And you know what? If you are not capable or you don't, you should be, as a parent, self-aware enough to know whether you have an idea of what this kid might go through or not. And if you don't know, you need to go seek help. Okay. I don't think parents pay enough attention to their kids, especially, when they're about to hand them off to the world. I was very concerned that, you're kind of shoveling your kids out, into the wild. And I think every parent should be very invested in, their kids' welfare after they leave home as well.
But these schools aren't operating on a level playing field. A lot of the kids who end up at Harvard are children of alumni who don't score particularly well. Is the same happening with them? I mean,
well, as I just mentioned, it depends on the size of the gap. If Harvard admitted left-handed redheads with SAT scores that were 300 points below the average at Harvard, you would see left-handed redheads pooling at the bottom of the class. You would see left-handed redheads dropping out at higher rates. You would see left-handed redheads switching to easier majors. We discuss affirmative action in terms of race, but the mismatch theory, which is one of the problems I have with affirmative action.
That's exactly what it is. It is a theory, and it may be backed up with statistics, but I also want to add that just because there are people who don't test well, and the thing is you don't actually know how well a kid is going to do until they actually get there. So, some of this is kind of, point of view. But again, I think good parenting, is one of those things that will allow your kid not to be a statistic. And just so you know, it just out of sheer luck happened because, I wanted my son to apply. The only Ivy League school he was interested in was Cornell, because he's into computers. I wanted him, to at least apply to places like, Harvard or, Yale or somewhere. But then luckily he didn't want to do it. But in the back of my mind, if he had gotten into Harvard, I probably would have maybe even discouraged him from doing it. Not so much because I don't think he could have handled it, but I lived in Rhode Island for a couple years, and I didn't know anybody up there. I was in the Navy. Other than Navy people, I didn't really know anybody like socially. And those long, dark, and Mike from Boston can probably confirm this. Those long, dark New England winters, and you don't know anybody, and going to college off on your own for the first time, I know from personal experience, you're gonna have the blues every now and again, especially if you don't live near home. And Boston is so far away from Georgia, it would be hard for my son to come home, whenever he, felt like coming home. So it wasn't so much academics as much as, location and all that stuff. So Harvard, I don't think would have been a good fit for him just because, it would be so far away from home. And I didn't, there were no relatives or anything up there. So there are a lot of things that go into colleges, not just academics. Yeah, Mike, I lived in Newport, Rhode Island, right on that Narragansett Bay, and it's always effing cold on Narragansett. There's always a breeze, and right along that Narragansett Bay, it's just, man, I can I don't even want to think about it. And I was young, and the springtime up there was just glorious. Summertime's up there, glorious. But you pay for it in those 8-month long winters.
Affirmative action applies regardless of race. It has to do with whether that entering student has the skills that match those of the students around him. And the reason is because professors tend to teach to the middle of the class. So it's about the pace at which these subjects are taught.
Yeah, I said
And
that. It
some
was the
kids can
pace.
keep up and some kids cannot. And we know that SAT scores and grade point averages and class rank are a very good predictor of how that student will do the first year at an institution. And so when you are admitting a student who's 300 points behind on the SAT, that student's going to have problems. I'll give you an example. There was a study done of MIT students some years ago, and Black students at MIT scored in the 90th percentile on the math portion of the SAT of all students of all colors throughout the country. But they were in the 10th percentile among their peers at MIT. So a kid that would have been hitting it out of the park at a less selective institution was struggling at MIT. I mean, what is the point of flunking out of Michigan instead of graduating from Michigan State? I mean, I don't see the point in that. And that is what affirmative action has been doing.
So the tragedy
I totally
is that
disagree with
a
that.
black kid will benefit.
Okay, I just don't see how you can blame poor decision making on affirmative action. Okay, affirmative action doesn't dictate where you go to college. There are choices whether you go to that college or not. I think that sometimes, and I don't know, it's just my opinion, and I could easily be, this argument could probably easily be defeated. But I'm just saying that in a way, people like Jason Riley come off as acting like Black people are so helpless that, they get suckered into affirmative action. And if you get, suckered into Harvard, you got to send them to Harvard. And I don't know. I just think Black people can make better decisions. Now, if the argument is, well, obviously these people weren't making good decisions, I could live with that, but I can't live with affirmative action forcing these kids to go to schools they're not actually prepared for. I think in some ways he's just acting like Black people are kind of powerless here. Bad decisions get made. And I just don't know that it's up to him to be the arbiter of what Black people do, or whether Black people make decisions. What it is people like Jason Riley are glomming on to these sorts of affirmative action programs because they basically are conservatives. And in my opinion, you can argue that, hey, he just wants to see Black people succeed. Well, Black people fail too, and he needs to get over it.
Probably unknowingly from the system, get into Michigan, Berkeley, Stanford, Harvard, not be able to compete because they don't have, and correct me if I'm using the wrong language, the skill set to succeed, and they'll drop out, and they'd be better off going to Michigan State or a state university in California.
You can't generalize about all Black people that way. In other words, at these schools, these selective
yet
schools,
he wants to do
Black
it.
kids who get in do meet the standard of the average student at the school. There just aren't enough of them to satisfy the racial balance.
Okay, well then the problem is obviously not the racial balance. The problem is, what do we need to do to get more students up to speed? Okay, that has nothing to do with affirmative action.
Aesthetic of having the right racial balance on campus. There aren't enough of these black kids to
I'm
sprinkle
going to
around to all these
argue.
selective
I'm going to
schools.
argue that Jason Riley's skill set at supporting his argument isn't up to speed. Apparently he needed affirmative action to fucking write this book.
And that's why they are lowering their standards to admit additional people of color in order to meet this aesthetic ideal that they have. There was a study of black freshmen at Duke University, a very selective institution. And what it showed was that black male students, around 75% of them, told the pollsters that they wanted to study in either economics or one of the natural sciences as freshmen. 75%. But only about 35% ended up getting a degree in that field. So you're talking about a 30.
Okay, well let me put it
rate.
to you this way, and let me tell you a personal story. I got a degree in chemistry. And you know what? I knew I wanted to do chemistry when I came out of high school. After about 2 years, I was like, you know what? I want to change my major. You know what? Chemistry sucks. And it's not that I couldn't do the work, it's that I didn't want to do the work. And yeah, I wanted to do something like comparative lit. Something that I actually liked more. And my parents weren't having that. And back in the day, parents had a little bit more control, I guess, over what kids want to major in. And it was probably a good decision, but here's the deal. I never used the major. I've literally never done any work in chemistry. My chemistry degree helped me with maybe critical thinking or being able to work out problems. I'm a pretty good problem solver. But I don't know that I couldn't have done it doing the same thing as a literature major. So I'm personally, and this is just me, but I personally think if you're good at basket weaving, at a minimum, you're going to be able to feed a family with basket weaving. I just think if you're smart, it really doesn't matter what you major in. You're going to do it well enough to make a living. Now the thing is that, if you're going to be a history major, you need to understand that the best way to make a good living, like a middle class or upper middle class um, income is a history major. You're going to wind up having to get an advanced degree in it and probably wind up teaching it at the college level. However, history majors, shit, you go work for Goldman Sachs and make a lot of money. I knew a guy when I was in the Navy. He was a political science major and wound up graduating from nuke school. Um, where it's physics heavy and physics and kind of like engineering heavy. It's basically an engineering school. And this political science major did just fine. Now, to qualify to get into nuke school, he had to take a bunch of science like prerequisites. He didn't do a double major, I don't think, but he did a lot of science and math and stuff like that just to qualify for it. But he was a political science major. So people can do weird things. My brother had a friend who was a psychology major, and his first job was teaching Cisco systems. So, I don't know that taking an easier degree these days is necessarily, necessarily means you're going to be, being a barista at Starbucks all your life. I don't think it means that. So I think some of these arguments that the black conservatives like Jason Riley want to present, kind of old, tired, black fatigued arguments.
Among white students who said they wanted to major, 4%. attrition rate. And when the economists who did the study broke down the data, what explained that gap in attrition rates was whether that Black student had been admitted under affirmative action policies or was a Black student who had been admitted under regular standard policies. Those Black students admitted to Duke.
Oh, Nando, I defied my father in a lot of ways. MFB, I took chemistry in high school. Sister Johanna, she was a nun, taught chemistry, and she wouldn't let us use calculators. She told us, you either do the math in your head or I'll let you use a slide rule. So I had to learn, I wasn't good enough at math to do, I could whip out a scratch paper or something like that. But on a test, a calculator is where you want to go. You have to know the operations, in the first place. But no, it was basically I had to learn to use a slide rule. Got an A in chemistry. And I just, chemistry is just my thing. I like to cook, which is kind of like kitchen chemistry. So chemistry is just what I do. But I sure as hell woulda. And really, the reason I wanted to do comparative lit is there were no girls in my damn chemistry classes, and the ones that were, weren't hot. So, the comparative lit, the North Campus of the University of Georgia is where all the good looking women were. And I just wanted to be there more often. All the science classes were on the South Campus. So, there were hormones involved. Oh yeah. Well, you know what? I always hated physics. So, sometimes you just find something, that just kind of melds with your talents. Now, if I knew then what I know now, I probably would have done chemistry since, I couldn't be released from it, but I'd have gone to law school. And I thought about doing it, but just never got around to it. But knowing what I know now, probably would have been fairly happy as a lawyer of some sort. Oh, no, 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 no. You know what? Even back in the late 80s when I was in college, most of the women who were taking chemistry classes were either South Asian or just, just not like hot. Now I knew a girl that I took my freshman chemistry class with, and she eventually, her plans were to transfer to Georgia Tech to be a mechanical engineer. This girl had a cheerleader's body, and she was just hot as all fucking get out. She's like the prettiest, like, mechanical engineer you could possibly imagine. And I lost track of her. But because she did wind up transferring. But yeah. However, my son's girlfriend's pretty cute, and I think she's gonna wind up being a computer, or she said something like something with computers and economics. So she's, she might be the best of both worlds. But anyway, let's get back to this video because I'm starting to get bored with it generally. What's up, 12th man?
Who met the same criteria as the other kids at Duke, did fine and went on and majored in the STEM field or in economics. It was those Black kids admitted to Duke who did not meet those credentials that accounted entirely for that huge attrition rate. And that's
Yeah, I have heard good things and bad things. I think that, let me tell you something. I talked to my son basically, go get your degree from Georgia Tech. I have friends who majored in a science or mechanical engineering or some sort of engineering who go back and get law degrees and they're like patent lawyers, these intellectual property type lawyers. There's big money in that. I think if I'd been a lawyer, I probably would have been a maritime lawyer, oddly enough. Um, yeah, these guys, like if you're good in math, and you have to be to do certain types of computer science and engineering, like um, back in my day, all the computer guys were good at math. Not so much now. At Georgia Tech, for instance, yeah, you kind of gotta be good at math because they like to wash you out with their calculus courses and their physics courses, apparently. Physics and chemistry will wash you. I'm sorry, physics and um, calculus will wipe you out. And at Georgia Tech, I don't think they offer algebra-based physics. It's all calculus-based, which in my opinion is easier, to be honest. Calculus to me is easier than algebra. Because for some reason I can do it in my head a little bit easier. But anyway, yeah, I see 12th man. Portia forgot to put the link in there. Yeah, well, I'm surprised you didn't, Mike. GW's like that's the Antonin Scalia school. Um, I Yeah, you missed GW. Who else? There are a couple famous lawyers, and one economist who's fairly famous. So GW is a good school for that sort of thing, and obviously it's in a law lawyer central in DC, or in is GW's in Fairfax, or is it actually in DC? I can't remember. My wife went to George Mason. She got a biology degree from there. So, we'll finish a little bit more of this. We're 30 minutes in, and we'll listen to a little bit more. Then I'm going to move on to news stories because he's getting a little boring.
That's what I mean about setting up kids to fail. Those kids could have, instead of going to Duke, probably could have gone to, North Carolina State and did just fine and majored, and they'd be engineers today or doctors, what have you. But they were funneled into Duke for window dressing. And that did not do them.
Okay, here's the deal though. So if you don't make it at Duke, does that mean you can't get into another college? I don't get what his point is. It's not the end of the world if you don't make it at Duke. I think the most important thing is to realize early that you're not going to make it at Duke and transfer. So I'm still not quite getting the tragedy that he's trying to convey, other than some weird anti-black point that he's trying to make. I suspect that's actually underlying all this. It's not a tragedy if you don't make it at Duke. Now, I think it can be if you were depending on a scholarship or something, but all this stuff can be headed off at the pass. Where is the book on parenting from these people? Where is the book saying, hey, parents, focused on the parenting, focusing on the high school, focusing on the college selection? Okay, rather than beating up on something that's already defunct. His book came out last week. So focusing on something that's already dead. Again, this is just, I don't even know why he's writing the book. Affirmative action is cooked. This dude wants to just remain in the past. And talk about shit that's already over. How about write a useful book to Black parents on how selection, of a college is so important that you want to help them make the right decisions. Um, yeah, these anti-Black blacks um, really leave some. For me, for a person like me, they generate more questions than answers. And so
them any favors. Duke gets to sport Black faces on campus, and it gets to make sure their college catalog looks great and diverse and use that for recruiting. It benefits Duke reputationally, but what are you doing for the students? And that's why I think that's my problem with these affirmative action policies, particularly in higher education.
So you're concerned, as we all are, with the students. You say, what are we doing for the students? Is there another way of thinking of this, Jason, given that you've acknowledged that maybe some of the thinking, at least behind affirmative action, is well-meaning?
I got you, Mike.
The problem is that there needs to be more affirmative action, not less. So let's take your MIT or Duke case. Recognizing that affirmative action has created situations where some kids are going to, quote unquote, struggle. Why not invest more in infrastructure and support so that these kids will succeed?
Why is it so important to you that these kids go to MIT or Duke? Why can't they go to schools just like white kids go to schools where they meet the standards of the average person at the school and go on? It's not Yale or jail, as the old saying used to go. You can live a very productive life graduating from Michigan State.
Well, I don't know. That's actually a good question, but I wouldn't. I mean, these Ivy League colleges are too expensive to be taken. They don't offer remedial classes. So I'm not sure what the interview is getting at there. Maybe what he's getting at is, why aren't we going into the high schools in dealing with this stuff there? If a child is smart but not quite meeting the standard, high school and college selection, matching up the student before they get to college with matching up a high school student with the appropriate college is really what he ought to be writing about. He shouldn't be writing about, the tragedy of affirmative action.
I don't understand why we need Duke or the University of Michigan to do all this accommodation to get more Black people on campus.
Well, let me tell you why. Okay, the other statistic, I maybe he mentions it in the book, but if you go and you compare the average Harvard graduate with like the average University of Georgia graduate, that Harvard graduate's going to make a lot more money on average just as a starting salary. Harvard and colleges like that have like this huge network. It's like an alumni network. Georgia Tech, believe it or not, has a huge network. There was a Georgia Tech network in the Navy, of all places. Georgia Tech engineers and people, graduates of Georgia Tech, were treated like royalty in the Navy. Only the academy, might be more, ingratiate you more. But, I had on my second ship, we had like 2 Georgia Tech guys that were actually on their way out when I first got to the ship. They were there just for a few months. These guys were treated like royalty. Of course, they were also really good officers. So, that had something to do with it. They were really smart. But, one was like an electrical engineer, and I forget what the other one was. He wasn't a mechanical engineer. He was something else. Maybe it was a math major or something. But anyway, you know what? I'll listen again a few more minutes of this, but it's
when
getting
these
old.
kids can go to, there are thousands of colleges in America.
Yeah, this
historically
is
black
where
colleges do.
this is where Jason Riley starts losing me when he puts on that squeaky mouse act. This is just embarrassing.
An excellent job of turning out black engineers and doctors and lawyers. What is the problem with these kids going to these schools?
So what's the
Why
thinking
do they
behind
need to
it?
be
And
on Harvard's
I've asked
campus?
you that before. You've suggested that there is somehow a self-interested elite that's promoting this, but is some of the thinking behind it, would you acknowledge, even if it's wrong, is it well-meaning to create a more integrated, racially, culturally America?
At what cost? And who pays the price for this integrated campus that you think is so important to learning?
Well, I'm not committed personally.
I say
I'm
you.
just
I mean,
curious
I'm
for
using you as
your
an
argument.
example. But people who share the point of view you were expressing there. I mean, again, what is the goal here? What is the goal? And there are thousands of colleges in this country. Many of them do an excellent job of educating the people who come there, who meet the credentials of the average person at that institution. And then you have this group of elite schools that have decided we want to lower our standards to get the right racial mix on campus. And we care much more about what the freshman class looks like than who actually graduates. And I think that's a tragedy. I think it's wrong. The Supreme Court has told us it's unconstitutional, but I think it's wrong. It doesn't work.
Okay, it's over. Why do you still care?
These policies have been in place for a half century. How much more time should we give them to work? They don't work. And I'd argue they're counterproductive. Not only do they don't work. So no, I think good riddance to them.
I mean, I don't want to speak on behalf of people who strongly believe in affirmative action, but my sense is their goal is a colorblind society where blacks and whites and browns and yellows do the same.
You don't practice affirmative action. Affirmative action are racial preferences, explicit racial preferences. Racial preferences get you to
Yep. This is where, he starts going south. Okay, it's not so much racial preference as much as kind of like a hand up. Okay, this dude is basically writing a political polemic. It's not racial preferences, even though, people of his ilk will argue that. How is it racial preferences when white women are basically, supposedly the biggest beneficiaries? I argue it's almost the opposite if white women are getting more out of affirmative action than any other group. So again, this poor interviewer doesn't know the right questions to ask. And Riley may have the answers, but you need to make him work to give you an answer. Don't just be accepting what he's saying.
To a colorblind society? Really?
Well,
Martin Luther King wanted colorblind
the goal
society.
is colorblind.
Colorblind has become.
No, I don't think Martin Luther King wanted a colorblind society. Okay, colorblind basically means that race doesn't matter. And there's really no way you can have that in a country that was literally founded as a racial country. The economy at the outset at the founding of America was race based. Okay, you can modify it, you can do all that, but the spirit is still there. So this notion of a colorblind America is just a fallacy, in my opinion.
Become a dirty word on the political left in America.
Yep, there we go. Political left
in the wrong circles, you get run out of the room. You get your head handed to you. Colorblind is again, it's a dirty word. You are not supposed to talk about color blindness in America.
The fuck are you talking
in certain
about?
Political circles. That whole Dr. King ideal of colorblind, That is gone
Dr. King did not have an
out the
idea
window.
of
These folks are
colorblind.
not interested in color blindness. If you are interested in color blindness, you don't name your organization Black Lives Matter and then get mad.
Okay, what does Black Lives Matter have to do with the topic? And I know they're kind of drifting towards the, at the end of this, but of course Jason Riley's going to get all up in arms and political and shit. He looks like a frenetic little brown mouse.
So what matters for them? Only Black
Well, I
lives?
think
You
this is
suggesting
power.
that they're the racist?
I'm not calling anyone a racist. I'm saying that racial preferences do not lead to Black upward mobility. And I'm interested in policies that lead to Black upward mobility. And the reality, based on history and the data I lay out in the book, is that Blacks have advanced at far faster rates when the goal is colorblindness instead of racial
Bullshit.
And I think that you can make an...
Okay, bullshit. When has America ever been colorblind? So how can Blacks gain more upward mobility in an America that's never existed? These anti-Black Blacks, man, they talk a bunch of shit.
An empirical case for that, and that's what I've tried to lay out in the book.
Jason, and I'm guessing you have very strong feelings on this front too. We've done lots of shows on the case for reparations, one with David Montero, another with Joel Edward Goza. You probably know some of these writers, a third with Baynard Woods, who has his own autobiography of whiteness. Is the case for reparations just a kind of, in your mind at least, an absurd extension of the affirmative action myth?
By and large, yes, I believe it is on a number of levels. Just as a practical matter, most white people in America today trace their ancestry to people who came here after the Civil War. So the reparationists are really saying they want white people who aren't even descendants of slave owners.
Nope. Either he's being disingenuous or he actually doesn't understand the reparations argument. It's an institutional argument. White people, other than being, America being a white man's country, we have a republic, okay? And it's the institutions that are going to be held accountable, not individual white people. These anti-Black Blacks depend on America being dummies.
To pay reparations to Black people who were never slaves. And I have a moral problem with that sort of belief that guilt
once again
is heritable.
And I know Jason Riley probably knows William Darity. Bottom line is that the people, part of the plan for reparations is you've got to prove your lineage. Okay. If you don't have a slave heritage, then you aren't eligible for reparations. He's being disingenuous.
Eye color or height, that you inherit the guilt of your forefathers as well. And so, yeah, I don't. So on that ground alone, I would be an opponent of racial preferences. There's also an issue of what pragmatically racial preferences amounts to. And
12th man, I'll bring you up after this video is over.
What it really amounts to is just another huge wealth redistribution scheme. And we've tried that before in this country. If you
wealth redistribution. And again, this is a political argument, a right-wing argument that he's making. The way the reparationists are framing it is for damage done. Okay, it's almost like a tort sort of deal where, basically the money is to make, the victim whole, like a malpractice suit, something like that. And they're, I think basically if you just say, hey, we don't even want to talk about slavery. Let's not even bother talking about slavery. Let's talk about Jim Crow, where the evidence of economic harm is way more provable. I bring up Bruce's Beach out in it's right around the Manhattan Beach area. As a matter of fact, it's in Manhattan Beach, California. That is just one of these cases that's just so easy to prove. So yeah, Jason Riley, he is problematic. And as a matter of fact, I'll just go ahead and end it here because I think we pretty much know where we're going with Jason. It was a good interview, but it just gives me, more time to point out these anti-black blacks, these soul brother black conservatives. Really, really tired old arguments. Dolomite brings up black fatigue. Well, I've got black conservative fatigue. Same tired ass arguments. So let us move on. I'm going to rehash the Chinese, the agreement, this tariff agreement that the Chinese and the U.S. have come to. It says here, this is from Ground News. On Monday, U.S. and Chinese officials announced a mutual 90-day tariff reduction agreement during trade talks in Geneva. The talks followed months of escalating tariffs imposed by the U.S. on April 2nd and retaliatory Chinese levies, raising fears of a trade war. U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent met Chinese Vice Premier He Lifeng, while other trade representatives also engaged in substantive discussions aimed at easing tensions. The U.S. committed to lowering tariffs to 30%, and China agreed to reduce theirs to 10%, with Bessent announcing a mutual decision to implement a 90-day pause. The tariff rollback fueled hopes for a de-escalation, although markets are expected to remain volatile amid ongoing negotiation uncertainties. So my opinion, who was it? Somebody down there said it was Cuba. Somebody mentioned that this was a win for Trump. I think not. At best, it's a stalemate. It was Kabuta declares a victory for Trump. I think that probably. That's not quite the case. It's a Pyrrhic victory if it's a victory, and I would say it's more stalemate. I will emphasize China is the only country on earth that can, basically go toe to toe for several different reasons. One of them being that we import 5 times or so, maybe it's 4 times more stuff from China than they import from us. Also, they have a bunch of our debt. So, they have the means. And this is something that maybe it's 10, maybe even 20 years ago. This debt that China holds has been like a sword of Damocles for at least a decade. So we kind of put ourselves in this situation, and nobody's talking about that much. What's up, SKC? So let us move on to the fun part of the show. We're gonna go back to Trump news. Let's see, where are we? What's up, 12th man? So this is
not much. I hope you had a good Mother's Day, even though she ain't around no more.
Yeah, it it was a day I made fish tacos. So, any
Oh,
day I make
nice.
fish tacos is a good day. Homemade tortillas and all.
Yeah,
So,
I made a great big chuck roast with this raspberry chipotle barbecue sauce called Blues Hog, and man, my house still smells like it. I smell like smoke. The whole place smells like hickory and bird smoke. Well, it's got the grill right outside,
right.
and it takes like 4 hours to cook the son of a bitch. And man, but when it's done, it's like heaven in your mouth, Stanley. That kind of smoking right there.
Good to hear
But
you enjoyed it.
yeah, and yeah, I think that guy he was just playing, I think he was making stuff up a little bit. Like, I don't think he had his back straight on a lot of
Well,
stuff.
Jason Riley is literally a Thomas Sowell disciple. I'll mention again, Maverick is a movie he did a few years ago. He didn't direct it, I don't think, but he was definitely like on the production team, if not the executive producer. So he is probably he's probably the head soul brother, to be honest. There
Of
aren't,
the
other
FBA
than maybe Clarence Thomas, he is definitely a Sowellian. You know what? This
Did you,
Story right here.
Stanley, did you catch the Black Alpha Network earlier?
I've seen it, maybe 5 or 10 minutes of it. Not really my cup of tea.
Yeah, he's a little different, that's for sure.
Yeah. Maybe one of these days I'll watch a whole show, but I haven't had the urge.
Well, he was
Because
talking about.
to be honest, I tend to like to watch more the black right wing folks
Well, he
because
is kind of right wing.
he
A
struck
little
me as a
bit.
progressive.
Really?
Maybe I didn't listen to enough of it.
Well, he
But
is kind of progressive, as in he believes in reparations and all that, but he's also about the FBAs and
okay, well that's
reparations
not
and
those guys
all
those
that.
guys are basically more or less black radicals. Black radicals are kind of interesting because a lot of times they'll have Marxian kind of
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Marxian talking points, but they're very socially conservative. They're very
Oh,
manosphere.
yeah.
They're very kind of like the Black Panthers were really they were militant and Marxist. However, they were hard on gender roles. Women needed to do this, men needed to do that. So, as a matter of fact, Clarence Thomas was of that ilk. I don't know where he stands these days. It's probably more straight line conservative, but those
I'm
Black
not
Panther
sure.
types are actually they have a strong patriarchal sort of vision of how black culture should be, and they wind up having a lot of intersections with the more right wing manosphere, socially
What
conservative
they,
sort of ideals.
what, what, what they've been really upset about, Stanley, is that the black Congress people and all that in the country is standing up for illegal aliens and not really giving a shit about black people. And I could
I
really see
disagree
that.
with that. I disagree with that framing. Pretty much every point of it. And then the other thing is, I have a very odd position on that. My question is, why the fuck are black people still competing with strawberry pickers? That should be our biggest concern. Not that the number one. We've got labor shortages. I disagree that immigrants are really impacting or taking American jobs anyway, and
No,
they're
it's not
doing
that,
job. They're Don't
Stanley.
interrupt. Hold on. Let me finish. They are doing jobs, and I'm thinking of this place. I think it was up in Indiana, a chicken processing plant where a lot of immigrants wound up working. White people didn't want to do the job up there, so there are labor shortages. I don't disagree with getting the criminals out, but again, and I watched a show on this yesterday. Basically, Trump's immigration priorities are fucked up. Okay, deporting a bunch of people without actually going in. The U.S. is obligated. These people are wrong on the border. Okay, you can come here illegally, but as soon as you declare or ask for asylum, the U.S. is obligated to take care of you. Okay,
That's a
that is
loophole, and you
fucking
know
that
it,
is
Stanley.
fucking U.S. law. And until those laws get dealt with, I don't think Trump is serious. I don't think America is serious. You need to go and you need to unobligate the U.S. From having to shelter refugees and or asylum seekers. Now the problem is, if you do that, then you're going to have to deal with international law, and that would probably be a bad reflection on the U.S. It's complicated,
Right.
but I don't think the U.S. is serious. I don't think deporting illegals is actually a solution. Now,
Yeah,
I
because
understand that, doing this might discourage people from even coming here to ask for asylum, but you're not going to turn the faucet all the way off. Desperate people are going to do desperate things.
well, what the Black Alpha Network was talking about is the Black Congress folks.
Okay, I don't give a
US
fuck with you know what? You already said that. I already said that I disagree with that.
care more
I
about
already said, you're repeating yourself. I already said that I disagree with that framing.
Yeah, okay. There's a lot of black Americans that don't.
I don't give
though.
a fuck, dude. What do I care what other black Americans are thinking? I just told you what I thought. Do you think other black Americans thinking differently from me is going to convince me that I need to think differently? You don't know me that well,
He
apparently.
gets like 500 or 600 viewers, and
I don't give a. You know what? That's 500 or 600 viewers who are wrong.
Or maybe 1 million a year. And he's telling people
that's a million. That's a million. That's a million motherfuckers that are wrong.
Okay, that's a million motherfuckers that ain't voting Democrat.
I don't give a fuck who they vote for. Why would I care
They're not
who they
voting.
vote
That's
for?
the point, Stanley.
Okay, dude,
They're
you
not
don't
even
know me. That
fucking voting.
apparently you must think I'm fucking one of these anti-black blacks. Okay, I think for Stanley, I don't think for other black people. Black people are smart enough that they don't need me to think for them. So if other people think that, the Congressional Black Caucus is pro-immigration, I will respectfully disagree with them, and I can explain why I disagree with them, but they are free to think what they want to think. I'm not saying they might make a point that changes my mind, but I think I'm pretty familiar with the argument. So I'm ready to move on. I don't really give a fuck about the Black Alpha Network. That's why I'm not watching it religiously.
I don't watch it religiously.
I didn't ask you what you did. I told you what I don't do. So let's move on, shall we? to something more
Yes,
productive?
sir.
Trump's sons. We got to play this. Trump's sons deals on 3 continents directly benefit the president. And then I got a story after this that's even better. This is a for-profit. This is a for-profit presidency.
Trump's sons' deals on 3 continents directly benefit the president. This article is by Eric Lipton and David Yaffe-Bellany and read by an automated voice. A contest of sorts has played out across Europe, the United States, and the Middle East in recent days, as President Trump's 2 older sons have pursued a blitz of family money-making ventures, capitalizing on their father's name and power, each seemingly trying to outdo the other. It is a rush to
Wait,
cash
hold
in
it. Let
that
me
involves
stop
billions of
this
dollars, a
right
few
quick.
precedents in American history.
I heard fucking 2 years of people complaining about Hunter Biden. Hunter Biden. Now these motherfuckers are over there while the man is still president. These motherfucking MAGA assholes are fucking hypocrites. Hunter Biden can't do it, but a Trump can.
A luxury hotel in Dubai,
Stanley, can
a
you
second
pause it
high-end
for a
residential
second?
tower in Jeddah,
For
Saudi
what?
Arabia, 2
To hear
cryptocurrency
you
ventures
defend the
based in the United
indivisible. Hey,
States.
let me pause it. You must be a glutton for punishment this morning.
You're going to punish me regardless. So.
Oh no, I was going to listen to this and laugh the whole time.
Well, it's just a jet, dude, and it's being given to the government. That might.
I don't give a fuck about any of that. Do you think Eric and Don Jr. are going to be giving back? What the hell are you talking about? This is the plane is the next story. Okay, I'm talking about Trump's sons. These are his sons.
Belong to the government if they give it.
Okay, I'm not talking about. Whoa. This story is not about the plane. That's next.
Okay. Carry on, sir.
Wait, hold it. Let me go back to the title. See here, it says Trump's sons deals on 3 continents directly benefit the president. Okay, let's listen to the story. We're not talking about Trump. We're talking about his sons. And I don't think they are in any official capacity to speak for the government.
A new golf course and villa complex.
This is like Hunter Biden level stuff, but I don't hear anybody howling about it.
In Qatar, and a new private club in Washington. In many cases, these new deals promoted over the last week will personally benefit not only Eric Trump and Donald Trump Jr., but also President Trump himself. Challenge everything, said the brochure for the new $1 billion, 80-story Trump International Hotel and Tower planned for Dubai, where units went on sale for the first time at prices reaching $20
They're going to give that
million
hotel
apiece,
back to the government?
After a giant party held in Dubai this past week to honor Eric Trump and the new project. Stop at nothing. The marathon of deal-making has been so rapid that many elements have drawn limited public attention in the United States, despite most of it being out in the open. That is, in part, because the sons appeared before, mostly fawning crowds, but also because President Trump, his appointees, and his billionaire advisor Elon Musk were making headlines with their own steady stream of norm-breaking controversies. There's nothing like it, said Douglas Brinkley, a Rice University historian who has written books on Presidents Ronald Reagan and Gerald R. Ford, addressing the financial conflicts of interest that have emerged in Mr. Trump's second term. Both Trump's sons are involved in a wide range of family business ventures. Eric Trump, the president's middle son, runs the Trump Organization, the main family business, which specializes in real estate. He also serves on the board of a holding company that oversees World Liberty Financial, the family's crypto firm, and recently joined forces with his older brother, Donald Trump Jr., to start a Bitcoin mining operation, American Bitcoin. The White House has said there are no ethics issues because Mr. Trump's sons run the businesses. The president's assets are in a trust managed by his children. Anna Kelly, a White House spokeswoman, said, "There are no conflicts of interest." But Mr. Trump's financial disclosure report, which he is legally required to file, shows that he still personally benefits financially from most of these ventures. Eric Trump noted that many of the ventures they are promoting, from crypto to real estate, were underway before their father was reelected. "We are building the most iconic projects on earth and leading the way in the digital revolution," Eric Trump said in a statement to the New York Times. Donald Trump Jr. rejected any suggestion that he was trading on his father's name, saying he has been a businessman his entire adult life. He then took a
You
swipe at
believe
Hunter
that,
Biden,
12th man?
who sold paintings while his father, Joseph R. Biden Jr., served as
Yeah, he
president.
has been a businessman.
"It's
his
laughable that
whole
the
life.
left-wing
Okay,
media
fuck
thinks that I
that
should lock myself
bullshit.
in a padded room
No
with
That's
my
not
doubt
what
father
I
as
was.
about that.
president."
I believe he's been a businessman all his life. Do you think he's trading on his father's name and office?
I don't know.
I'm sorry, what?
I don't know, man. Like,
Okay, this is
you
so much
can't.
bullshit.
He
Don't
he
even bother. I
he
figured.
can't control
All a
his kids,
motherfucker,
dude.
you can just shut it down. I don't know is your answer. You knew about Hunter Biden
And cease doing what I've been
and your damn Skippy I'm doing whataboutism.
doing for over 25 years to earn a living and provide for
Just
my
shut
5
up,
children,
Stanley. You can
Donald
do
Trump
what the
Jr.
fuck
said
you
in a
want.
statement to the Times. However, if I
I'm
did
sorry,
do
what?
that, I guess I could always take
Sure, you can do whatever you want, bro.
Oh, I plan on it. In SKC, yeah, I'm reaching deep into your soul.
Stanley will make you mad sometimes.
Oh, you know what? I'm not, I personally, I'm just so close to saying I told you so. I just want to save it a little bit longer.
Well, it's all corrupt,
painting,
Stanley. We know that.
Okay, no. Don't tell me it's all corrupt. It's all corrupt didn't come up during the Hunter Biden phase.
Yeah, it
here can
did.
be quite lucrative.
No, it didn't.
Indeed, relatives of
Not
other
on
presidents,
this show it
including Billy
didn't.
Carter, brother of President Jimmy Carter, and Neil Bush, brother of President George W. Bush, along with Hunter Biden, have had business dealings that have created questions about potential conflicts of interest. What distinguishes the work of Mr. Trump's 2 sons is that several of these ventures, including the real estate deals and crypto efforts, bring revenues that benefit the president himself as well. Just in the past 10 days, Donald Trump Jr. made stops in Hungary, Romania, Serbia, and Bulgaria
make any
on a
money?
free speech tour he has called Trump Business Vision 2025, which also included visits with foreign government leaders and political candidates. During roughly the same time, Eric Trump was shuttling among Qatar, the United Arab Emirates, and other Middle East spots to push the family's real estate and crypto plans. These pitches played out even as some of Donald Trump Jr.'s business partners were simultaneously rolling out yet another business in Washington that will cash in on his father's return to the White House, a club called Executive Branch. At $500,000 a person, the private membership club is slated to open by this summer in Georgetown in a sprawling but defunct restaurant called Clubhouse. It will feature 2 bars, a lounge, a restaurant, and boardroom, recreating the role previously served by the lobby of the Trump International Hotel in Washington, where donors and acolytes of the president gathered until the family sold it off after Mr. Trump's first term. The club soon likely will be jammed with Trump family friends, business executives, and members of the Trump administration, but will be off limits to members of the public and most members of the news media. An A-list party was held late last month to celebrate the launch of Executive Branch, while Donald Trump Jr. was in Europe at a hotel a block from the White House. Attendees included Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, and Paul Atkins, the new chairman of the Securities and Exchange Commission. The founding members of the club, which has already sold many of its membership slots according to organizers, include Cameron and Tyler Winklevoss, the cryptocurrency executives whose company, Gemini Trust, had been targeted by the SEC until Mr. Trump named new agency leaders, who in April put a hold on the federal lawsuit. Jeff Miller, a lobbyist and top Trump fundraiser, is another founding member. In the first quarter of this year, he has registered to represent 39 new corporate clients, including the crypto firm Tether, an overseas operation that was a long-time target of U.S. regulators until recently, when it began to establish itself as a major force in Washington and explore opening a U.S. office. The other owners at the new club, besides Donald Trump Jr., include Zach and Alex Witkoff, the sons of Mr. Trump's Middle East envoy, and Omid Malik, who lead 1789 Capital, a Florida-based venture capital firm that recently hired Donald Trump
Sorry,
Jr.
what?
as a senior executive.
Who's
The
Alex
investments of
Witkoff again?
1789 Capital have
No
included
idea.
companies such as Plaid, a digital finance firm that had lobbied the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau related to a new set of banking rules, until Mr. Trump's team effectively shut down the agency and stalled enforcement of the regulation. David Sachs, who is a crypto advisor to Mr. Trump and another founding member, said the goal is not to create a venue.
Oh, wait, hold it. Let's see. Oh, fuck. Hey, SKC. You an angry man. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying any laws were broken. Of course, they're not going to break the law because number one, Trump makes the law. Trump's above the law. But even so, here is my point. There was no law that Hunter Biden broke. All my only comment is there just seems to be a lot of people not minding this. And by the way, that's actually not my biggest point. My point is that MAGA being a faux populist movement, it's just all being concerned or being realized now. Essentially, what the oligarchs did is they rode American Man, plumbers like American Man. They rode him rough all the way to the White House. And now they're going to put him away wet while they go into executive branch and suck down some gin and tonics. And it's all legal. They rode the working man all the way to Qatar to get a new plane. And it's all legal. That is the amazing part. Y'all voted for this shit.
For access. Rather,
What?
he said in a recent podcast, we want a place to hang out in D.C. for the younger, hipper, Trump-aligned Republican.
Oh, look
Even
at
as these
American.
real-life
Oh,
ventures
I'm
were
sorry.
playing out,
Let me
another
look at
push for profit was
SKC.
underway
Yeah, he
in the
did break
virtual
laws,
world.
but
Investors in the dollar
nothing
Trump
that
meme coin are
couldn't be
bidding to
pardoned,
become the
right,
top
SKC?
220 owners of the collectible
What
coin
law?
and win a dinner with the president later this month. A meme coin is a type of cryptocurrency based on an online joke or a celebrity mascot that has no practical function other than speculation. The dollar Trump meme coin is controlled by a company run by the Trump sons and their business partners, but President Trump has actively encouraged his supporters to buy it. Javier Selgas, chief executive at FR8 Tech, a shipping company, announced this past week, while Eric Trump and Donald Trump Jr. were abroad, that his Monterrey, Mexico-based company would spend
Oh, what happened? Still there, Stanley? Did I lose my audio, Stanley? You there, Stanley?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Stanley!
Yeah, I'm saying that basically, Trump and his crew in the White House and his cabinet now and others were oligarchs dressed in populist clothing. Okay, it was oligarchs all along, and the people at ground level bought it. Okay, your prices are going up because of Trump's tariffs while he's making billions or stands to make billions. That is chef's kiss sweet. I'm loving it. So let's get back to this wonderful story.
$20 million to buy Trump meme coin tokens. Buying the tokens, in essence, giving money to the Trump family, is an effective way to advocate for fair, balanced, and free trade between Mexico and the U.S.
Oh, wait,
Mr.
hold it.
Selgas said in a statement, which was also filed with the SEC, as his company is publicly traded. In some cases, the Trump family announcements over the past week.
SKC, you know what? You can be all prim and proper and get your little granny panties in a twist. Of course, I'm making the right comparisons. What Hunter Biden did with Burisma is very similar to what the Trump sons are doing with their business deals. They are trading on the name. I think that's a good comparison. And if you can't see it, that is your problem. But like I said, I don't think it's illegal. I think it's perfectly fine. I just feel sorry for the poor people who voted Trump thinking he was going to lower their prices.
Well,
your little Timu trinkets are going to be going up drastically. And in the meantime, Trump tried to shoot a fadeaway jumper and it got blocked by China.
Have involved foreign governments, including those of Qatar and the United Arab Emirates. Eric Trump flew to Doha, the capital of the tiny Middle East nation
You know
of
what?
Qatar,
What does it matter?
on Wednesday as a government official there signed a deal with a Saudi-based real estate company to build a
Even
new Trump
30%
golf course
is
and
going to raise
luxury villa
prices.
complex. A partnership that will bring millions of dollars in branding and management fees to the Trump family. This is one of 6 real estate projects now planned in the Middle East, sponsored by Dar Global, the international subsidiary of a Saudi-based real estate firm
Tyrone,
with close ties to
you
the
sound
Saudi
so
royal
sad.
family.
Stanley,
The other projects are in Saudi Arabia, Oman, and Dubai. They always arrive at the word yes, which is a beautiful thing, Eric Trump said while in Dubai this past week, saying that it took only a month to get the required real estate permits from the government there. They do it quickly. On a crypto conference panel in Dubai, Eric Trump sat next to Zach Witkoff, one of the founders of the Trump family crypto firm World Liberty Financial, who announced that a venture capital firm backed by the government of Abu Dhabi would invest $2 billion using a form of digital currency offered by World Liberty. This deal alone could generate hundreds of millions of dollars in revenue for the Trump family and its partners. Donald Trump Jr. had gotten a head start on his brother, arriving on April 25th in Budapest, where he had a brief meeting with Hungary's foreign minister, Peter Szijjártó, and then was paid to appear at a dinner gathering among business leaders. I'm just here as a business guy, but as someone who understands how the world works, Donald Trump Jr. told an executive from Portfolio Hungary, the organization that sponsored the event, adding that while he was in Eastern Europe and the Balkans, he was looking for possible new deals. You never know if there is going to be a Trump real estate deal. His next stop was Serbia, where the Trump family is planning a new hotel on land owned by the government there. He met with President Aleksandar Vučić, whose administration approved the hotel project, which also includes Jared Kushner, Mr. Trump's son-in-law, as the developer. No one has ever said that we are inhospitable. We prepared this pig for Donald Jr. Trump, Mr. Vucic boasted on his Facebook page about his meal with Mr. Trump. Donald Trump Jr. then moved on to Bulgaria, where he appeared on a stage along with Antony Trenchev, the co-founder of a cryptocurrency firm called Nexo that was fined $45 million by the SEC in 2023 and agreed to leave the U.S. marketplace. With Donald Trump Jr. at his side, Mr. Trenchev announced that Nexo had already talked to United States regulators and it was re-entering the U.S. market. America is back, and so is Nexo, Mr. Trenchev said, celebrating his meeting where he paid to be with the son of the President of the United States, as well as the company's pending return to the market there. President Trump, in recent days, was doing his part as well to help drive business to the family. He attended a fundraising event at his Mar-a-Lago club in Florida this past weekend. That makes his 10th visit to the club since he returned to the White House in January, with many of the weekend visits featuring political gatherings that pay bills to his family.
Yeah. Building properties for two guys who have been in real estate for decades versus a guy who is a crackhead and had no experience in that line of business and being named an advising board member reaching. Yeah. Trump is reaching. Well, you know what? I'm actually going to say the opposite. Trump voters did a reach around for Trump, and, he is splattering the world with the joy. I don't care about the particulars. What I'm saying, SKC, because it's actually you who are reaching. My point that I want to bring up is that they are trading on the president's name just like Hunter Biden did. I don't give a fuck about their experience or anything like that. Trading on a name is my first point. My second point is that we have a bunch of oligarchs associated with the White House, and they came into office talking like populists. They were oligarchs in populist clothing. The prices are going up. I seem to recall President Trump saying he would bring prices down, yet they are going up. So whoever said, I guess it was Tyrone saying that prices were already going up. Well, they're going up when Trump said he would
Stanley,
take
are
care
your
of it.
prices
Motherfucker, I'm
going up?
talking. I am talking.
Are your prices going
Okay,
up,
dude, I
Stanley?
just don't understand why you can't wait till I'm done. All I'm saying is that those prices were already up. I was under the impression that Trump was going to bring prices down. Thank you, Tyrone, for your participation. Should I get you a trophy? And let's see, one that is of course I'm making comparisons. Why would I not? There's nothing wrong with making comparisons as long as they are a good analogy. Thank you, SKC. No, I don't want to know the details because the devil is in the details, and I don't want to deal with the devil right now. Trading on their daddy's name is my point. An oligarch hijacking a populist movement to get into office is my other point. That's not a comparison. So I'm right, SKC. Stop. You're struggling. You're in a rhetorical quicksand here. Oh, yeah. Let's talk about the last administration, shall we, Tyrone? That's right. Hunter Biden traded on his daddy's name, just like the Trump boys are doing, except Hunter swears he didn't do it while his daddy was in office. The Trump boys are doing it while daddy's in office. Yeah, you call in and try and cook me, Tyrone. J Dub, stop
Well,
egging him on. You are leading Tyrone to a cliff, and I'm not going to refrain from pushing him off of it.
Stanley, can I say something? Don't forget to subscribe to the Stanley 6000.
Oh yeah, I always
That's where
forget
the
about
link
that.
is.
I'm just
And
having so much fun.
Portia posted the link on Stanley's channel,
Well, no,
not John Galt's channel.
I posted it on my channel. I don't have access to
Yeah.
post it on John's channel.
Oh,
Anyway, y'all make sure if you're new to the
I
channel,
thought
please
you
subscribe.
were a God mod, Stanley.
Please,
You're not
I'm
a
sorry,
God
what?
mod? A
I'm a
God
what?
mod? I thought you were a God mod, but I guess not.
I don't think I am. I don't know. I haven't tried. Usually Portia will post it, and you know what? I think I should stop posting links anyway. I actually kind of enjoy being up here alone. Everybody make sure
You
you
wouldn't know
subscribe to
what to do without me, Stanley. Come on, man.
I have no idea. Please make sure you subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. Share the wealth. Share the glee and the gloating I'm doing this morning. It is such a lovely morning when I get to say I told you so. It's rare. It's rare, but I actually do get to do it every now and again.
And
Please
all you
also make
lurkers-
sure, hold on, I'm not done with the housekeeping. Please make sure you also subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel, where I sometimes do video essays. It is Stanley Cross at Stanley Cross 6000. Hop on board. That way you'll know when I drop video essays. Also, make sure you support the host. It was a wonderful weekend. I thank the people from last week who contributed to the Bud Light Fund. One of the reasons I like Bud Light is it's made with rice somehow or another. I don't know if that's common, but it gives it kind of a crisp taste. Also make sure that you support our executive producer, the lady who brought me as a weapon to inflict on all these black conservative Trump voters. I think she did it as a backhanded way of taming you folks. She hired me to come and level set you black conservatives. And level set I will.
Man.
So make sure you reward her for that level set. She cares about y'all a great deal. So
don't be afraid to cash app Stanley, even if it's just a little change. He'll appreciate it. And
that's right. Send me that FU Stanley money.
And don't forget to hit the like button, lurkers.
Oh yeah,
we see you lurkers out there. And at least you
hit the like button. I suspect I get a lot of I get a lot of don't likes. I'm not sure. Let's see. Do I? Yeah, I think I can see the don't likes. But anyway,
when we disagree, Stanley, and like you piss me off sometimes, I still hit the like button just because, you know.
Well, that's very nice of you.
I'd never thumb you down, Stanley.
Let's see. What does he say? Stanley, you're delusional. Yeah, I'm delusional with joy, Tyrone. Now here is the icing on the cake. Trump administration in talks with Qatar over plane gift. I'm just like
it's not really a gift to him though, Stanley. It's a gift to the United States, and only Congress can approve that gift.
So Trump administration in talks with Qatar over plane gift. Who's going to be using the plane, and who will be using it after Trump is out of office? Can you tell me?
I heard it might go to the towards the Trump presidential library.
Right.
When
And
he's gone.
who's gonna be using that plane? Who is it gonna benefit?
Well, he's already got an
Okay, can
airplane.
you just
Don't
no.
really need that one.
Can you well, let me make it easier for you. Will Trump
Okay.
be the main beneficiary of this gift if it happens? Or
I don't
will
think so.
you don't think Trump is gonna use that plane at all?
We might use it to fly in some Mexicans to help build his library.
All I have to say, and I know it hurts your soul, but Trump, this is why people like Trump should not be elected to office. This is all me. This is me, and Trump is really an embarrassment, quite frankly.
Think so?
So, oh no. I don't think so. I know so. So let's play this this story here.
This news story was written by Karen DeYoung, Natalie Allison, and Mariana Alfaro. Trump administration in talks with Qatar over plane gift. A deal has not been reached, but ethics experts say such a gift would violate the Constitution. Qatar is discussing donating an aircraft to the U.S. government for President Donald Trump to use temporarily, but no final agreement has been reached, according to Qatar's media attaché to the United States. The subject remains in talks between lawyers at the U.S. Defense Department and Qatar's defense ministry. While the deal is not final, ethics experts are raising concerns about the possible donation from a foreign government, which they say would be unconstitutional, violating the Emoluments Clause, which forbids U.S. officials from accepting gifts or other things of value from foreign officials without congressional approval. Trump appeared to confirm the discussions in a social media post Sunday evening, criticizing those who say that Washington should pay for the plane. He said the Pentagon would be receiving the 747 aircraft free of charge to use temporarily as an Air Force One plane. On Sunday, ABC News reported that the Trump administration is preparing to accept the plane from the royal family of Qatar. Per ABC News, Trump would be able to use the jet as his new Air Force One plane until shortly before the end of his second term, at which point it would be transferred to the foundation handling the Trump Presidential Library. The president is scheduled to visit Qatar this week during a trip to the Middle East, when he will also go to Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates. On Sunday, Ali Al-Ansari, Qatar's media attaché to the United States, said in a statement to the Washington Post that reports that a jet is being gifted by Qatar to the U.S. government are inaccurate. The possible transfer of an aircraft for temporary use as Air Force One is currently under consideration between Qatar's Ministry of Defense and the U.S. Department of Defense, but the matter remains under review by the respective legal departments, and no decision has been made, Al-Ansari said. Spokespeople for the White House did not immediately respond to requests for comment. Trump has long complained about the status of the current Air Force One and has criticized Boeing over a contract to build 2 new Air Force One planes that he said is now running late. In February, Trump told reporters that he is not happy with Boeing. "We gave that contract out a long time ago as a fixed-price contract, and I'm not happy with the fact that it's taking so long, and we may do something else," he said at the time. "We may go and buy a plane or get a plane or something." The Qatari plane is believed to be 13 years old, while the 2 existing Air Force One aircraft first flew more than 3 decades ago and have long been planned for an upgrade. In February, Trump toured a Boeing 747-8 KB at Palm Beach International Airport, looking around the plane for more than an hour on a Saturday morning, while spending the weekend at his Mar-a-Lago home. Records showed that the plane, which featured the tail number P4HBJ, was initially operated by Qatar Emiri but was most recently operated by Global Jet. Stephen Chung, a spokesperson for Trump, said in a statement at the time that Trump was touring the Boeing plane to check out the new hardware technology. This highlights the project's failure to deliver a new Air Force One on time as promised, as they are already 5 years late, Chung said. Attorney General Pam Bondi and Trump's top White House lawyer David Warrington drafted an analysis that concluded the donation of the aircraft would be legally permissible as long as its ownership is transferred to Trump's presidential library before the end of his term, ABC News reported Sunday. But those assurances did little to diminish concerns raised by ethics experts, who warned that accepting the plane would obfuscate laws governing what, if anything, government actors can receive from foreign governments, and would set a dangerous precedent. Former U.S. Ambassador Norm Eisen, executive chair of the Democracy Defenders Fund, who was the chief White House ethics lawyer from 2009 to 2011, and who administered the Foreign Emoluments Clause, said he would never have allowed a transfer like the one being discussed, given the ethics questions it raises over Trump's connection to the Qatari royal family. It's so plain what's going on here. They want to put a $400 million aircraft in the hands of Trump to scratch his itch, he said. Eisen emphasized that this would probably be the largest gift given to a U.S. president by a foreign government in modern history. This rule that presidents cannot take the equivalent of $400 million in cash from a foreign government was so important that it's the only ethics and conflicts rule that was put directly in the Constitution by the founders and the framers, Eisen said, referencing the Emoluments Clause. Bondi had previously been registered to lobby on behalf of the Qatari government for several years, including during the first Trump administration, according to the Open Secrets database. Jordan Libowitz, Vice President of Communications for Citizens for Responsibility and Ethics in Washington, a government watchdog, said the Emoluments Clause makes it pretty clear that you can't accept a present from a king, prince, or foreign state. Traditionally, Libowitz explained, when the government receives a gift from a foreign entity that is worth more than a few $100s, the gift is given to the National Archives. This does not appear to be the case with the plane, Libowitz said. It sure seems that this is a present, he said. By any definition, it's for Trump to use in office and then reportedly for him to use after he leaves office. So it's hard to believe that this is something being handed off to the government. Libowitz added that the gift raises ethics concerns because Trump and his family do business with Qatar. He's going over to the Gulf states, going to meet the head of the Qatari government, Libowitz said. So it just raises this larger question of, is he taking action in the best interest of the American people or his company? Andrew Jong contributed to this report.
Well, I personally think that, the lawyers will be able to get around the Emoluments Clause. I don't see why they couldn't. This is what we have on the Emoluments Clause. What is the Emoluments Clause? Does it apply to President Trump? So it says on Monday morning, a liberal watchdog group filed a lawsuit against President Trump alleging he'd violated a previously obscure provision in the Constitution, the Emoluments Clause. I don't agree that it's obscure. Everybody knows about it. The watchdog group, Citizens for Responsibility and Ethics in Washington, said that the clause prohibits Trump-owned businesses from accepting payments from foreign governments. I think the businesses are in a trust now. I'm not sure that this lawsuit's even going to go through. Trump's not personally owning the businesses. It's all in a trust. They asked a court to stop Trump's businesses from taking them now. This cannot be allowed, the group wrote in its legal document. Trump called the case totally without merit during an event at the White House on Monday. Even if this case runs aground in court, there could be others. In fact, one of the parties best positioned to sue Trump might be the D.C. government. If D.C. officials decided it was worth the risk to sue the president. Below are 4 questions about the Emoluments Clause and what it might mean for President Trump. Number 1, what exactly is the Emoluments Clause? It is 49 words in Article 1 of the Constitution. No title of nobility shall be granted by the United States, and no person holding any office of profit or trust under them shall, without the consent of Congress, accept any president, emolument, office, or title of any kind whatever from any king, prince, or foreign state.
Does that
I
include
wonder how much.
Pelosi?
I'm sorry, what?
Does that include Pelosi insider trading? How she went into Congress worth like a few $1,000s and now she's worth millions. So can we include that? Like all this
12th man,
insider
12th
trading
man,
shit
12th
with
man,
Democrats?
12th man.
If we're gonna
Hello,
start prosecuting
hello,
people for being in
hello.
government, Stanley.
Okay, you asked if we can include that. Is that your question?
Right. Insider trading.
No, we
Get
can't
rid
we
of it?
can't include it. Now, to
Why
continue
not?
with this, because
'Cause
I
it
don't want to.
benefits
Whoa.
Democrats.
You can go to another panel and include it. You're not going to on this one. So the answer is no. In this instance, the words that matter most are the ones we have placed in italics. According to legal scholars, these words were added out of a concern from the 1700s that American ambassadors on the far side of the ocean might be corrupted by gifts from rich European powers. Benjamin Franklin, for instance, had accepted a snuff box festooned with 408 diamonds from the King of France. John Jay accepted a horse from the King of Spain. Maybe it was a Lipizzaner. After that, the emoluments clause rarely came up again. It's never been the subject of a major court case and never been taken up by the Supreme Court, leaving great uncertainty about what it means and to whom exactly it applies in the 21st century. Is President Trump violating the emoluments clause? That's uncertain. And I'll leave it at that. I don't really need to go deeper into that if they're uncertain. And let's see, 3, will the lawsuit work? Probably not. That depends on what you mean by work. Several legal experts have said they doubt a federal judge would give the watchdog group a full victory. One big question, does the watchdog group even have standing to sue Trump in the first place? I don't believe they do. They would have to prove harm, and I don't see how they would prove harm other than like some breach of trust, maybe. Would somebody else have a stronger case? Among those best positioned to raise the legal issue legally, according to experts, are business competitors who can demonstrate that they lost clients or profits to Trump firms, particularly in cases where Trump's presidency benefits his company. Top list are hotels competing for the same foreign business, hotels, Four Seasons. This really doesn't deal with the plane. All right. Well, you know what? Let's move on. I've had enough fun. Oh, no, actually, I will have a little bit more fun here. This might be beating a dead horse. In the Middle East, Trump plans to focus on business deals, not geopolitics. Well, I have a feeling he's thinking that, hey, he's sowing all this goodwill with business partners. I could imagine someone like Trump thinking he's killing two birds with one stone. Hey, Kimmy, what's up? Good morning.
Kimmy Cake, big up.
So the trip is expected to focus primarily on cementing trade ties, which presidents do all the time, on the heels of Trump Organization business deals in the region. It also showcases the blurring of Trump's private business ventures with foreign policy. Look, I'm not going to even bother with this story because it is a bit of beating a dead horse. My parting shot on this is why businessmen don't make good presidents, and I was never for it to begin with. The country's not a business. We do not want a businessman president mixing up foreign affairs with his business dealings. You know, there's an old saying, you know, don't dip your pen in the company ink. Not quite talking about business deals.
What does
However,
that mean, Stanley?
this is pretty
Don't
much
dip
on
your
this.
pen in the company ink.
Well, basically, don't get your
where do you
romantic.
get that from?
Well, basically, it doesn't. It basically means don't get your romantic or sex life mixed up with, you know, your work, your job, your business, and
Right.
that's
That
kind of
makes sense.
what.
Hmm.
I would think that
Something from
plain.
you
I would
today,
think that.
Stanley.
I would think that plain, if nothing else, would be some sort of security risk.
Yeah, I was thinking about that, Stanley.
But we'll see how it turns out. You know.
Like,
So
I
we're gonna
wouldn't
move.
want to fly. If I was president, I wouldn't want to fly around in a foreign jet. Sorry.
Well, it's not a foreign jet. It's an American-built jet. It's just given to us by Qatar.
Yeah, no telling what they might have put in there. Like, that plane would have to be stripped down to the bare bones and
I'm sure the
rebuilt,
Defense Department.
basically, to
I'm sure
make
the
sure
defense.
there's no bugs in there and all that shit.
I'm sure the Defense Department knows how to convert a plane. I still think that it's a security risk, but that's Trump's
Yeah,
problem. What's up,
I
Deacon
agree,
Dave?
Stanley.
So we're going to move on to India, Pakistan. One thing that I've noticed that, and I don't know
Didn't they
whether
got a
it's,
ceasefire right now, Stanley?
I don't know whether it's something that Trump has just started doing, or whether it's something something I subscribed to, and it had been happening all along. But the White House is actually, or the government is actually sending. Of course, this might have come from the White House. Let's see. No, it's state.gov. I'm getting these little alerts from different departments about stuff that the cabinet's doing. And apparently, this reads Secretary Rubio's call with Indian External Affairs Minister Jaishankar. And I was hoping maybe it had like a tape. I'm sorry, it would have like a recording or something. It doesn't seem to, but it does have a little blurb here. Basically says that Secretary of State Marco Rubio spoke with the Indian External Affairs Minister, Subramaniam Jankashar. My God. Secretary Rubio emphasized that
I know
both sides
they got
need to.
long fucking names.
Hey, dude, I'm
sometimes,
not going to
Stanley.
be able. I'm not going to be able to deal with this while I'm reading. Okay.
Okay, sorry, Stanley.
Secretary Rubio emphasized that both sides need to identify methods to de-escalate and reestablish direct communication to avoid miscalculation. You remember both India and Pakistan have nukes.
Pakistan.
He further proposed U.S. support in facilitating productive discussions to avert future disputes. To be honest with you, I don't know why the United States, maybe it's because of nukes or something, but I'd much rather Britain deal with this.
Well, you know, Pakistan and India, they've been going at it for each other for decades. So
Okay,
this
they've been
isn't
going.
nothing new.
They've been going at it ever since independence, when Britain basically, you know, granted both Pakistan and India their independence. Back in the British Raj days, both were combined. So it says here, India and Pakistan agree to ceasefire, but clashes persist.
Yeah.
Now, this story is from yesterday. The truce came after several days of the country's most expansive fighting in decades. One Indian official said the country would deal strongly with any violations. Let's see. Let's play this video.
Well, at least they knocked it off for a minute. God damn.
Is a breach of the understanding arrived at earlier today. The armed forces are giving a response to these violations, and we take very, very serious notice of these violations. We call upon Pakistan to take appropriate steps to address these violations and deal with the situation with seriousness and responsibility. For the last few hours, there have been repeated violations of the understanding arrived at earlier this evening between the Directors General of Military Operations of India and Pakistan. This is a breach of the understanding arrived at earlier today. The armed forces are giving an adequate and appropriate response to these violations, and we take very, very serious notice of these violations. We call upon Pakistan. Look there. Whoa. Look there. Whoa.
Poor dogs out there. Like dogs don't have nothing to do with it. They use those poor helpless creatures like that. Now that looks like nice. I wouldn't mind visiting that place. Blue water forever.
Dude, all right. Smoke rising after an explosion in India-controlled part of Kashmir. Damage to a house. This is in Pakistan, in the Pakistan-controlled part of Kashmir. Ooh. Students participating in a drill at a school on Saturday.
War drill, Stanley?
It's what?
What? A war drill, like, remember when we were little kids and they'd do those tornado drills and we had to get under our desk and shit like that? Is that what they're talking about?
All right. Well, let's move on to this. This is Trump says India and Pakistan have agreed to a full and immediate ceasefire brokered by the U.S. Following several weeks of intense clashes along the disputed Kashmir border, India and Pakistan announced on Saturday that they would halt hostilities with a comprehensive and prompt ceasefire. The ceasefire came after a tourist massacre on April 22nd that killed 26 civilians, triggering weeks of missile strikes and retaliations between the nuclear-armed neighbors. The U.S. mediated talks involving Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Vice President J.D. Vance, well, his wife is Indian, who urged both sides to de-escalate and resume direct communication to avoid miscalculation. President Donald Trump shared on his Truth Social platform that India and Pakistan have reached an agreement to implement a complete ceasefire without delay, praising the leaders of both nations. While both countries confirmed the ceasefire, reports of violations soon after raise uncertainty about its durability amid continued regional tensions. So, President Trump,
Stanley, may I interrupt for a minute?
Sure,
You know
12th man.
You know who else is Indian, right? Tulsi Gabbard. She's half Indian too. So we have a lot of Indians in our own government. Just saying.
New Jersey mayor. Next up, New Jersey mayor arrested at ICE detention center, where his where he was protesting. Prosecutor says on May 9th, Raz Baraka, the mayor of Newark, was taken into custody during a demonstration at the Delaney Hall ICE detention center in the city, where he had been protesting its recent opening. The arrest followed Baraka's attempt to enter the facility despite multiple warnings and after being denied entry to join a congressional delegation's tour. Baraka and the other officials opposed Delaney Hall, run by GEO Group, under a $1 billion 15-year contract with ICE. The facility opened May 1 with 1,000 beds. Interim U.S. Attorney Alina Habba stated Baraka committed trespass and ignored Homeland Security warnings, while DHS accused congressional members of breaking into the facility and endangering safety. Oh, wow.
Can I break it down, Stanley?
No, please don't. The arrest highlights jurisdiction. Okay, dude. The arrest highlights jurisdictional conflicts between local officials, federal agencies over oversight, permits, and transparency concerning privately run immigration detention centers. If I recall, he's actually been released. I don't know that they filed any charges.
Oh yeah, he's been released on a no bond, Stanley, and
right. Well, nothing's gonna unless I mean something might come of it in federal court, but
and then
Congress
people
they would be a
they would be a
fool to take this, towards a prosecution. Okay, 12th man, 12th man. It might be better if you just go back and listen from the chat. This isn't an open panel.
I've already explored this whole story. I covered it very extensively.
Good. So allow me to do the same, please. So next story is going to be Trump administration looking at suspending habeas corpus. Stephen Miller says this is a big deal because if you suspend habeas corpus, I don't know that you can just suspend it for deportations. If you suspend it, I'm assuming you suspend it for everybody. You do not want this happening, without specific reasons. So this is concerning. Probably more concerning than any story I've covered so far tonight or today. Stephen Miller said on Friday that the Trump administration is actively considering, suspending habeas corpus amid immigration enforcement challenges. That way, they don't have to do due process. This consideration follows the administration's frustration over federal judges blocking deportations and limiting immigration enforcement efforts. Suspending habeas corpus would remove a key legal safeguard allowing detained immigrants to challenge their detention, representing a significant shift in executive and judicial power. Miller explained that the constitutional right allowing individuals to challenge unlawful detention could be temporarily halted during an invasion, connecting this legal possibility to the administration's immigration policies. Legal experts warn that such a suspension would likely face stiff challenges and could set broad precedents, while it remains unclear whether the administration will pursue this step. That would be I would consider that a possible beginning of the end. Okay, if you can suspend habeas corpus over a fake emergency, then this is very concerning, because you can do it. You can do it. You could do it for anything you deem emergency, including like protests, and stuff like that. Hey, Helen, how you doing?
Helen Haynes, my favorite.
Global competition is real, and our ability to maintain and elevate our standard of living comes down to business, economics, and education. No idea what that means, Kimmy. Not sure why. Global competition for. I'm not even sure why that's coming up. I don't recall having a problem with global competition.
Well, skip from one topic to the next.
Yeah, we move quick on this panel. Slowpokes can go back to the chat, and they can, where they're free to rewind and re-listen.
Well, why are black folks sticking up for immigrants instead of Americans?
I'm sorry, say what?
Why are black folks going out to these detention
Let me go ahead. Let me go
Yeah.
ahead and say, okay, you mean black folks in general?
Yeah, they're going out there and sticking
Okay,
up
so
for
you
illegal
mean
instead of
motherfucker, you better
foundation of
shut
black
the fuck up
Americans.
right now, because you're about to piss me off. So you mean all black people are defending immigrants?
No, the Congress people. They're more worried about illegal immigrants than they are black folks. They're out
12th
there
man, 12th
getting
man,
arrested,
12th man.
doing all this shit for Trinidad, Wawa, and all those motherfuckers, but they're not
Okay,
sticking up
well, let
for
me
black Americans.
respond to that right quick. I think you sound like a drunken racist.
Whatever. Oh, so I'm a racist because
Yes, I
stick
think
up for
I
black
have
Americans
stated
instead
I
of
have
all these
stated
illegal immigrant
I have
cocksuckers.
I have stated it several times before, my opinion. Okay. I literally say it and I mean it. You sound like a drunken racist. Take it for what it's worth. I'm not here to debate whether you're a fucking racist or not.
Well, okay. So call me
So,
racist,
next
whatever.
story.
But why are
Well,
you
actually, it's
black Congress
okay,
people
dude. I don't
sticking up
know.
for illegal immigrants over black Americans? Why are they doing
I
that?
basically think that your point of view, your analysis is warped by either your drunken state or your racist point of view. I don't know which. Maybe it's both.
Well, I'm asking you about your black Congress people, Stanley. Why
I don't
the
have a
ICE
black.
facilities
I don't have
trying
a
to
mother.
break in an
Dude,
ICE facility over
my
some
con,
illegal immigrant
my
motherfuckers over black
represent.
Americans.
Okay, motherfucker, the day that I need a drunk racist bottom feeder to tell me about who's representing me as a black man is the
Yeah.
day
Are they representing you,
dude, I'm gonna
Stanley?
kick your racist ass off this panel is what's gonna happen if you can't shut it. Don't you dare come to me and tell me about how to be black, about black affairs, or anything black at this point, because
Okay.
I don't give a fuck about your opinion. I don't have a black congressman. My congressman is not black. I have one black
A
senator.
lot
I
of
have
them
not,
are, though.
motherfucker, you will goddamn it shut up while I'm talking. Okay, maybe you're not smart enough to figure out that I don't give a shit about your opinion about anything black in this country. You have your own problems. Don't take on problems you don't have control over any of it. Okay, and motherfucker, you're not smart enough to fuck with me and question my politics. And if you're gonna do it motherfucking sober. This is your final warning, sir. You done pissed me off. Apparently, you've been trying all morning to do it. Mission accomplished.
No.
Motherfucker, you
I'm just
might as
trying
well
to have
you
an
might as
honest
well you might as
conversation.
well take your drunk ass back to the chat before I just kick you off. You can't seem to control yourself. Yeah, Tyrone, and I'm treating him like a motherfucking grown man. All right, well, let's move on. This is an opinion piece on the habeas corpus thing that I just did. And by the way, while I'm thinking of it, you know what, Tyrone, you should know this as well. That's right, motherfucker. I'm an arrogant prick. Okay, if you don't like it, don't come up to the panel. You sure as shit don't come up to the panel, because you know what you're gonna get if you want to come up here and jump froggy. Okay, I will shut the bullshit down. You know this. 12th man, you know this. Tyrone, you know this. What the fuck did you expect? Tolerance?
Let Tyrone up, Stanley. Come on now.
Tyrone's not trying to come up.
Maybe the link's not in that chat, but it's on the.
No, it's
don't
not in the
forget
chat.
to-
Okay, it's not in the chat because Portia didn't put it there. Dude, I'm trying to get through these news stories. If you think I'm gonna go back and forth this morning with two drunk folks, you got it wrong.
Well, Tyrone
It
must
helps.
not
It would
subscribe to
help. It would help
Stanley
if I would.
Cross.
Okay, motherfucker, you are just gonna keep over talking me, aren't you?
No, sir. I'm just gonna ask Tyrone to subscribe to
Fucking
the
type it in the
Stanley
chat.
Cross.
Why do you have to do it verbally? Don't you have a keyboard?
I can post links in the chat.
Well, then
I'm
maybe
not a
what you need.
moderator like you.
Okay, dude, then post it in the back. All right. So this opinion piece, it's called Behind Miller's Threat to Suspend Habeas Corpus is the Fact That They're Losing. I agree with this. Those annoying federal judges are really getting to Stephen Miller. You can see it in his face on Friday outside the White House and hear the frustration and outright indignation in his words. Miller, the deputy chief of staff and principal architect of President Trump's immigration policy, has had no luck convincing the courts that the government can deport immigrants at will without hearings, and so he threatened to take a further step if what he called radical rogue judges don't start falling in line. That's an option we're actively looking at, he said, when asked whether Trump would suspend the privilege of habeas corpus, the fundamental right of a person to challenge his or her detention in court. It's not a privilege, it's a right, which is explicitly granted in the Constitution for undocumented immigrants. Interesting. But a lot of it, he said, depends on whether the courts do the right thing or not. And the right thing is what Miller wants. The right thing to Miller means finally accepting one of the administration's contrived legal justifications for depriving immigrants of the right to a deportation hearing. The government has tried to claim that it can detain and deport non-citizens who may undermine U.S. foreign policy by criticizing Israel and supporting Palestinians. That didn't work. On Wednesday, a 3-judge panel of the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Second Circuit said the government could not move a foreign student at Tufts from one detention center to another in a way that deprived her of a lawyer or a hearing, a concept that judges describe as an extraordinary proposition. The student, Rumesa Ozturk, was released on bail on Friday by another federal judge after 6 weeks in detention. Damn, bail. Like she committed a crime? The government tried to claim this girl did not commit a crime. She was here legally on a student visa. So why pay bail is beyond me. The government tried to claim that because the United States is under invasion by Venezuela, it could summarily deport Venezuelans under the Alien Enemies Act, a 1798 statute. That didn't work either. Several federal judges have rejected that ludicrous notion, including one appointed by Trump during his first term. Miller has also maintained that only citizens are entitled to due process rights, not an illegal alien facing deportation. That's wrong. But even the most conservative justices on the Supreme Court agreed last month that the Fifth Amendment entitles aliens to the due process of law in the context of removal proceedings. So now the White House is threatening the legal system with a full-blown suspension of habeas corpus, which has happened only 4 times in cases of actual war or violent insurrection. Do Trump and Miller really think they can persuade the courts that undocumented immigrants pose a similar threat to public safety? Even the rigorously conservative Justice Antonin Scalia wrote in 2004 that the drastic step of suspending habeas corpus is a question for Congress and cannot be decided by a unilateral whim of the executive branch. Scalia's acolytes on the court seem likely to agree with this time-honored principle. Miller and Trump may be desperate to deport 1 million immigrants this year, and they are nowhere near that number, but the federal courts are going to insist follow the law to do so. Excellent, excellent. That's why the judicial branch is my favorite branch. All right.
That's what the Democrats are using to deport illegal immigrants. They're using the court system, and that goes back to what FBA network we're talking about. The Democrats, they'd rather stick up for illegal immigrants than Black Americans or trying to get reparations or any of that. They're sticking by these illegal immigrant motherfuckers. They don't give a shit about Black foundational Black Americans or nothing like that. They really don't, Stanley.
So, Kim,
they're sticking up for illegal immigrants.
So, Kim, referring to your comment about Trump being a businessman. Oh, no, I don't think businessmen should be. I mean, I don't have a problem with them being president. They should not run the country like a business. That's actually what I was referring to. The country is not a business. The president should not be conducting his own business on government time. And the president is pretty much on government time 24 hours a day. You know, maybe you could excuse being on vacation, but president is pretty much a 24/7, 365 job, and you shouldn't be conducting personal business. And then I wanted to, speaking of personal business in the White House, I'm sure many of you probably know who, what's her name? I'll think of her name in just a minute. George Washington literally, Ona Judge was a slave of George Washington. And I won't go into, kind of like the details, but she basically ran away while they were in, I think, Philadelphia. So he literally conducted a slave he was literally trying to catch runaway slaves from from the presidential desk. So, I kind of look down on presidents conducting their presidential, their personal business, while they're supposed to be being, doing the people's business. No, Brooklyn. There's nothing about stupidity that either party should accept, and definitely not me. Treating the country, running the country like a business is just pure stupidity. Countries are not businesses.
Well, I think everything's been taken
No,
over
I
by
don't think.
corporatocracy.
Okay, dude, I can't even hear myself think. You just randomly jump in.
I just wanted to make
Okay,
a
I don't know.
comment,
Maybe does
Stanley.
alcohol
Damn.
dull social cues? You also made those comments as you were on the topic in reference to your comment about our president being a businessman having no value to the people. No, nothing. His business experience generally has no value to the people. Now that might be a little bit of a stretch and it is debatable, but I don't think there's anything about a business. Dude, Kim, running an economy is different than running a business. The two are not the same thing. Okay, economics is a system, a business is a business. And so, no, I don't think a businessman running an economy brings any special skills that benefit the people. So, that's my thing. And Paul Krugman wrote, really, the reason I started even thinking about it was something that Paul Krugman wrote like 25 years ago, maybe 30 years ago, in the Harvard Business Journal. So, I have a reason for thinking that, and Paul Krugman put me up to it. He's a Nobel Prize winning economist. When it comes to global competition and marinating or elevating our standard of living, no, countries are never businesses, Kim. Countries run economies. Economies are not businesses. That's not something I'll even entertain. I think you can understand my point. That's why you listed them as separate words. Business. No. I list them as separate words because they are separate things. That's why you listed them as separate words. Business, economics, education. Okay, this part I don't understand, Kim. Countries, let me just make it easy. Countries should not be run as businesses. Businessmen bring no special skills other than maybe running a large organization, but anybody can do that. I mean, running a large organization, if you're an admiral, you run a large organization. So businessmen don't bring any particular skills to the job of president that I can think of. And standard of living has nothing to do with business. Not in the way that I think you mean. No, J-Dub, Kim is not coming in hot. I am agreeing with you that they are different. No, I don't think they work together in tandem behind the Resolute desk. Businesses exist in an economy, so they're related, of course, but running a business is not like running an economy. Economy structure is based on wrong. Nope. Bandit doesn't even make sense. Economy structure is based on a business model of someone that business model ruling a country. Oh my Lord. I don't even know where to go with that one.
So Stanley, you're basically...
No, I disagree, Tyrone Sly. Countries are nothing like big businesses. There. Wait, hold it. I'm not going to debate this. I'm right. At least if I'm not right, I have a Nobel Prize economist, who I'm basing this on. I don't know
That
what there
doesn't
is to
mean
debate.
anything. Nobel. Fuck Nobel.
All right, so let's see. Donald Trump says, "Oh, this is a good one." Donald Trump says he will sign executive order to slash prices of prescription drugs in U.S. This is a good thing. President Trump announced that he will sign an executive order to reduce prescription drug prices for Americans by 30 to 80%. Not sure how he's going to do that. I have an idea, but he won't be able to mandate it via an executive order. I'll be signing one of the most consequential executive orders in our country's history. Actually, no, you won't. The new policy will establish a most favored nations policy. Okay, he can't. Most favored nations policy for drug pricing. It is unclear what specific drugs or payments the new directive will affect. Yeah, this is just a show pony. All he's doing is just saying, hey, if you give us good, we'll give you a good trade deal if you give us good drug prices. So he's not mandating a reduce, he's not ordering a mandate like you shall reduce prices. So that's a little misleading. Oh, let's see. What else do we have here? Oh, this is a good one.
Stanley, what would Kamala have done better?
Who cares? She's not president. I'm not gonna play that. I'm not gonna play that hypothetical sort of deal. Who knows what she would have done better. So, okay, dude, you're being drunk. You're being drunk and disorderly. Don't get put into YouTube jail. Oh, I'll just kick you off the panel. That's is good.
I'm the only one
This was an interesting story. Trump used pencils to sell tariffs. This factory in Pencil City is split. Such an odd title. Got to listen to it. This is at Musgrave Pencil Company in Shelbyville, Tennessee. Politics rarely came up before this year. President Donald Trump's tariffs policies have changed that. So
get your pencils while you can. I use
This
a
news
Sharpie
story was
like
written
Trump.
by Emily Davies. Trump used pencils to sell tariffs. This factory in Pencil City is split. At Musgrave Pencil Company in Shelbyville, Tennessee, politics rarely came up before this year. President Donald Trump's tariff policies have changed that. Shelbyville, Tennessee. Inside one of the nation's last surviving pencil manufacturers, Jason Glines heaved slats of wood imported from China through a cutting machine. He watched as blades grooved the poplar, among the first steps in an assembly line that until last month felt American enough. Before this year, politics rarely came up on the production floor at Musgrave Pencil Company, located in a town once known as Pencil City. President Donald Trump's tariff policies have changed that. With orders down and grocery prices up, some employees quietly worry the president's trade war will hurt their jobs, which have grown dependent on a global supply chain stymied by the tariffs. Others, including Glines, talk openly about how Trump makes sense when he talks about winning, especially against other countries. Glines, 46, with calloused hands and wearing a graphite-stained tank top, chatted with his colleagues about tariffs during a 15-minute break last week in the factory parking lot. "Nothing says USA anymore," he said. "It's all made everywhere else. We need to make things local," replied Jesse Farrar, 35, who transports finished pencils to the shipping department. "Go back to the way things used to be." Inside, Crystal Hammock, 56, offered colleagues a different view as she organized pencils into packages of 3. "We are not too sure about making America great this way," she said. Yvonne Garcia, 52, nodded, pressing labels onto boxes of scented pencils. "I've been working here 22 years, and I've never seen a year like this," she said. "Everything is very, very bad." Trump's tariffs were meant to help U.S. manufacturers like Musgrave, but the pressure to drive down costs has made the company dependent on cheaper imports for raw materials. While their pencils are manufactured at a factory 5 minutes from Shelbyville's Main Street, Musgrave erasers, graphite cores, and wood come mostly from China. About 75 years ago, this Bible Belt town with access to railroads and red cedars produced the majority of wood-cased pencils in the United States. But as manufacturing got less expensive overseas, the building across from Musgrave, once home to Empire Pencil Company, turned into storage for an auto body shop. These days, at least 20% of pencils purchased domestically are reportedly made in China, though experts say the share in reality is likely far greater. Horses, whiskey, chicken, and spillover from booming Nashville 60 miles to the north now make up the economic backbone of the city, which is growing in population and wealth. The political leanings of the area have changed since the governor of Tennessee bestowed the name Pencil City on Shelbyville in the 1950s, and the vast majority of residents voted for Democrats. Last year, nearly 80% of voters opted for Trump in Bedford County, one of the most deeply Republican counties in a solidly GOP state. Residents here describe a laid-back, family-oriented community that fills every church parking lot on Sundays and wants to be left alone by the government, except for when it comes to keeping undocumented immigrants out of the country. Trump, defending the tariffs, said Americans should embrace owning fewer pencils if it meant they would eventually be made at home. "They don't need to have 250 pencils," he said in a May 4th appearance on NBC's Meet the Press. "They can have 5. The example didn't sit well even with some of Trump's closest allies. Billionaire Elon Musk, who has been outspoken about opposing the president's tariff gambit, even as he has led the effort to cut the federal bureaucracy.
You know, it is so funny how these oligarchs in populist clothing are just so dismissive with this let 'em eat cake attitude. Okay, basically he's proposing austerity measures for thee, but not for me. Dude is getting a fucking plane from a foreign government, but he's telling the rank and file people, hey, you can do without, or you won't be able to do as much. This is just so fucking just let them eat cake. That attitude stinks, and y'all are just fucking licking his toes. Man, it's almost, dude, I don't want you to rebut. If you don't like what I'm saying, you can drop down to the chat, because I'm going to say what I'm going to say.
Stanley.
I am not interested in your rebuttal. I'm literally not interested in it.
You're worried about
pencils.
Dude,
okay, I'm not worried about pencils. I'm worried about Trump's attitude, which stinks. Trump is totally dismissive of the people living down on the ground. Okay, they can have less because prices are going up. Well, hey, they don't need as much. Dude, that is so dismissive. I can't believe he's literally calling y'all deplorables. Y'all aren't even important enough. Y'all aren't even important enough for me to care that you can only buy less because the prices are going up. This is hilarious.
You might be buying less. I'm not.
This is fucking hilarious. Stanley, you read an article that said business isn't economics, so now you think you know all things relate. Well, I know more than you, Mavid. So isn't that enough? I don't know everything, but I do know I agree with the article, and I do know that I know more than you. Kiss the ring. Nah, not hardly, Kim.
Kiss Stanley's ring.
All I'm doing is trying to find all the letdown stories, aka fear mongering. Well, wait, hold it. The drug price thing, I mean, that's a move in the right direction. So I'm not every story has been negative there, Dave. Apparently I've hurt your whittle fee wings.
Hey, Stanley, did you hear about that sad story about the rubber duck museum moving to Canada because of the tariff?
No, I saw it. I saw the link you posted. Yeah, that's another example where, somebody would basically, we've got a business as inconsequential as it may be. They're upping. Okay, dude. Okay, I don't know. Maybe you have gotten the impression that I'm running this like a John Galt open panel sort of thing. I'm not.
I can't laugh, Stanley.
Quietly.
Against the law now on your panel.
Motherfucker, is the mute button not working on your phone?
Well, what do you think?
Okay,
about
so what you're saying,
what
you're saying is the golden rule doesn't apply to white people? Look at the title of the show.
I don't know what you're
do you see what
about.
Do you see what the title of the show is?
Stanley versus
do
the
you
world.
See what the title of the show is? It's called Why Racialize the Golden Rule? Apparently the golden rule doesn't apply to white people on this panel.
Whatever, man.
There's a reason I titled the show this way.
I thought we were friends, Stanley.
I did it.
God
you know
damn
what?
it.
You know what? That's even more of a reason you should follow the golden rule. Is this how you treat all your friends?
No, I'm just saying. Like, is it the end of the world of the rubber duck factory with...
Okay, dude, I literally just said that I saw... I literally just said that I saw the article. Okay, it's nothing worth me bringing it up to read it. It pretty much is saying...
Can I tell you what it is?
No, don't worry about telling me. I read it.
It's a Facebook page.
Dude, this motherfucker's just going to do what he wants to do, whether I want him to do or not. Again, the golden rule applies to white people too, 12th man. So I think we pretty much get the idea about this article. Basically, they're, like I'm saying, people on the ground are being hurt by these policies. And I think that you're just going to see more and more. I think Trump, again, I don't necessarily have a problem with what Trump is doing or what he wants to do. It's how he's doing it. His method is sloppy. His method is so sloppy, it's hurting people who would actually vote for him or did vote for him. So all you people who want to make all these excuses for him, you know what? You go right ahead and make excuses. I'm saying eventually what he's doing is going to hurt you too. If you haven't figured it out. High egg prices are really just going to be your least problem the way this is going. Yeah, let me say this, Simon. This hopefully is original. Fuck you. Fuck you, Simon Plemon, too. Hopefully that's original enough for you. So, Hamas says it will release its last American hostage. Oh, that's good news. See, Dave, this is a good news story. The announcement, which did not say when the hostage, Eden Alexander, would be set free, came as President Trump planned to visit the region. Well, maybe he's going to fly this hostage home on his new plane. So here we go. This is a very short article.
Hamas says it will release its last American hostage. This article is by Adam Razgon and Aaron Boxerman and read by an automated voice. Hamas, the Palestinian armed group, said on Sunday night that it would free Eden Alexander, the last living American citizen held captive in Gaza, just days before President Trump is expected to arrive in the region for the first major foreign tour of his second term. In a statement, Khalil al-Hayya, Hamas's lead negotiator, did not say when Mr. Alexander would be released and what, if anything, Hamas would get in exchange. But the Trump administration hoped Mr. Alexander would be released as soon as Monday, said a U.S. official who spoke on the condition of anonymity because of the sensitivity of the talks. The announcement comes at a pivotal moment for the region. Palestinians have been bracing for a huge escalation of Israel's renewed ground offensive in Gaza, while the families of Israeli hostages have expressed diminishing hope for a breakthrough to free their loved ones. Raised in Tenafly, NJ, Mr. Alexander, 21, moved to Israel to serve in the military after high school. He was at a military post on October 7, 2023, when Hamas-led militants stormed across the border in the surprise attack that ignited the war in Gaza. Alongside some 250 others, Mr. Alexander was abducted and taken to Gaza for use as a bargaining chip in future negotiations with Israel. More than 18 months later, 59 of them remain in the enclave. Dozens of them are presumed dead by the Israeli authorities, including 4 U.S. citizens. U.S. officials negotiated directly with Hamas leaders to secure Mr. Alexander's release, breaking with the traditional American boycott of the group. According to 2 Palestinians and a diplomat familiar with Hamas decision-making, all of whom spoke on the condition of anonymity due to the sensitivity of the talks.
Well, that is good news. This next story, Pentagon orders military leaders to pull library materials on diversity-related issues. Just so you know, there are a lot of like libraries on military posts, military bases, that sort of thing. There are even libraries on ships. Like, we had a ship's library. It wasn't real extensive, but if you're bored on a deployment, and you're really looking for something to do, you can go. I don't even know that you needed to check out the book. You just kind of think you just signed it out. I never borrowed one, but there was no ship's librarian. You just kind of sign out a book, I guess. But so the Pentagon basically is saying that on May 9th, 2025, the Pentagon instructed all military leaders to remove and evaluate library materials related to topics such as diversity, anti-racism, and gender by a deadline of May 21st. So free speech apparently has been ended in the military. The directive represents the most comprehensive order to date from Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth Pete Hegseth's effort to remove initiative guidelines and educational content related to diversity and equity from the military. The order, signed by Timothy Dill, directs leaders to identify and sequester materials inconsistent with the department's core mission using specified search terms like critical race theory and gender dysphoria. The memo states books should be sequestered by May 21, but does not specify whether they will be stored or destroyed. Additional guidance will be provided by that date. Similar campaigns have already removed hundreds of books from military academy libraries, and a temporary academic libraries committee will oversee the ongoing review and decisions. Yeah, this is problematic. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a lawsuit coming out over this. I have a problem with censorship on even within the military. There's certain things, like official publications. The good thing about the military is that it'll probably be complied with. The bad thing about the military is I don't agree with the government determining what you can read. And the military is a government function, so it's not like a private business. Let's see. What else? What is next? This was an odd story. British Airways pilot caused plane to catch fire after mixing up left and right. A British Airways plane aborted takeoff due to a co-pilot confusing left and right, is found by investigators. The incident, which occurred on June 28th of last year, shut down Gatwick Airport for 50 minutes, affecting traffic. Firefighting crews responded to extinguish a fire on the right-hand landing gear during the incident. The co-pilot expressed a surprise over the inadvertent thrust reduction and could not identify its cause. Oh, okay, so he set brakes on fire. Let's have a closer look at this. Pilot on the flight unintentionally pulled his left hand back on the thrust lever, but was intending to pull his right hand back on the control column. Well, let's listen to this.
Pilot sets airplane brakes on fire after confusing left, right hands, investigation finds. The co-pilot on the flight unintentionally pulled his left hand back on the thrust lever, but was intending to pull his right hand back on the control column. A fire broke out at Gatwick Airport, south of London, in June 2024, when a British Airways pilot confused his left and right hands, the Air Accidents Investigation Branch, AAIB, confirmed in their investigation report published on Thursday.
Sponsor message, then we're back. Hey Siri,
Wow.
send text to Grandma. Did you know John Ossoff passed a law?
So, just so you know, that story was from the Jerusalem Post. Once again, I'm going to kind of talk up ground news here. I would never think to look into the Jerusalem Post, let alone, read it. So, there's some publications I would never have access to. So far, I've found ground news a really good kind of alternative to the New York Times, Washington Post. And at some point, still trying to figure out. I'll probably wind up subscribing to the Washington Examiner. I thought I liked the Washington Examiner, but I'm finding it, kind of iffy. So I'll figure out something. There is one other. There is another like an independent newspaper, the Something Times, that's right wing. So maybe I'll have a look at that. If anybody has any recommendations, feel free to give them to me. I know John recommended a couple newsletters, but I'm looking more for like either a news aggregator or a newspaper that's conservative. So if anybody has any suggestions, just drop them in the chat or something like that. So next, we will move on to. Oops, you know what? I closed out the wrong one. Bet I X'd it out, didn't I? I wanted to talk about FEMA next. See, can I go back and find that story? I hope I can. Basically, last week, President Trump fired the head of FEMA, and the new head of FEMA had some words me see, can I find that story? If not, I'll just move on because it wasn't that big a deal. One sec, State Department, India, Mayor. There it is. All right. Here we go. All right. So this is from Politico. I alone will speak on behalf of FEMA, new agency chief tells staff. FEMA acting administrator David Richardson said he would make all decisions himself, potentially slowing the disbursement of disaster aid. Oh wow. He is a real Trump. So he is saying that the new head of the Federal Emergency Management Agency told staffers Friday morning that he will personally make all decisions at the agency, including those related to disaster payments, according to a former FEMA official who listened to the virtual meeting. I don't know if that will last for hours, days, or weeks, but I need to get a handle on what's going on in the agency, FEMA acting administrator David Richardson said to an all-staff meeting, according to the former official, who was granted anonymity to discuss internal communications. Richardson succeeded Cameron Hamilton, who was fired Thursday after leading the disaster agency for 3.5 months. Richardson's focus on making every decision threatens to drastically slow down FEMA operations, including the payment of disaster aid and grants to states, the former official said. Agency leaders have typically delegated such decisions. It'll slow down everything. How can everything funnel? How can everything funnel through one person? He will have to figure out who he can trust and delegate some authority, the former official told Politico's E&E News. Richardson also said Friday he would approve all news releases and added, I and I alone will speak on behalf of FEMA. At one point, he told staff, I'm not going to start out by saying I'm honored to serve. I'm here to do a job. Elements of the Friday staff meeting and some of his remarks were first reported by Reuters. He sounds like quite a guy. Look at that beard. Oh no, that's Cameron Hamilton, who was a SEAL, by the way. Now he's unemployed. And if you'll remember, Hamilton got fired because he basically went against Trump and said that the agency should not be gotten rid of before Congress. And that was enough to get him fired. All right, so let's move on. This is actually my favorite article of the day. This is Chris Murphy of Connecticut. And I'm not going to even summarize what he has to say. It is a thing of beauty, and we should all hear this.
With seriousness and respect, but your department is out of control. You are spending like you don't have a budget. You're on the verge of running out of money for the fiscal year. You are illegally refusing to spend funds that have been authorized by this Congress and appropriated by this committee. You are ignoring the immigration laws of this nation, implementing a brand new immigration system that you have invented that has little relation to the statutes that you are required, that you are commanded to follow, as spelled out in your oath of office. You are routinely violating the rights of immigrants who may not be citizens, but whether you like it or not, they have constitutional and statutory rights when they reside in the United States. Your agency acts as if laws don't matter, as if the election gave you some mandate to violate the Constitution and the laws passed by this Congress. It did not give you that mandate. You act as if your disagreement with the law, or even the public's disagreement with the law, is relevant and gives you the ability to create your own law. It does not give you that ability. Let's start with your spending. You are on track to trigger the Anti-Deficiency Act. That means you are going to spend more money than you've been allocated by Congress. This is a rare occurrence, and it is wildly illegal. Your agency will be broke by July, over 2 months before the end of the fiscal year. You may not think that Congress has provided enough money to ICE, but the Constitution and the federal law does not allow you to spend more money than you have been given or to invent money. And this obsession with spending at the border, as the chairwoman mentioned, has left the country unprotected elsewhere. The security threats to the United States are higher, not lower, than when before Trump came to office. To fund the border, you have illegally gutted spending for cybersecurity. As we speak, Russian and Chinese hackers are having a field day attacking our nation. You've withdrawn funds for disaster prevention. Storms are going to kill more people in this country because of your illegal withholding of these funds. Your myopia about the border, fueled by President Trump's prejudice against people who speak a different language, has shattered many of this country's most important defenses. I acknowledge that you don't believe that people should be able to apply for asylum, but you don't get to choose that. The White House doesn't get to choose that. The law requires you to process people who are showing up at the border and who claim asylum. Why? Because our asylum law is a bipartisan commitment, an effort to correct for our nation's unconscionable decision to deny entry to Jews to this country who were being hunted and killed by the Nazis. Our nation, Republicans and Democrats, decided, wrote it into law, that we would not repeat that horror ever again, and thus we would allow for people who were fleeing terror and torture to come here, arrive at the border, and make a case for asylum.
All right. That was a rousing speech, and it was made, I believe, to Christy Noam. Yeah, it was Christy Noam appearing before the Senate. Bravo, Senator Murphy. Bravo. Couldn't have said it better myself. So we're going to move on from Trump and kind of domestic news quickly to a little bit on the Pope. This one, and then there's an editorial. Let's see here. This is longish. If it gets repetitive, I'll stop it. But this is a fairly interesting Pope, oddly enough.
How a Quiet American Cardinal Became Pope. This article is by Jason Horowitz, Emma Bubola, Elizabeth Diaz, and Patricia Mazay, and read by an automated voice. The cardinals electing a new pope to lead the Roman Catholic Church left the Sistine Chapel exhausted and hungry. A meditation to start the conclave had dragged on and pushed their first vote deep into Wednesday evening. It had resulted in an inconclusive tally, with 3 main contenders. Keeping their vow of secrecy, they returned to Casa Santa Marta, the guest house where they were sequestered without their phones, and started talking. Over dinner, as one gluten-free cardinal picked over vegetables and others shrugged at the simple fare, they weighed their choices. Cardinal Pietro Parolin, 70, the Italian who ran the Vatican under Pope Francis, had entered the conclave as a frontrunner, but hadn't received overwhelming support during the vote. The Italians were divided, and some of the cardinals in the room had become bothered by his failure to emphasize the collaborative meetings that Francis prioritized for governing the church. Cardinal Peter Erdo of Hungary 72, backed by a coalition of conservatives that included some African supporters, had no way to build momentum in an electorate widely appointed by Francis. That left Cardinal Robert Francis Prevost, 69, a quiet American dark horse who had, surprisingly, emerged in the evening's vote as a source of particular interest. A missionary turned religious order leader, turned Peruvian bishop, turned Vatican power player, he checked many of the boxes that a broad range of cardinals hoped to fill. His seeming ability to be from 2 places at once, North and South America, pleased cardinals on 2 continents. As the prelates sounded out the Latin American cardinals who knew him well, they liked what they heard. During the dinner, Cardinal Prevost avoided any obvious politicking or machinations, cardinals said. By the next morning, he had transformed into an unsuspecting juggernaut, who ultimately left little room for rival candidacies and ideological camps. You begin to see the direction and say, "Oh my goodness, I'm not going to use my 5 days' worth of clothes," joked Cardinal Pablo Virgilio Sionco David of the Philippines. It's going to be resolved very fast. Interviews with more than a dozen cardinals, who could divulge only so much because of secrecy rules that carry the penalty of excommunication, and accounts from Vatican insiders told the story of how Cardinal Prevost became Pope Leo XIV. The swift, stunning, and taboo-smashing consensus around an American unfamiliar to many outside the Church came on Thursday among an unwieldy college of cardinals, with many new members who didn't know one another. They had different interests, languages, and priorities, but a single choice: building support. After the death of Francis on April 21st, cardinals from around the world began arriving in Rome. They joined powerful players in the Vatican who ran the Church's bureaucracy, including Cardinal Prevost, whose career Francis had boosted. Despite his intimate understanding of the Vatican, Cardinal Prevost was still among the newbies, having been a cardinal not even for 2 years. And he had questions about the conclave. He turned to one of the reported frontrunners, Cardinal Luis Antonio Gokim Tagle of the Philippines, for help. "How does this work?" the American said, according to Cardinal Tagle, who recounted the conversation. "I had experience in a conclave," Cardinal Tagle said, and he didn't. Unlike Cardinal Tagle, he also didn't have the name recognition considered necessary in an election among so many new cardinals who barely knew one another. Without a high-profile or obvious base of support, the Chicago-born Villanova graduate moved below the radar. "I didn't even know his name," Cardinal David of the Philippines said. But Cardinal Prevost was not a complete unknown. As the former leader of the Order of St. Augustine, which operates around the globe, and as the head of the Vatican office overseeing the world's bishops, he had developed powerful connections and backers. First among them had been Francis, who put his career on the fast track. And his decades in Peru, fluent Spanish, and leadership of the Pontifical Commission for Latin America gave him deep and decisive relationships on the continent. "We almost all know him. He's one of us," said Cardinal Baltazar Enrique Porras Cardozo of Venezuela, who has known him for decades. In the weeks before the conclave, the cardinals participated in a series of private meetings to discuss their concerns about the future of the Church. Unlike Francis, who made his mark with a short speech sharing his vision for the Church, several cardinals said that Cardinal Prevost's remarks did not stand out. "Like everyone else," said Cardinal Juan José Omella of Spain. Cardinal Jean-Paul Vesco of France, the Archbishop of Algiers, also could not recall what the American had said, but he got to talk to him on the sidelines of the meetings, which was important, he said, because he was increasingly being talked about as a candidate based on his incredible resume, fluent Italian, reputation as a moderate, and connection to Francis. The cardinal started asking around to people who had worked with the American to vet him, and learned that he listened and worked well in groups. "I did my job," Cardinal Vesco said. "I have to vote. I have to know the person." Cardinal Wilton Gregory of the United States also said that Cardinal Prevost had engaged, quote, "quite effectively in the smaller group discussions with cardinals." Those more intimate settings played to Cardinal Prevost's strengths, as he had gained a reputation around Rome as a studiously prepared, collegial, and organized collaborator, especially as a top Vatican department head. "I just admire the way he runs a meeting," Cardinal Blase J. Cupich of Chicago, his hometown, said. "I mean, that's hard to do when you've got people of different language groups and cultures, and you're trying to advise a pope on who should be a bishop, and you're listening to all those people." On Saturday, May 3rd, 5 days before the conclave, the cardinals drew lots and assigned key roles. With 127 of the 133 who ultimately voted in attendance, Cardinal Prevost was chosen to assist in running the daily meetings before they were sequestered and voting began. As the different factions argued in those daily meetings about the future direction of the Church, the cardinals from the Americas seemed to coalesce around him. Cardinal Timothy M. Dolan of New York, an outspoken and gregarious figure, said he tried to get to know his fellow American better at a breakfast. Cardinal Gerhard Ludwig Müller of Germany noted an electoral base that seemed to be forming, saying, quote, "It's a good number of cardinals from South America, North America." Cardinal Porras of Venezuela said that cardinals from Latin America and the United States seemed on the same page about Cardinal Prevost. "When you have friendship first," he said, "everything is easier." The more the cardinals learned about Cardinal Prevost, the more they liked, cardinals said. "Bob, this could be proposed to you." Cardinal Joseph W. Tobin of Newark, New Jersey, said he told Cardinal Prevost soon before the conclave began. Cardinal Prevost had a lot of the experience they were looking for, said Cardinal Vincent Nichols of England. He had the heart of a missionary, scholarly depth, and knowledge of the world. He had run a diocese as a bishop, which put him in close contact with parishioners, but had also worked in the Curia, the Roman bureaucracy that helps govern the church. It did not escape the cardinals, Cardinal Nichols said, that Cardinal Parolin, the Vatican's top diplomat, who was being pushed by his supporters in and out of the conclave, had deep experience only in the church bureaucracy. "We're not stupid," he said, quickly shifting fortunes. On Wednesday, after a long and solemn procession into the Sistine Chapel, the cardinals gathered at their assigned seats and took their vows. Just before 6 p.m., the doors closed for the beginning of the conclave. The meditation at the start, remarks on the gravity of the task at hand, ran about an hour, so long that Cardinal Parolin, who was running the conclave, asked them if they wanted to call it a night and delay the first vote until the next morning. "We didn't have dinner, and there were no breaks. Toilet breaks either," said Cardinal David of the Philippines, but the group decided that it wanted a vote. As voting got underway around 7:30 p.m., the delay, with no explanation to the outside world, caused a stir among the waiting crowds. It seemed perhaps that the cardinals had already picked a pope who was getting dressed to come out onto the balcony. Instead, the first vote that night amounted to what Cardinal Omella of Spain called a bit of a preliminary poll. In the first vote, there were several candidates who won significant votes. Cardinal Lazarus Yu Hyung-sik of South Korea said, according to the South Korean news agency Yonhap. Vatican insiders said that those candidates included Cardinals Parolin, Erdo, and Prevost. That's when the cardinals returned to the guest house and started discussing the strengths and weaknesses of the men. "Once we're in Santa Marta, there was talk about individual candidates," Cardinal Nichols of England said. "That's what we're supposed to do." Cardinal Müller of Germany, a prominent conservative critic of Francis whom the late Pope had fired from his position as the Church's top doctrinal official, said he talked to the Latin Americans about Cardinal Prevost and was told that he was not divisive. The climate for Cardinal Prevost seemed to be growing increasingly positive. The election was coming to him. The next morning's votes, the second and third of the conclave, made the picture clear. In the fourth vote, the ballots overwhelmingly shifted to Cardinal Prevost, Cardinal Yu of South Korea said. Cardinal Müller sat behind the American frontrunner in the Sistine Chapel and noticed that he seemed calm. Cardinal Tagle, who sat next to Cardinal Prevost, noticed him taking deep breaths as votes amassed in his favor. "I asked him, 'Do you want a candy?' and he said yes," Cardinal Tagle said. During one of the votes, Cardinal Tobin, as he held his ballot high and put it in the urn, turned and saw Cardinal Prevost, whom he had known for about 30 years. "I took a look at Bob," Cardinal Tobin of New Jersey said, and he had his head in his hands. Later in the afternoon, they voted again, then counted the ballots one by one. When Cardinal Prevost reached 89 votes, the two-thirds majority threshold needed to become pope, the room erupted in a standing ovation. "And he remained seated," Cardinal David said. "Somebody had to pull him up. We were all teary-eyed." As the counting continued and the votes for Cardinal Prevost neared triple digits, Cardinal Parolin had to ask them to sit down so they could finish. He obtained a very, very large majority of votes, Cardinal Désiré Tserhazana of Madagascar said. After his election, cardinals enthusiastically congratulated the new pope. A short and uncontentious conclave was over, and Leo XIV stepped through the crimson curtains onto the balcony of St. Peter's Basilica and the world stage. Cardinal Tagle, the one-time favorite who days earlier had been asked by the American about the rules, told him, "If there's anything you want to change about the conclave rules, it's all in your hands now." I.A. Balagtas contributed reporting from Manila, Josephine de la Bruyere from Vatican City, and Cho Sang-hun from Seoul.
Pretty interesting. I think I had a video of let me double check here. I think I had a video of the Cardinal actually giving a short well, the former Cardinal, a short clip of him actually talking about something ecclesiastical. Let's see if I can locate it. If I can't, we'll just move on. Yeah, I thought I did, but I can't find it, so it doesn't really matter. But this was actually this particular opinion piece is interesting because it's from David French, who is an evangelical, conservative evangelical who writes for the New York Times. Is pretty much not a Trump fan. And the title of it is "Trump is No Longer the Most Important American," which, just the title alone merits me listening to it.
Trump is no longer the most important American. This article is by David French and read by an automated voice. President Trump is no longer the most important American in the world. He is certainly the most powerful, at least for 3 more years, but power is only one measure of importance. On Thursday, a Chicago native and Villanova University graduate named Robert Prevost supplanted Trump. He became the first American pope, taking the name Leo XIV. And it happened at exactly the right time. I'm not Catholic. I'm an evangelical from the rural South, who grew up so isolated from Catholicism that I didn't even know any Catholics until I went to law school. But I'm deeply influenced by Catholicism, in both its ancient and its modern forms. I devoured the works of Augustine and Thomas Aquinas in college. And one of my favorite classes was about liberation theology, a left-wing, modern Catholic approach to the gospel that puts an emphasis on improving the material conditions of the poor, in part through political and economic reform. And no book has influenced my approach to abortion and human life more than Pope John Paul II's encyclical, Evangelium Vitae. It was in this study and reflection that I understood the true importance of the historical stream of Christian thought. Christianity is an ancient faith, one that has endured through rulers and regimes far more ignorant and brutal than anything we've ever confronted in the United States. All too many American evangelicals are disconnected from that history. We belong to churches that measure their existence in months or years, not centuries or millenniums. Our oldest denominations have existed for only the tiniest fraction of time compared with the Catholic Church. That lack of perspective ends up exaggerating the importance of politics. It narrows our frame of reference and elevates the temporal over the eternal. It leads to absurd declarations, such as Trump's vow this Easter, to make America more religious than it has ever been before. And when you believe the success of your religion depends on the success of any politician, it's only a matter of time before politics becomes your religion. That means that too many Christians will evaluate even the Pope through a partisan political lens. And that's exactly what happened last week, as people found the new Pope's social media feeds and began devouring his old posts. Is the new Pope MAGA? Is he woke? How does he fit into the American culture war? The headline of a story from The Federalist, a MAGA publication, said it all. Read the new Pope's far-left takes on immigration, climate, COVID, and race relations. And what is far-left about the new Pope? It turns out that he was opposed to family separation for migrants crossing the border during Trump's first term, and disagreed with Vice President J.D. Vance's interpretation of a theological idea called Ordo Amoris, which Vance had used to argue that American compassion belongs first to your fellow citizens. Leo had also expressed his sympathy after the death of George Floyd, reposting a tweet by Bishop Michael Olson that said, "I join my voice and prayers to those of my brother bishops that we might work hard to end racism in our hearts and in society. May God give comfort to the family of #George Floyd in this time of anguish. He also posted, "We need to hear more from leaders in the church to reject racism and seek justice." That's far left? It seems simply Christian to me. The new pope had also reposted a message from the Democratic Senator Chris Murphy in support of gun control in 2017, and reposted a message expressing alarm that the United States wouldn't meet its carbon emission goals, also in 2017. He expressed support for the COVID vaccine, reposting in 2021 a message that said, "May God grant us the grace to face #COVID-19 with the strength of faith, ensuring that vaccines are available for all, so that we can all get immunized." Again, these positions aren't far left, they're all quite mainstream, but if your catechism is the MAGA party platform, then the Pope's positions are very challenging indeed. At the same time, he doesn't fit well into the Democratic box, either. He is strongly pro-life, and he upholds the Church's traditional teachings on sexual morality and gender identity. Don't look for Leo to alter the Church's doctrines on abortion or marriage. So no, the Pope is neither MAGA nor woke. He's Catholic, and party platforms are irrelevant to Church doctrine. In addition, don't look to Leo to provide aid or comfort to those inside and outside the Catholic Church who seek to redeem the culture through the raw exercise of Christian power. In his first homily, he said that the Church should serve as an ark of salvation, sailing through the waters of history and a beacon that illumines the dark nights of this world. But the Pope argued, it does not accomplish this through grandeur, and here he referred to the beauty and majesty of the Church's buildings and cathedrals, but rather through the holiness of her members. It is not the Church's power or wealth, but the Church's witness that helps transform the world. In the case of Leo, the Church's witness to the world also becomes part of America's witness to the world. Millions of Americans have been lamenting that the most prominent American in the world is a person who embodies cruelty and spite. Many of us, and certainly many dissenting evangelicals, are also lamenting that Trump owes his victory to the evangelical church more than to any other group in American life. He won the votes of white evangelicals by a 65-point margin. He lost the rest of the electorate by 18 points. Trump's election, in other words, isn't just an expression of American political will. It's also an expression of American Christian will. But American Christianity does not speak with one voice. It contains multitudes. And so does Leo. He appears to be of mixed race descent. His maternal grandparents were apparently Creole from New Orleans, and he spent much of his adult life in Peru. In fact, he has such close ties to Peru that the nation celebrated his election, and its president, Dina Boluarte, declared, "The Pope is Peruvian." Oh, and he's a White Sox fan, so he has a heart for hopeless causes. He's also the living embodiment of one of America's most important and profound transformations, from a Protestant-dominated nation that was often deeply intolerant of Catholicism and Catholics, to a nation in which people of all faiths can worship freely. Leo will forge his own path, and it's important not to read too much into various tweets and social media posts. But if there is one thing we can glean from the new Pope's words and the way he has lived his life, it's that he shares Pope Francis's love for the poor and the vulnerable. He's expressing and trying to embody a religious faith that views all life as precious. The Church, Martin Luther King Jr. said, must be reminded once again that it is not to be the master or the servant of the state, but rather the conscience of the state. The Catholic Church, however, is a global church. It's not the conscience of one nation, it is the conscience of many nations. As one American steps onto the world stage as a man of malice, another American answers, leading with love and compassion. They represent two starkly different visions of American character. And, if all goes well, Leo will command the world stage long after Trump is gone from public life. I don't know what kind of Pope Leo will ultimately become, but on Thursday, I felt the cultural wind shift just a tiny bit. An American man who confounds political categories now leads the world's largest church. As a friend texted me right after the Pope's selection was announced, that shift almost feels like hope.
Very interesting indeed. So, at least so far, he seems like a fairly well-balanced individual, which will instantly make him far left to the MAGA crowd. This is somewhat related, tangentially, I guess, to that last article on the Pope. This is just basically about natalism, the recent, interest in natalism in the US. This reads, not just more babies, these Republicans want more parents at home. And I encourage that. Let's see how they're going to accomplish it. And it's got a really nice picture of J.D. Vance's family here. And if you'll recall, J.D. Vance is a fairly recent Catholic convert. And he was criticized about a misunderstanding of a Catholic, a little bit of Catholic doctrine that he got wrong. He basically tried to take, some ancient, Latin phrase and turn it into a MAGA marching order or something like that, and was soundly, contradicted by Pope Francis and the then, the then Cardinal and future Pope Leo.
Not just more babies. These Republicans want more parents at home. This article is by Caroline Kitchener and read by an automated voice. A few months before he began his 2022 Senate campaign, J.D. Vance reached out to a conservative family policy group with an idea for an opinion essay. He wanted to write about why government-subsidized daycare was bad, and why most young children do better when one parent stays home. Mr. Vance's article was published less than 2 weeks later in the Wall Street Journal, declaring, "Young children are clearly happier and healthier when they spend the day at home with a parent." As the Trump administration meets with advocates who want to reverse declining birth rates, a cause that Mr. Vance has embraced, proposals for more robust, federally funded childcare have been noticeably absent from the discussions. Instead, the White House has pursued reductions. The Department of Health and Human Services, for instance, eliminated many positions in offices that help fund daycare for low-income families, including at Head Start, part of broader cost-cutting efforts led by Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency. But while critics say it is hypocritical for the government to cut childcare support as it pushes for more babies, the conservative politicians and advocates leading the movement do not see a contradiction. They do not just want more children, but a stronger family unit, and stronger families are formed, they say, when a parent stays home. White House aides have discussed a variety of ideas in recent weeks intended to allow, and in some cases encourage, parents to spend more time at home with their children, according to 3 people who have been part of the conversations. Ideas under discussion include giving more money to families for each child they have, eliminating federal tax credits for daycare, and opening up federal lands for the construction of affordable single-family homes. If families can spend less on housing, advocates reason, then more families will be able to survive on only one income. The approach is reflected in legislation recently filed by Republicans in Congress. Senator Jim Banks of Indiana introduced a bill that would effectively pay stay-at-home parents for their labor. Other Republicans want to expand the child tax credit, an annual credit of $2,000 per child, in part by dismantling additional tax breaks reserved for working parents to use on daycare. Senator Josh Hawley of Missouri, who has proposed expanding the child tax credit to $5,000 per child, hopes the extra money would allow more parents to scale back at work. It gives them that opportunity to say, "Oh my gosh, we can actually raise our kids," Mr. Hawley said of the proposal. Mr. Vance backed a $5,000 child tax credit during the 2024 presidential campaign, an approach that has garnered bipartisan support, though most Democrats also back daycare subsidies. The effort is part of a broader social agenda being pursued by the Trump administration and its allies to promote a very specific idea of what constitutes a family, with a married mother and father who have as many children as possible, a concept that leaves out many families that do not conform to traditional structures or gender roles. Studies are inconclusive on whether children do better when they spend most days with a parent, rather than a paid professional. Results are largely dependent on the relative quality of the care the child receives at a daycare center and the care the child receives at home. Regardless, Many American families rely on two incomes to make ends meet. Almost 65% of mothers in two-parent households with at least one child under 18 work outside of the home, a number that has risen dramatically over the last 50 years. At the same time, the cost of childcare has skyrocketed, averaging over $11,000 per child a year as of 2023, with families in many major cities paying more than double that amount. Conservative politicians and advocates say that they are not pushing moms out of the workforce, but rather giving them the choice to step back from work if they want to. They point to research. According to a March Gallup survey, 60% of U.S. women say they would prefer staying at home or working part-time as opposed to full-time, compared to just 37% of men. Moreover, some conservatives say American parents have become too focused on their careers, often to the detriment of their children. White House officials say they want to give more parents the flexibility to stay at home, but are also exploring ways to roll back restrictions on childcare centers. While critics warn that deregulation could lower the quality of childcare, the White House says that approach is necessary to make childcare more affordable. President Trump believes parents know how to best raise their children, and this administration is pursuing policies that empower parents with the flexibility to make the best choices for their kids while lowering childcare costs, said Taylor Rogers, a White House spokeswoman. Mr. Vance, who has 3 young children, declined a request for comment. Mr. Vance's wife, Usha, left her job at a law firm when her husband was named to the Republican ticket last summer. A spokesman for Mr. Vance did not respond to a question about how the couple has handled childcare. Conservative advocates and politicians, when discussing the issue, generally do not specify which parent could choose to stay home with the children. But more than 80% of stay-at-home parents are women, and some advocates are open about the fact that they see benefits to a mother filling that role. We cannot get away from the fact that a child is hardwired to bond with mom, said Janet Erickson, a co-writer of Mr. Vance's 2021 essay and a fellow at the Institute for Family Studies, a conservative policy group that advocates for raising the birth rate. They know her smell, they know her heartbeat, they know her voice. I just think, why should we deny that? Leading childcare advocacy groups have criticized the proposals circulating in the White House about how to encourage women to have more babies, saying they fail to address the true costs of having children. If you're serious about birth rates, you have to start with affordability, said Reshma Sojani, the chief executive of Moms First, a national childcare advocacy organization. No medals, no PR stunts, she added, referring to proposals for raising the birth rate that have been pitched to the Trump administration. People need childcare and paid leave. Activists who want to raise the birth rate do not see subsidized childcare or better parental leave as effective ways to persuade people to have more children. They point to Northern European countries, like Norway and Finland, where birth rates have continued to fall despite some of the world's most generous government-paid leave and childcare policies. How an increase in stay-at-home parenthood would affect birth rates is less clear. There are no definitive studies on whether having more parents at home would lead to more babies. But some conservatives in Congress and the administration say their interest in these issues goes far beyond the birth rate. It's not just about increasing the total number of children, Mr. Hawley said. It is increasing the number of families, mothers and fathers, and the ability of the family to spend time together. Many conservatives draw a distinction between what they call a work-focused approach to family policy, which includes ideas like subsidized daycare and paid family leave, and a family-focused approach. A workist approach to family policy makes it easier to do more work, said Brad Wilcox, a sociologist at the University of Virginia and the co-founder of the Institute for Family Studies. But we are more about policies that make it easier for parents to invest in time with kids, and not privileging a model where both parents are working outside of the home. In addition to the current $2,000 child tax credit, the tax code includes a separate credit of up to $1,050 per child for families to use on child care, a provision that has existed for almost 50 years. That money is reserved for families in which all parents, including single parents, are working, looking for work, or in school, leaving out families in which one parent stays home. As Republicans in Congress work to pass a tax bill this month, some would like to dismantle the tax credit reserved for daycare, which they see as discriminatory towards stay-at-home parents. Representative Blake Moore of Utah has proposed a bill to eliminate that provision and give more money to all parents, regardless of what they do for childcare. I just want to give women more money in their own pockets to decide what they want to do, said Rachel Wagley, Mr. Moore's chief of staff, who helped design his bill. Our message for women is, look, having kids is a challenge, and it does take sacrifice, said Ms. Wagley, who is pregnant with her 5th child. She added, you're going to adapt to your new reality, and that could look really different than what you thought it would look like 5 years ago. The legislation from Mr. Banks, the Indiana senator, goes one step further by including a provision to pay stay-at-home parents for the care they provide. That concept, while controversial, has bipartisan roots. President Bill Clinton in 1999 proposed a tax break for both stay-at-home parents and for parents using daycare programs. Mr. Banks in a statement accused Democrats of blocking the childcare options many families prefer, like using a church-run daycare center or having a parent or grandparent care for their children. While versions of child tax credit legislation have been proposed on both sides of the aisle, many Democrats in Congress bristle at the way some Republicans frame the proposals and at their resistance to other policies that make it easier for mothers to work. I think it is bogus, said Representative Rosa DeLauro, a Connecticut Democrat who has long worked on child tax credit legislation. You want to help families? How about paid family and medical leave? An expanded child tax credit on its own also fails to address the critical daycare shortage across the country, said Emily Oster, an economist at Brown University who writes about parenting. Child care programs, which operate on an extremely thin profit margin, need government subsidies to survive and provide high-quality care, Ms. Oster said. By failing to subsidize daycare, and by just giving more cash to families, she added, we're just giving people money without thinking about the supply side. There are not enough slots, she said. Parents emphasize that even the proposals with the largest child tax credits do not come close to the amount of money needed to allow one parent to stay home. Some say they would much rather have daycare and paid family leave. It's not based in the experience of families who have to work, said Katie Holler, a 27-year-old mother from Ohio with 2 young children. It's pennies when you need dollars. Ms. Holler traveled to Washington in 2023 to push for better child care with a grassroots organization where she now works as a field organizer. She ran into one of her senators in the halls of the Capitol. If you can relieve the financial burden of childcare, Ms. Holler recalled saying to Mr. Vance, someone might be more inclined to have a baby.
Well, interesting. Not sure that I have many comments on this. I think that I'm hoping that in encouraging people to have more babies, we don't get a whole new crop of bad parents or people who just don't know how to parent. You know, just having babies isn't necessarily, a good thing. It's how the kids are raised, um, in my opinion. So I don't know if many people know this, but David Souter died last week, a former Supreme Court justice. So he was 85, and he was a fairly interesting guy. I think he was a Reagan appointee, I think. George H.W. Bush basically nominated to be a conservative, and he drifted over to the left. So unfortunately, there is not an AI reader for this, so I'll have to read it myself. Here's a long ass article. Do I really want to do it? So let's have a look at this. This is what, 44 seconds?
David Souter loved being a Supreme Court justice and hated Washington, D.C. He said, best job in the world in the worst city in the world. He didn't like the puffed up self-importance of many Washingtonians. He didn't go to dinner parties. He couldn't wait to get back to his native New Hampshire. When he retired in 2009, he just wanted to go back to a life of contemplation and reading his history books. But he discovered that his house was sinking under the weight of all of his books, and he needed to buy a new house.
Wow. That's a lot of books. So he sounds like me. If I could just do nothing but if I could just do nothing but read books, my life would be awesome. So many distractions. So I'll read at least part of this. David H. Souter, a New Hampshire Republican who was named to the Supreme Court by President George H.W. Bush, and who over 19 years over the bench became a mainstay of the court's shrinking liberal wing, died on Thursday at his home in New Hampshire. He was 85. His death was announced on Friday morning by the Supreme Court, which did not cite a cause, saying only that he had died peacefully. A shy man who never married and who much preferred an evening alone with a good book to a night in the company of Washington insiders, Justice Souter retired at the unusually young age of 69 to return to his beloved home state. His retirement at the end of the court's 2008-09 term gave President Barack Obama a Supreme Court vacancy in the opening months of his presidency. The president named Judge Sonia Sotomayor to the seat. By the end of his second year on the Supreme Court, Justice Souter had acquired the label that would stick for the remainder of his tenure. He was the justice who surprised the president who appointed him, who left conservative Republicans bitterly disappointed. That's the best way for Republicans to be. Whose migration on the bench was from right to left, led to the cry of no more Souters when another president named Bush, George W., had Supreme Court vacancies to fill. Those who expressed much surprise, who either implicitly or directly accused Justice Souter of having portrayed himself one way, turning out to be something else entirely, either failed to pay attention to his testimony before the Senate Judiciary Committee during his confirmation hearing in September 1990, or chose not to believe what they heard. Justice Souter portrayed himself as he was, a judge of basically conservative instincts who took as his role model Justice John Marshall Harlan II, a distinguished New York lawyer and an Eisenhower appointee who was often in dissent during the heyday of Supreme Court liberalism under Chief Justice Earl Warren. Justice Harlan nevertheless viewed the Constitution as a charter of ordered liberty, the meaning of which could evolve over time to encompass concepts not explicitly mentioned in the text, such as the right to privacy. Justice Souter saw the Constitution in the same light. Only in the increasingly partisan and polarized climate of the 1990s and later could an interpretive stance that was once so widely held as barely debatable come to be viewed as the hallmark of a judicial liberal. During his confirmation hearing, Justice Souter tipped his hand most directly in a colloquy with Senator Charles E. Grassley, the conservative Republican from Iowa, who asked him for his views on judicial activism and the government by the judiciary. These were code words intended to give the nominee a chance to show his conservative stripes by proclaiming a profound dislike for both concepts, but he did not take the hint. Courts must accept their own responsibility for making a just society, Justice Souter replied, to the senator's evident consternation. Elaborating, he said that both nature and constitutional responsibility abhor a vacuum, and that if there is, in fact, a profound social problem, if the Constitution speaks to that, and if the other branches of government do not deal with it, ultimately it does and must land before the bench of the judiciary. Let's see what else have we got here. The nominee also raised alarms among conservatives with his effusive praise for the man he was named to replace, Justice William J. Brennan Jr., the court's liberal leader who had abruptly retired on July 20 at the age of 84 after suffering a stroke. Justice Brennan would be remembered as one of the most fearlessly principled guardians of the American Constitution that it has ever had and will ever be, just as Souter predicted. Despite their growing qualms, Senate Republicans did their duty for President George Bush. David Souter was confirmed as the 105th Justice on October 2nd, 1990, by a vote of 90-9. All the negative votes came from Democrats. Boy, howdy. Let's see. I don't know if I want to get so much into all the early life stuff. If anybody wants the full article, just let me know. I'll drop it into the chat. I can do that. By the way, just a reminder, everyone make sure that you hit the like button, please, in both chats. Make sure you subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel if you are new. And if you are new or not new, please make sure you you share the wealth far and wide with all your friends. Support the host. Don't be shy. You can donate to the Bud Light Fund early in the week. So don't be shy about that. And make sure you support our executive producer and inflictor of me upon you, Portia J. She should be congratulated on her enlightened opinions. Please make sure you subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel at Stanley Cross 6000. That's where I do the occasional video essay. And CKJ3, I haven't seen him this morning, but he sent me a couple articles that I'll probably do a quick essay on. And I have one or two other things I may get to talk about and drop this week. One thing that I've noticed, though, these shorts don't get a whole lot of hits. So I've got to figure out how to make them more enticing. They will be boring. It's hard to be entertaining about things like whataboutism. Let's see. What else do we have? People in the bushes, hit the like. Yes, J-Dub. Hit the like. Let's see. What is next? Actually, I'm pretty much at the end of almost at the end. I got two things left that I had scheduled. So we'll be opening it up for a little bit in a few minutes. Last week, somebody made the comment that Black Americans don't really have food traditions. Pretty much all the traditions for Black people in 2025 are adopted or come from somewhere else, which to me is a food tradition. Especially if you believe the concept that kind of the cuts of meat and innards and all that stuff that the slave families didn't want to eat, were kind of left to, their slaves, and the slaves figured out a way to make these sorts of things tasty. But there are a couple things like okra that came from Africa. And certainly I would think that some of the techniques would be, would be transported over with slaves. And you'll remember that, many of the slaves, didn't even share a language, let alone, similar foodways. So anyway, it brought to mind because I was like, well, what the hell are you talking about? Black Americans have no foodways. This is a cookbook that I bought my mother years ago. It was published in 2015, so 10 years ago. And it was such a nice looking book and had some recipes, and it got a lot of fanfare that I actually bought two copies, one for me and one for my mother. And she greatly appreciated it and even did some recipes and stuff from it. So the lady who wrote the book is Tony Tipton Martin. And this thing has like a bunch of, I think it had like, she basically the book that I bought was Jubilee Recipes from 2 Centuries of African American Cooking. And it was a companion to an earlier book that she'd written called The Jemima Code, which I don't own and you probably won't wind up getting. I like cookbooks, but I don't really get to look at them much these days. Now, I inherited a bunch of my mother-in-law's cookbooks, which were mostly like Eastern European type things. And then, the regular joy of cooking, some of those traditional cookbooks. I have to find them. I guess they're in a box somewhere in that junk room of mine. So, Jubilee is the result of decades of research and the collection of almost 400 cookbooks spanning 2 centuries of Black cooking in the United States. So, I actually have, there's a whole series of videos surrounding this book that I hadn't, I may actually wind up showing some of them, but some of the recipes in here, catfish etouffee, something called Senegalese braised lamb shanks with peanut sauce, gumbo herbs. This is from Leah Chase. She's a New Orleans restaurateur. I'm not sure if she's still alive, but I think her restaurant was called Commanders. Never been there, but I've actually passed by it. Gingerbread waffles and cream, and I guess a bunch of other recipes. So thought I would bring it up. It often kind of disturbs me when people just spout shit off the top of their head and really don't know what they're really don't know what they're talking about. Yeah, Fred, I bought it for my mother and she liked it so much I bought myself a copy. So the lady, let me look up a video. She's a pretty interesting author. She might even be an academic. Let's see here, because I did have a bunch of recipes here. So I will look at maybe a recipe. The problem with these things is a lot of times they'll have music and stuff, but I'll see if I can't find something that's interesting. This is mashed turnips and carrots with rum. That sounds delicious. Now, I don't know if it's got music or not. Let's see here. Of course it does. Yeah, most recipe videos will have music. Let me see, because I really do want to play one of these. I guess I could play it silent, but oops, What did I do there? Have to get used to using a mouse again. It's just not gonna cooperate here. Let's see what's down here. Wilted mixed greens with bacon. Now we got to watch that. It's got bacon in it. We must. And those of you who don't eat pork, let me, I'm just going to do this without sound, I guess. Hate to do that, but I just want to see what's in here. So this is basically curried meat pies, which I guess are kind of a Jamaican flair sort of thing. I love, I love those. What's that? There's a name for the Jamaican hand pies. Is that what they're called? But for anyone like me who likes to cook, I can watch recipes all day, and this is actually fairly simple. Beef patties. That's right, Fred. And you can get these things at the grocery store, which I wouldn't recommend. They're just so easy to make at home. Even the pastry part of it is fairly easy. But this sort of stuff kind of makes me hungry, actually. I made fish tacos yesterday, which were delicious. Made the tortillas from scratch. What's up, Kelvin? Where you been? I'm going to drop the link if anybody wants to hit it. I'm not going to be on too much longer, but I figured I'd drop the link if anyone wants to come up and chat for a bit. What does it say? Turn the likes hamburger because he don't have no teeth. Oh, you've been in Cuba? Holy shit. How was it? I've been to Guantanamo. I've never been to the good part of Cuba. I was hoping one of these days my son and I could go to Havana or something. I guess we still could at some point. Cuba, man, and you actually went back to England? Do you have Cuban heritage, Kelvin? Or Caribbean? Yeah, this is just basically making the pastry. A lot of times to get the pastry kind of like not quite crispy, but kind of little stiff, you'll add vinegar, white vinegar. No, 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 no. I've been to Gitmo probably 3 or 4 times. However, this was back in the 90s before they started putting prisoners there. So back in the days when there were no prisoners, it was actually a pretty fun time if you could get time off the ship. But the Atlantic Surface Fleet used to go down there for something called ref tray, which is refresher training. And you go down there for a week and almost do nothing but like at sea drills. You'd be doing things like fire drills and abandoned ship drills and man overboard type drills. And then you would get scored. So, you had to pass these drills. I don't know what green flag is, J-Dub. Now, I've also been to Puerto Rico, and I've seen them bomb the shit out of is Is it Vieques? Oh, by the way, we used to do gun drills down there. You form the ships up in a line and then just sail like a couple, 2, 3, 4 miles off of Vieques Island, right off the coast of Well, the island is off the island of Puerto Rico. Yeah, we just fucking fire guns all damn day. Just you go up the coast and then you do a 180 and come back down the coast. Just having a good old time firing your big guns. Those look like mini empanadas. Or pierogies almost. Nah, pierogies. Those are more like noodles, I guess. All right. Well, enough watching recipes in silence. You all get the idea. And I have to figure out, maybe what I'll do is run some of these through the algorithm to see if this music's copyrighted. And then I'll show some later on in the week. But this is my new internet girlfriend. And I was going to show it at the beginning of the show, but I figured I'd just do it now at the end, since I'm getting near the end of our time today together. Let's see, is this right? Yeah. All right. Well, this was kind of interesting, and I'm interested to see what kind of reaction I get from the audience.
Here
Oops.
are some things that I wish that we as Black people would stop doing. Number one, I wish we would stop policing Blackness. There is no way to be a Black person. Black people talk in different dialects. Black people have different skin tones. Black people love rock music, which is kind of weird calling somebody who likes rock music white, because we invented that shit. Black people like country music. Again, something we invented in the first place. Black people like to dress emo, or just all kinds of things. There's no one way to be Black. Now, yes, there are Black people that exist who hate the fact that they're Black. However, they're never going to stop being Black. They are Black. So I wish we would free ourselves from saying, oh, you talk white, or you like white things, or you're just trying to look like a white person. Shut the fuck up. Whether or not somebody wants to be Black or not, they're always going to be Black. So Black is Black. Next thing, I want us to stop trying to avoid the conversation about mental illness. And Christians are really bad about this. They tell you you got to have faith and you can just pray it away. That's not going to work. Okay. Mental health is just as important as physical health. And if you are sitting in your living room and you have a stroke and somebody looks at you and says, pray it away, that's probably more than likely not going to end well for you. So we need to take mental health seriously, especially as Black people, because we have been through so much. We go through things just existing. So we need healthy ways to cope with that. Okay, we need to deal with our traumas so that we can live some type of level of a peaceful life. Which leads me to my next point. I wish we would just stop believing in Christianity. I wish we would stop thinking that all Black people are Christian. That is not true. There are Jewish Black people. There are Buddhist Black people. There are atheist Black people. Every Black person is not a Christian. One thing I can't stand is when people get into my comment section and they start quoting Bible verses as it relates to something that I may have said. And I'm like, dude, I'm not even Christian. Never assume that somebody believes the same as you. Also, Christianity was taught to us by white people, and they didn't teach it to us to set us free, okay? They taught it to us to keep us further enslaved. And some of you still have that mindset. You've never questioned it. You believe it because your mom taught it to you and your grandma taught it to her, and no one has questioned it or done any research. You are free to believe in whatever you want to believe. So is everybody else. The next thing is I wish we would stop equating success to material things. Over my lifetime, and really we can put this on every ethnicity, but I have seen so many people who don't have a penny to their name, but they got all the labels. They got the Gucci this and the Christian Louboutin that and all the things. They got a collection of Nike sneakers. We need to work on saving our money so that we can build better communities, so that we can help each other. If I do have labels, I wasn't paying attention to it when I bought it and I thought it was cute. I have clothes that are 7 years old that still fit, that I wear. I just want to look good. I could care less how much the shirt or the pants or the shoes were, or if it has a label that everybody can see on it. A lot of us do this because we want a certain level of status within society. We want people to look at us and think that we have money. We want people to look at us and think that we're not like other Black people. No matter how much money you have, no matter what you wear, no matter where you go, you will be Black regardless of what you think. And with that comes the poor treatment from white people and people of other ethnicities. Also, if your priorities are, I need a sneaker collection, I need a baseball cap collection, I need labels from head to toe, and you don't have any money in the bank, your priorities are off. This one is for Black women. I wish we would stop coming to everybody's aid. I really wish we would stop doing that. It's not your responsibility to save the community. It's not your responsibility to save Black men. It's not your responsibility to do anything but be Black and die and take care of your children if you have children. We will wear ourselves thin trying to save the community and be there for everybody. You're not a superhero. You have strengths, you have weaknesses, you need rest, you can get sick like anybody else. We have to start prioritizing ourselves and the people who live in our house. That's it. Because I can guarantee you, ain't nobody looking for us. Nobody's worried about us. We need to think self-preservation, okay? We need to think, how can I serve myself? How can I be the best that I can be? How can I be healthy? And when it pertains to dating, who loves and respects me? Which leads me to my next point. This also pertains to Black women. It is not, I want us to stop carrying the weight of thinking we have to uphold Black love. I hear so many women making videos where they're like, I'm either going to get a Black man or I'm going to die. And a lot of you are going to die. Oh, and I'm not saying that there aren't abusers and users in other races. I've experienced them. I know they exist. But my point is, go wherever you are loved and respected. regardless of the person's skin color. And if you're like, well, what if the guy has a racist family? You can date a black man and his family hates you just as much, if not more, and they will purposely do things to make your life difficult. I've experienced that. Go where you are loved and respected. Go where somebody will stand up for you and defend you and make boundaries to people as far as letting others disrespect you. They won't allow it. Go where you are loved.
All right. Well, that's wise words. This actually brought some interesting comments, and yeah, I just think she's cute. She's an older lady. I think she's in her like mid 40s or something. She might even be almost 50, but I don't know her. But if I ever run into her, I'll definitely shoot my shot. Simon says you think black people as such a mixed bunch of people that they'd be less racist. Do you ever think about what you write, Mavid? Bottom line is white people are pretty mixed too. Italian and Irish, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Many white people, like our current Pope, have very mixed heritage. And I think he identified as white, or his family does. So the bottom line is mixed people can be racist because the mixes are never actually recognized. You're either black or white. Okay. America is simplistic that way. And I hate, I'm just going to be blunt. You have no clue what you're talking about half the time. Your critical thinking before you actually write something as silly as that makes me shake my head. And sometimes I shake my head in disgust. So, Fred, I don't know. You can always train her. I'm not quite as down, on black women that way. And you know what? I might be able to make an exception as an old man if she'd have me. I'd probably be able to make an exception for her. Let's see what else. No, Brian Nichols, Simon is not correct. And as to your comment, you want to talk about monoliths. You would think, 90% of blacks vote Democrat and they don't vote Republican because Republicans tolerate people like Nick Fuentes and Donald Trump, for that matter. So, if 90% of black people don't like a party that, hugs their racist every election year, then we're a monolith in that way too. So this next thing, actually, I just found it. Our friend Charles posted a note this morning. Apparently, Glenn Lowry's been fired from the Manhattan Institute, which I thought I'd not live the day to see that. So we must listen to this. What on earth? So let's play this one.
And I signed on there as a senior fellow, John Pulse, a senior fellow at the Manhattan Institute. And we parted company recently at their behest, both their sponsorship of my podcast and their employment of me as a senior fellow, because of some of the public comments that I had made at my podcast and some of the people whom I have interviewed there, where the issue of the conflict in Palestine and Middle East and Gaza and Israel.
Hey, Fred, is it me or is Glenn Lowry losing weight? He looks skinnier than usual.
Has come up. And I ran afoul
Stanley, can you hear me?
Okay, dude, I'm
my
playing
friend,
the video.
Raihan Salam, who's president of the Manhattan Institute, wrote me saying that we review our scholarly relationships from time to time. This is practically a quote. for productivity. And there's no question about my productivity. I've put a dozen articles in their city journal over the last 5 years, and shared priorities. And so I assume it's that we don't share priorities. And the priorities that I assume we don't share have to do with me inviting an historian colleague of mine on the show, The Glenn Show, to talk about the post-October 7th, 2023 incursion of the IDF into Gaza, which he characterized in the same kind of language that international human rights organizations have used as being, if not genocide, then in the same ballpark and something that one needs to be concerned about from a human rights perspective. He thinks the International Criminal Court and the International Court of Justice are right to take initiatives that are holding Israeli officials to account for the prosecution of that conflict. And I had him on the show.
Now, who is he?
His name is Omer Bartov. He's a student of the Holocaust, of the Nazi extermination campaign in Eastern Europe, and has written books about that. And he's been my colleague for 20 years at Brown. I've gotten to know him, and I knew that he was engaging these questions in a controversial manner, and I wanted to hear from him, so I had him on the show.
So he's a professor at Brown.
Yeah, he's a very distinguished historian.
And I think it's fair to say he's not an anti-Semite.
He's Israeli.
Oh, okay. I just wanted this to be clear to everyone listening. So it's not like you didn't have Louis Farrakhan on the show to like call Judaism a gutter religion or something. You had an Israeli historian of the Holocaust on.
No, and there were objections coming from the staff at MI, and they asked that we not, in promoting the show, make mention of the Institute of the Manhattan Institute in connection with this particular episode. And there were other incidents. The Black American writer Ta-Nehisi Coates came out with a book called The Message, in which he describes writing about politics. And there are several chapters. One reviews his first visit to Africa and talks about his encounter with the Senegalese and the complex dynamic of an African-American thinking of himself as an African, but not really being an African.
Yes.
In Africa. Another essay describes him going to a small town in South Carolina that had banned one of his books because it's critical race theory, and finding that the people there were more complicated and interesting and malleable, that is open to discourse than he would have imagined, and sort of exposing the complexity of this moment in our cultural history of anti-racism and anti-racism. But the main bulk of the book is devoted in Coates' book, The Message, to recounting his experience as a visitor on the West Bank of Palestine. And he's appalled by what he sees, and he says so. And in conversation with John McWhorter, who is a regular conversation partner of mine at the podcast, I allowed as how I admired the book. I said it was not without its flaws, and it should be understood that I have been sharply critical of Ta-Nehisi Coates' other writings.
Oh, I remember very well.
He had a very famous essay in The Atlantic, I think 2014 or 2015, called The Case for Reparations, which I objected to and said so at length. And then he published a best-selling book called Between the World and Me, which was very widely praised and widely read. And I had deep problems with it, which I discussed at length on the podcast. So I'm generally disposed to be a conservative critic of Coates, but I admired the book. And I admired in particular the essay in which he reflected on what he saw on the West Bank. I didn't necessarily agree with all of his sensibilities and so on, but I thought it was a interesting, provocative, insightful, humane engagement with a difficult, very difficult set of issues. Well, the party line on the book, including at the Manhattan Institute, is this is unspeakable. This is the black guy who doesn't know what the F he's talking about, wandering around on the West Bank in the company of some anti-Zionist Jews and coming back and talking about it as if it were, he uses the word apartheid. Coates uses the word apartheid. He said, what I saw in the West Bank, this is the West Bank, not Gaza, was reminiscent to me of what I saw in South Africa. And I didn't like what I saw, and it's wrong. And I'm going to tell you why I think it's wrong. And I don't care what account you're giving of the history. He has read some of the history, but he's not deeply versed in the historical record of how the circumstance in Palestine has come to be what it is. But his basic point is, look, I'm telling you, what I'm seeing there is not healthy, it's not humane, and it's not right. And I had some appreciation for his courage to say so and for the artful way in which he said so. And I said so on the show.
People are the one thing that actually matter in this world. Every life is holy and sacred and beautiful. That's a fact, but it's also true that unplanned pregnancies rattle people. They can be shocking and make people very woman's ear and say, it's horrible. The knowledge, they decide,
this is something that has
baby. Life is what matters.
And
in the same restrained, non-radical way you're describing it now to me?
Yeah. I just basically said, this is something that has to be reckoned with. I said to John, my partner in conversation, who's also an African-American. He teaches at Columbia University and writes a regular piece, a newsletter for the New York Times. He took exception, and John and I went back and forth about this. But, and it came to like me saying what I actually thought about what was happening in Gaza. And what I thought was October 7th, 2023 was horrific. What Hamas did was barbaric. I'm against it. I have no grief for it whatsoever. However, what I saw proceeding in the aftermath of that was a campaign of collective punishment that was horrific in the extreme. And I didn't want to have my country having anything to do with it, and I wasn't afraid to say so. Now, I didn't say it quite that directly, but that's pretty much the burden of what it is I had to say.
So that's it? You didn't say you didn't like espouse violence or...
No. I basically took up the
Economics
cause that has animated a lot of agitation, not just on college campuses in the United States, but in public opinion throughout the world, to say, stop it. I called for a ceasefire with the release of the hostages, of course. But I said, this is not what a civilized country should be doing. And
by the way, I want to remind everybody, I did a story earlier about the last American hostage is set to be freed here any day now in conjunction with Trump heading over to the Middle East. Thought I'd remind everyone who wasn't around for that story.
And I object.
That doesn't seem, I mean, people could disagree with you for sure, but it doesn't seem like radical or crazy.
No, and and a lot of Israelis agree with me.
For sure. Well, including the one you interviewed, I guess. Your colleague at Brown.
Yeah, I mean, Omer, of course, but many.
Yeah, I know. So what happened next?
Well, next, the outfit called Air Wars, AIRWARS, Air Wars, which is a initiative to study the consequences of aerial bombardment in conflict, put out a report documenting the extensive civilian casualties that were being engendered by the bombing attacks that Israel was conducting in Gaza. And I had one of the people who was sympathetic to the report on the show to discuss the report about civilian casualties. Basically, he was arguing that the number of women and children killed relative to the number of combatants killed was exceptionally high and reflected tactics that you could question as to whether or not they were absolutely necessary. I mean, he made a collective punishment argument. And I had him in a debate. This guy's name is Andrew Cockerell. He's a historian, PhD student at the London School of Economics. I had him on with Eli Lake, who's a journalist, who writes about Middle East and other international affairs.
But it was a debate, so you had both.
Yeah, I had both.
I've never
both
heard
sides.
of Cockerell. I don't know anything
Yeah, well,
about
he's
it.
not very prominent.
Yeah, but Lake is prominent, and but both sides were represented. I guess that's what I just want to establish for listeners.
Yeah, both sides were represented, and they had their back and forth about how do you interpret the data on civilian casualties and the aerial bombardment of this campaign. And then I did a kind of me directly to the camera 10-minute or 15-minute reflection on the interview as a bonus feature of the podcast, which we make available to paying subscribers, and where I interact with someone from my staff who's basically interviews me about the interview that I did. And I was asked, did I learn anything from Eli Lake? And I said, what was I going to learn? And I basically recounted my view, which I've already described here, of what has been proceeding there in Gaza as a collective punishment that I don't think is justified. And I said, no, he said nothing to dissuade me from that point of view. And that got posted. And I got notified the next day that the Manhattan Institute was discontinuing its relationship with me as a senior fellow.
How did they tell you?
I got a note from Raihan saying, as I've mentioned, that we do review our scholar connections from time to time for productivity and shared priorities, and we've decided not to continue to work with you.
The next day?
Yeah.
Did he call you?
No, it was a 2-paragraph email.
And that's it? That's the only contact you had?
I haven't talked to him since.
Thanks for watching our YouTube channel. We hope you'll subscribe.
Kind of wish Charles was around to ask what he thinks. Any thoughts on this, Fred? As the avid Glenn Lowry fan that you are? So it'll be interesting. I think that Glenn Lowry will have no problem getting sponsorship if that's what he needs. So not worried about that. As a matter of fact, the show pre-existed the Manhattan Institute. So that's pretty much won't be a problem. Yeah, I kind of agree. Fred, yeah, he'll be all right, because I mean that show existed on Blogging Heads for like 20 years or some ungodly number like that. And then, a bunch of people spun off from Blogging Heads, and the show was doing fine. And then Manhattan Institute decided, hey, we want to get in and sponsor you. So that's what happened. What's up, Latino? What's up, Sam? No, Sam, that's not what happened. The Manhattan Institute is probably it's a fairly prominent right. I think they call themselves classical liberals, but it's basically a right-wing think tank. And it's on tier with something like a Hoover Institute, or maybe more like the not Heritage, but it's on the order of AEI. I'd say they're kind of a rival to American Enterprise Institute. But anyway, Glenn had some, a critique of Israel's treatment of Gaza, or Israel's performance in Gaza. And apparently it didn't align did not align with the properties of the Manhattan Institute, so they parted company with him. So that's that. And with that, I don't really have anything else that's planned. So let's have a look here at my videos. And my earbuds are getting low. So I'll give it let's see. I'm at 5:33. Give it 27 more minutes, and then we will call it a day. Sooner if no one is going to come up. Just so folks kind of know what's going on. I've actually kind of gotten to a point to where it doesn't bother me to be up alone on a panel and just run through news stories and videos. I don't mind people coming up if they can, not be disruptive. And I'll be honest, disruptive and funny I can deal with. Disruptive, drunk, and unfunny and surly. Drunk and surly's not going to do it for me, and I'm not going to fucking show anybody mercy. I will treat you like a child if you act like a child up here. So, for the people who want to come up drunk and surly and just, thinking they're funny and they're not, you get what you get. I think y'all pretty much know me by now. So I don't mind people coming up, but if you're going to come up inebriated, at least be funny. Okay, Fatty, I'll drop the link. So that's kind of where I stand. And again, I actually don't mind being up here, just being a fancy news reader. Kind of gives me time to think. There's something actually interesting coming up that we may watch tomorrow. Something about an analysis of the Constitution and the Articles of Confederation. And I don't know that much about the Articles of Confederation, so we may wind up watching a playback or some sort of interaction with it overnight. And in the meantime, let us see if there's anything interesting. Oops. Because I always squirrel away videos and stuff like that. So there might be something in here that's worth watching. Let's see. Well, oh, you know what? This is interesting. I've often had this question, believe it or not. Hold on one sec. Let me bring this up. For all of us who have ever wondered, oops.
A real adventure.
Let me start this over again.
Going to the loo on a ship of the age of sail was a real adventure. Depending on the seaway, a sailor even risks his life to poo. This is because the latrines for the crew were located on the outside of the ship, and as you can see in this clip from the film Master and Commander, were exposed not only to prying eyes, but also to the elements. In this,
Master and Commander is an awesome movie. Not so much from the storyline. Patrick Fitzgerald, he's written all these like seafaring novels, and I've never actually read them, but I really maybe this summer I'll just get a bunch of his, see if I can't find them used or something. I love the stories about these old masted sailing ships, because that's when people actually, had to know how to sail. So anyway,
In this video, we venture deep into the smelly secrets of seafaring to explore the toilet situation aboard ships of the age of sail. The hygienic conditions on sailing ships of the 15th to the 19th century were questionable, to put it mildly. There were facilities for relieving oneself, but usually far too few. The Batavia, for example, which sailed from North Holland to India in 1628, had a crew of 350 men with only 4 latrines, 2 of which were reserved for officers. The rest of the crew had to queue for the other 2. These toilets were simple seats with holes in the bow or head, the forward part of the ship. The heads were anything but a private place, as there were no cabins or anything similar, and the excrement simply dropped into the water through a short wooden boarding. According to historian Mike Dash, there was at least a way to wipe one's bottom. Quote, "The only additional amenity was a long, dung-smeared rope that snaked through the hole in the latrine. The frayed end of the rope dangled in the sea and could be hauled up and used to wipe oneself clean. Perhaps it was better to refrain from this luxury." This unpleasant situation became really nasty in bad weather. In heavy seas, using the toilets at the bow was far too dangerous, and the crew had no choice but to do their business below deck. This was worsened because all hatches and gun ports were closed in heavy seas to prevent water from getting in, which also cut off any fresh air circulation. In this situation, the more well-mannered man resorted to chamber pots, while the less well-mannered simply squatted over one of the ladders leading into the hold of the ship to relieve themselves, or pissed in a quiet corner. Even if they used a chamber pot, the content usually didn't stay put until the following day. The swaying of the ship and the poor lighting below deck made accidents almost inevitable. Then the excrement dripped through the cracks and gutters from one deck to the next like in a birdcage, until it finally collected in the bilge, the lowest part of the ship.
oh my
When
lord,
water leaked
imagine
in,
cleaning
which was
those
the case
bilges.
with almost all ships sooner or later, because the wooden hulls were rarely 100% watertight, this cesspool had to be pumped out with a bilge pump. Eugenio de Salazar, who traveled to the New World in 1573, described what these pumps disgorged as, quote, "unfit for tongue and palate to taste, or nostrils to smell, or even eyes to see, or it comes out bubbling like hell and stinking like the devil." This underworld river of feces often could not be pumped directly into the sea, but only onto the next higher deck, where it slowly drained through hatches and sluices. When the weather improved, the crew cleaned the ship as best as they could and tried to mask the inhuman stench with vinegar and incense. But the effect of these measures was short-lived at best, and it wasn't long before the ship's hull once again stank as if the plague itself was residing there. These unhygienic conditions were a real problem, especially because they provided an ideal breeding ground for all kinds of diseases. For this reason, sailors and shipbuilders developed various solutions to get rid of human waste as elegantly as possible. If you wanted to go number 2 on a ship in the age of sail, you had various options. All of them were outside the ship, so the feces fell directly into the water. Therefore, smaller boats would do well to keep a little distance. Otherwise, the euphemism "to drop a bomb" could become an unpleasant reality. Toilet options were not the same for everyone. Officers and wealthy passengers had access to the best latrines, but they were located at the back of the ship, where the captain and the most affluent travelers had their quarters. Initially, they only benefited from the fact that certain privies were reserved for them, but by the late Middle Ages, most ships also had more comfortable seating for people of higher status, called guardrobes. These box-shaped annexes, which can also be found in medieval castles, were attached to the back or side of the after castle. The seat was still only a simple board with a hole, but at least the user had it to himself. When ships received side galleries in the 17th century, the officers' latrines were moved there. This meant that the highest-ranking travelers now enjoyed a separate room as a luggage store, washroom, and lavatory. The toilets there offered a luxury that was extremely rare on the ships of the time: privacy. The latrines at the ship's bow, where the ordinary sailor did their business, were an entirely different matter. The seats of ease on the bow were Spartan. Until the 16th century, people usually simply squatted over wooden gratings or holes in the floor planking, or even just sat on the railing. Later, simple seats appeared on either side of the ship, for example here on the Swedish galleon Vasa. In the 17th century, these were gradually replaced by freestanding seats, which were usually fitted with some boarding or plumping to direct the fall of the feces. In the 18th and 19th century, rows with several seat holes were added to reduce waiting times. In stormy weather, the toilets on the galleon were virtually unusable because they were exposed to wind, weather, and above all, waves. In addition, sailors were expected to only use the open-air toilets on the side of the ship facing away from the wind. Landlubbers who did pee against the wind usually learned after one attempt never to repeat the mistake. After a few weeks at sea, we'd rather not imagine what it looked like under the latrines. There was a good chance that the hull had received a malodorous coat of paint. According to the naval tracts of Vice Admiral William Monson, the British Navy had its own way of deciding who had to clean up this mess. Quote, "He that is first taken with a lie upon a Monday morning is proclaimed at the main mast with a general cry, 'A liar, a liar, a liar.' And for that week, he is under the swabber, and meddles not with making clean the ship within board, but without." Starting in around 1700, the simple seats of ease at the bow.
Hey, humble presidents, did I ruin your chocolate Pop-Tarts?
Were usually supplemented with one or two roundhouses for the non-commissioned officers and the sick. The semicircular toilet stalls were located at the rear end of the heads and were closed. So, unlike the other latrines, they offered some protection from splashing water and unwanted observation.
So somebody else had
Often,
to
there
clean
were
up
additional
before them?
toilets amidships. From the 17th century onward, so-called piss
I'm sorry, I didn't
built
hear
into
you.
the side of the ship provided a simple solution.
What'd you
He was
say?
saying that the first one on in the morning is responsible, so he has to clean up after others before he uses that bathroom in the morning.
Yeah.
Oh
Let me
man,
tell you
fuck
something.
that.
You know, the Navy,
Oh.
believe this or not, I would put the Navy's like shipboard life. Even today.
Yeah, but it ain't like this though.
No, but I can tell you right now, not so much the officers' heads, but like the crew heads, yeah, they can get gnarly.
No, I bet. I
Um,
mean, you're in a ship
I
full
mean,
of men.
and it's really not so much. It's just, I'm always talking about home training. Imagine if you get somebody, because those crew berth, the crew's berthing is like, um, it's all racks, so you're sleeping maybe 40 people in a berthing compartment. And, you depend on your shipmate to have good hygiene. Because sometimes, depending on the size of the ship, like if you're on a submarine, you do what's called hot racking, where two people basically share a rack. So, while one's on watch, the other's asleep, and then vice versa. So, if your shipmate, is not very good hygienically, I've heard of fights starting over that sort of stuff.
Yeah, I bet,
So,
man.
Being in the military is kind of like being
I
in
wonder.
prison. You know, being in the
Say,
military is kind of like being in prison. You know what I'm saying?
The same thing too in prison.
You learn some of
wait,
the same traits. You know what I mean? You learn a
you
lot of
you're saying being in the military is like being in prison?
No.
a one-to-one, clearly, but you see a lot of people that have been in prison, a lot of people been in the military. They almost, you know, they share some of the same traits. At least that's what I've seen. You know,
That's a new one on me, John.
I thought you were gonna go a different direction where there was a story of a guy that told them we will never
I mean, the military has prisons.
He's like we will never have problems as long as you put the toilet seat down and it's always clean. But if it's not clean and it's pissed on or anything, I'm gonna beat the shit out of you.
Well, I mean, now in theory, you know, those bathroom the heads in cruise berthing are cleaned daily, maybe even twice daily. But still, you know, you got 40 people using, you know,
they're not going to
a
tolerate
set of, I don't know what, 5 toilets or something like that. There's bound to be, you know, some problems.
Yeah,
I mean,
and I would definitely recommend, if depending on what your rate is, you're going in the Navy, you probably want to go in as an officer, because you know that the life of a seaman or you know junior and like very junior enlisted, like if you're E4 and below, it can be pretty tough. It'll be rugged.
Have you encountered any situations like that, Stanley, when you were in charge of?
No, I never had to deal with any of that. You know, things like you know, say before deployment, how do you think they get supplies on the ship? You know, they basically form working parties. You know, there's not a whole lot of stuff that gets craned on, say, a destroyer.
So you
except
guys
for
are
like
the
the
ones,
missiles and stuff.
You guys are the ones like food and stuff. You guys are the ones that bring in the food, or is it
Oh
not a
no,
company?
I never had to do anything like that.
Oh,
That's you know, generally, you know, it's usually E6 and below, or maybe E5 and below, that have to deal, you know, with the, you know, lugging stuff on board the ship.
Hey, Sam.
Very rarely does an E7 or above have to deal with that.
Hey, Stanley, but the E6 sounds pretty high though, doesn't it? That's pretty high position, isn't it?
It's about mid rank.
I mean, because what's the highest is 9, right?
Right.
In the Army, I think it's 9, right? E9 or something like that.
Right, but I mean, it's not. I mean, depending on the person, you know, you might make. I've known people to make E7 in like 7 years. It might take you another 7 years to get to E9.
E9 is the top out, right?
Right, but I mean, the thing is after about E7, it gets a little bit more political. You know, now, you know, but E6 is, you know, E7 is basically, you know, a lot of people retire if that you know, E7 is where the NCOs, non-commissioned officers start. But you know, I've known people who might not make E7 till like 12 or 15 years. A lot of it depends on what your job is.
I don't know if you,
but I would say E6, if you want to look at time in grade, E6 is about midways. People retire at E6. There are people who make E6 in 6-7 years. Just depends.
Yeah, I don't know if you listened yesterday. We had a black couple on the street interviews. Real nice black couple. And the guy was like Air Force retired, something. I think he said Air Force. But now he works, and he has a security clearance, which is what I tell a lot of young people. If you're going to go in the military, if you can get the clearance, you know, it'd be a good thing for you.
Well, I don't know. Back in the day, everybody, you know, now it depended on your job, but almost everybody had some sort of clearance. I mean, you kind of need a clearance just to even be on a ship.
Yeah. I mean,
you probably have like a secret or something like that.
Yeah, I had like a public trust. That's how I went before I just left the government. But if you can get a secret, is, you know, that's getting you in the door.
No, you want top secret or better.
Yeah, although
You want those
because
classifications, TS, that, blah, blah, whatever the fuck it is.
yeah, I knew a guy who got out. He was an E5, I think, but he was some sort of data technician in the Air Force. He had like a top secret, like a TS SCI or something.
Yeah, that's how
He got a job. As a matter of fact, he got the job before he even got out. But he was a computer guy, so he had some cybersecurity job that was paying him 6 figures at like 24.
It doesn't even matter what you do.
Part of the reason he got the job is they didn't have to do a background investigation.
Yeah, because you have to sit for a long time. I've known people with clearances. One of my business partners, she sat for a minute, and they just paid her. She sat at home, did nothing, because they didn't want to lose her clearance, and
right.
They knew they were going to place on some contracts. They just say, just sit on the bench. They call it sitting on the bench till you find something. I just saw one of my tenants. He works at a government building. Damn, if you don't have to have a fucking clearance to be a security guard, I don't even know that shit.
Well, yeah, absolutely, you do.
But yeah.
Let's finish up this. This just popped into my algorithm, and I'd actually always been curious about this. Oh, by the way, if you think having a deal with, a dirty toilet, on a ship is one thing, all those like the auxiliary, there's like an auxiliary engineering suite, and all that solid waste has to go through macerator pumps. And if you've ever seen those things taken apart, yeah, that's a special job. And then the most disgusting thing I ever saw was we were in Hurghada, Egypt, just pulled right into the bay. And because they didn't particularly have any, like environmental restrictions back then, we were literally dumping sewage like directly into their little bay, like, maybe a couple nautical miles, from shore.
Fish
And
that. Go fish that.
yeah, I'm just,
Go fishing
it was
that.
legal.
Yeah, someone said most people have secret. I think the reason why it's so good to get above the public trust is if a company needs someone with a top secret and you only got a secret, they'd be more inclined to adopt that, whatever they call it, to get you to the next level because you're kind of already in the system there. It's a good thing.
All right, well, I got a few more minutes of this.
Solution for taking a pee. These were simple funnels made of lead or wood with a pipe to the outside. If a bowel movement was on the agenda, there were so-called tops or side shelves, which were hung on the bulwarks near the main chains, similar to flower boxes on the balcony. When a sailor needed to lay a brick, he climbed into one of these tops and squatted over the keyhole-shaped opening in the floor. When steamships with steel hulls appeared in the 19th century, which had to be much more pointed to slide efficiently through the water, the bow platform disappeared, and with them their sanitary accommodations. In order to still have enough latrines, the tops amidships were replaced with platforms with several holes. Nevertheless, toilet capacity remained a problem, as the example of the British Duke of Wellington shows. Although the ship was equipped with a 6-hole platform on either side in 1870, from, quote, 4 a.m. until long after pipe down at night, there were queues of waiting men on each side of the upper deck, struggling to reach the heads. The available seats were contested to the point that not everyone reached their destination in time. Quote, there were numbers of men daily who were in the report for offences against decency, while every morning care had to be taken to remove the evidence of such offences in scores of places. The disposal of feces remained a logistical challenge until well into the 19th century. The situation only improved when the toilets were moved inside the ships. What remains as a reminder of the external sanitary facilities of the Age of Sail is the term heads, which is still used for ships' toilets today.
That is true. Let's see, what else do I have here? That's from yesterday morning. I actually have to figure out what I'm going to do with this. This is I've got a couple things that Fred sent to me, and I need to. Let's see. I'm gonna do this one first. Fred, they're two different clips, right? They're not repeats. Hey, Uncle Fatty. They're not Fred, let me know if those are two different clips. I'll play one today. Or well, you know what? Yeah, we might as well just throw it open. I'll deal with these clips. They're James Baldwin clips, and I want to give them special treatment. So I'll either do shorts on them or I'll show them tomorrow morning. So what's going on there, Uncle Fatty?
Not much. How you guys doing?
We're doing
I
good.
can't
We're doing
complain.
good.
Nice Mother's Day weekend, I hope.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, such as it was. I didn't really do much of anything. Fish tacos. That was my that was
Pretty
the best
exciting.
thing I did all weekend.
Fish tacos. Did you have it with
But that's not
iceberg?
our. If you just look historically,
I'm sorry, say that again.
Did you have it with iceberg lettuce or cabbage?
Yeah, I only had iceberg lettuce, which I haven't had iceberg lettuce in probably almost 20 years. But for
Jesus
I think it was
Christ.
on sale. I think it was on sale. That's why I got it.
Damn,
Usually I'll
man.
do. I like spinach better than just about any other green.
Yeah, like you don't try
Though,
leaf greens or something?
yeah. I mean, I like loose leaf. I prefer it because they're actually more nutritious. And I used to actually grow it, in a garden.
That's all I eat
But
in my sandwiches.
yeah, and I just remember because I was watching a gardening show yesterday, nasturtiums. If you've ever had, you know what nasturtiums are? They're a flowering plant, but the whole plant is edible, the flowers and everything. And my wife used to grow them, and I just go right outside and pick a few leaves off and have them, take a salad to lunch or something like that. And I won't be doing any gardening this year, but I kind of miss gardening.
Of all the years to not have a garden.
I want to, man, but it's work, dude.
Well, I'm the only one here to do it, and
That's the problem.
I'm much too yeah. I don't have someone doing it for me.
Throw a couple of tomatoes on the back porch or something, though, just to have a little something around.
Oh yeah, well, there's this rack thing. If you've ever been to a Home Depot, you go out there and there's this almost like a terraced rack thing where every layer is kind of offset behind the one below it.
Yeah,
I will probably do something like that, because I can just put it on the back deck without too much of a problem.
I've been building rooftop gardens around up here past 4 or 5 years.
Really?
Yeah, doing automated sprinkler system with a separate return valve and everything separate.
I've always been curious about those roof gardens.
Yeah.
Like where does the root go after a while? You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's just as long as you line your pots or whatever we'll build like a 12-inch deep, maybe 18-inch.
Also, they're
deep, like a raised flower bed.
Yep, exactly.
Okay. I thought it was just like on the roof, like, you know what I mean? Because I've seen stuff like that where they have grass and shit, and I'm just like,
yeah.
What the?
There's a couple different spots at the golf course up here that I work at where we have bio roof, which is it's like a fescue sod put on a layered construction system with 4 inches of sand on top of the roof, and there's sprinkler systems up there that water the grass.
Damn, man, that shit, all that stuff on the roof and stuff, like, just gets me afraid nowadays, man. After seeing what happened in the Dominican Republic not too long ago, it's like,
oh yeah,
like, come on, man, stop putting all this shit in the roof.
Yeah, these are, ultra engineered with like 2 layers of pond liner and all kinds of membrane and heat glued together systems with embankments and ballast, and pretty intricate.
Well, how
But
does weight come into consideration on a rooftop garden?
so on your normal truss system, you're not going to necessarily want to do that unless you go in to the attic and add some more webbing. And at least the webbing will help offset any pressure that wants to come down onto the ceiling membrane or the ceiling member, which is cool. But like these houses up there are all like, big, 6-inch by 12-inch, what we would consider a beam, as roof joists that are rough sawn and left open and stained. So really you could park a couple semi trucks up there.
Wow. Wow.
Is that right? I would figure actually you do it like that for the snow. I mean, doesn't that?
Yeah, you would.
A lot of it is snow load, yeah. But I mean, even still, like 4 feet of wet snow is going to be like 10 feet of dry snow. So really, we just over-engineer the shit out of everything up here, anyway. So,
dude, you know how many what like these like what you call them, like these little domes where they play hockey, and it's like a I don't know how to call it. It's like a turf that goes around it, kind of, and it's like there all the time, like basically like Tampa Bay's baseball field, like that.
Sure. Yeah.
So yeah, during a couple of snowstorms here, we lost a couple of those places.
Oh yeah. Yeah, those domes and stuff in the big arenas, they don't do well. They weren't engineered for that. It's.
Yeah, no, snow gets heavy, and after it melts a bit, oh, dude, forget about it.
I posted a playlist in the back there for you, Stan, just kind of some random stuff that I've ran across the past week or so, and stuff you might be interested in for topics, and if not, individually or whatever.
Thank you for that. I'm not going to get a chance to play any of it today because I'm going to head out here in a few minutes. But no. Believe me, I'm always looking for stuff. So you will help me out greatly.
Yeah, Ground News, I've definitely gotten some good vibe stuff out of them, some good, both sides of the spectrum, even still like Patreon and Substack is nice. You got pretty individualized, people you can follow on those platforms, but, as long as you're getting the diversity of information.
I'd actually, I've subscribed to a few Substack letters, and I can tell you right now, I actually love it when I get like a news story or something like that, and then I can tack a Substack essay that's a little bit more opinion piece. I love doing that kind of combo.
Definitely.
So I'm actually kind of enjoying this fake amateur newsreader role.
Doing well. You're playing the role just fine. That stuff, the pirates on them ships, man. I've done a lot of kind of thinking on that. I've got my sailboat up here, and I've always thought about that because we used to, at least for the men, if you got a, number 2, and you're out on the water, you either swim your ass up onto the bank or you just drag yourself behind the boat on a rope or something, and because you don't want to be getting the head all nasty and all your bilge and pump out, and the least often as possible.
Let me tell you something. I think, and I love being at sea. I would rather be in the middle of the Atlantic than pierside any day, because when you're pierside in home port, you're subject to inspections. You get inspected to death.
True.
Once you deploy, now the problem is you're literally working 24/7. You're either sleeping, working, eating. However, once about 2 or 3 days out, you get into this weird rhythm. It's almost like everybody on board the ship is like a cog in a machine. We all have our defined roles. We have our watch hours. Everything. Once you get 3 days out, everybody's just in sync.
Yeah.
Everything is scheduled. You get off watch. I might have to go and do a couple hours work. I can honestly say I've literally never watched a movie at sea, because I figured if I have time to watch a movie, I should be asleep, because rest is a premium when you're deployed, at least at sea or on a sub or something like that.
You can see
Yeah,
that.
because you do these rotating bridge watches, or I did,
Hot
and
racking.
it's never the same time any day. It rolls forward 4 hours, so you got to get sleep, because your circadian rhythm just doesn't exist.
Oh yeah.
You just sleep when you can get it.
How long did it take you to get used to crawling into a cold bed?
I was kind of lucky. I had usually it was a 3-man stateroom, and
Nice.
and usually if there wasn't a pilot, if pilots weren't on board, it was maybe 2 men, and the racks were 3 high. So,
Nice.
I'd take the top bunk, someone takes the bottom bunk, and you're good to go.
Little buffer area for the.
Now, when I got, senior for a junior officer, there's actually a top tier for junior officers. Um, I was very interesting, because I was actually kind of I don't know how to describe it, but my last year in the Navy, I pretty much had a stateroom to myself.
Yeah.
Because I was a special sort of asshole.
Yeah, there's something to be said for
Nobody,
that.
I kept my stateroom at 60 degrees constantly.
Right.
Like, I had a
Everyone's
buddy of mine, this guy I keep talking about, he's a 3-star admiral now. He was my best friend in the Navy, and whenever he wanted to hide from his guys or hide from the boss, he
Nice.
would always go, because I had the very back stateroom, so I could actually, there was an exit hatch to the exit door to the weather decks, so I didn't have to go through the main part where all the bosses would see me. I could just escape right out the back. It was the best room on the
Yeah.
ship.
Sounds like a good place to do some shit sticking.
Oh, it was awesome. Keep that
Yep.
sucker at about 60 degrees so nobody wants to stay there.
Yep. Yep.
And I always kept the lights off. They called it the Bat Cave.
Nice.
But life aboard ship, it can be rough if you make it rough. Some
yeah.
guys it just suits. And now being on a sub, I'm not sure I'd be able to do that, but you just kind of get used to it.
Yeah, like I said, once you get that rhythm.
Yeah.
I've made the analogy before of like when you start up a boat with 2 motors, even though they're both running at the same RPM, everything's tuned and dialed the same way. It takes a little bit. You can feel that offset, and then just like that, everything clicks and they sync together and they harmonize. You can literally feel the boat like
yeah, exactly.
And the vibration comes through and everything just starts working out.
So let's see, what else do we have here? This is a Kilauea. Kilauea, is that how you pronounce it? Apparently it's decided to erupt some more.
Shit's going off down there for sure. I was talking with the guy yesterday that's down there. He went up a couple of months ago and did a helicopter tour above all this stuff around New Year's when it was going off. Yeah.
J-Dub, the thing is that when you're at sea, there really is no way to take a day. I mean, you could probably, figure out, your boss might say, hey, we'll get somebody to cover your watch, but that doesn't happen much. You just kind of get used to it. Now, the great thing is that, you might, cross the Atlantic. I've told the stories about having to con the ship through the Straits of Gibraltar, which is just like, if you don't have high blood pressure before that experience, you will afterwards. Because I did it. I transited the through Gibraltar, the Straits of Gibraltar at night.
Wow.
And, you know, not all the little fishing vessels have the proper lighting and stuff. Oh, it was terrifying. Because if you hit anything, it's always going to be your fault. So, you know, it's like,
Yeah. How do you
it's
turn a
like,
machine that big?
it's real. That, and believe it or not, going into Narragansett Bay, Newport, Rhode Island in the summertime is real nerve wracking because you got all the sailing vessels and the lobstermen.
Sure.
You got lobster pots in the shipping channel. It's just it's kind of a nightmare.
Doesn't the biggest ship get the right of way?
Yeah, but Navy ships are always going to be at fault. You will all civilian ship like sailboats take precedence over everything.
Yeah, right.
Okay, you will give a sailing vessel, an unpowered sailing vessel has the right of way 100% of the time.
Wow.
So, but if you are a Navy vessel, you're just always going to be wrong because what happens is any collision in your career is over.
Oh yeah.
You know, I've known I had a captain, my last captain, his early command was a hydrofoil. You know, the Navy had those hydrofoils. They had like 4 or 5 of them, you know, and once you got these things like up, because it was like flying a plane. Once you got it up, those damn things could do like 60 miles an hour. They would haul. He somehow or another got one stuck aground. But somehow or another, it wasn't their fault. It was like an act of God, and he survived it.
Magic sandbar appeared out of nowhere.
Well, it was Charleston Harbor, and I don't know because, you know, back in the day, they used to always be dredging, and it might have been something that was uncharted, you know, like some dredging something or another that they didn't put on a chart, and there's almost no way you would know it, especially if it's at night. You'd be surprised at how hard it can be getting a ship through a channel at night. You know, because it's almost like flying instruments, you know, flying instrument where you're depending on your radars and everything. Because, you know, you got lookouts posted, but you can't necessarily see everything in the dark. And then at night in fog, most times you will want to go to anchor. That's just too damn dangerous.
Sure. Yeah, I can't really drop anchor on my sailboat. The lake's about 2,000 feet.
Yeah, how does that work on a lake? Is there? I mean, you almost have to have some sort of engine, right?
Yeah, for sure. 100%. You don't want to get caught with dead batteries.
Yeah, and I wouldn't think wind would be that consistent.
Depending on the day, but yeah, I've gotten out a couple of times and, like, you know, left the anchor light on or left the running lights on or something and drained one of the batteries. And we got triple batteries to where you can always pull one. Most of the motors and engines will run off of the single standalone, but if it doesn't have an alternator or a generator, it's not charging its own battery as it's running, so it's draining it. But I mean, still, I've had my son call me a couple times, a few times. Over here on the other side, and had to get a guy to tow us back into the marina.
Hey, J-Dub, when I was never stationed in Charleston, South Carolina, but there was an Air Force base there. I think they might have closed it by now. Maybe it's still there, but they closed the Navy base. But whenever we pulled into Charleston, we would always go to the officers' mess on the Air Force base because it was way better than the Navy mess. And you know, you'd hit that officers' mess on the Air Force base on prime rib night.
Oh, of course.
Oh, it was like, nah, screw that chow. Screw that Navy chow. We're going to eat like the Air Force tonight.
Why do they get all the good protein? What's up?
I don't know what it is about the Air Force, but they live a life. Now aviators in general, like the Navy aviators, yeah, they
Sure.
they live a good life. Well, J-Dub, I have to thank you for saying I'm consistent. That's why I just try and stick to news and, kind of, yeah, I like to get ridiculous and, kind of, have a few beers and go a few rounds with the fuckery. But by and large, day in and day out, I'm much more interested in, like news and kind of culture stuff, rather than getting into some of this, some of the conversations that folks get into, like Be Brave or John Galt. I just don't. I'm just gonna say I wasn't raised that way. It doesn't come natural to me.
Consistency counts.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Consistency counts. That's the one thing about YouTube, is just having and life in general, honestly. It's just,
Well, that's true.
having a routine that isn't necessarily, toxic, so to say.
Yeah, I would say so. Try and also, life is bad enough. Sometimes try to have some positive stuff.
Yeah.
Like my girl that I showed, I don't know how to get into her DMs.
What?
No, this woman that I discovered, I have all these cool black women that wind up in my algorithm. And this particular woman is just really unique looking. And I just think she's cute as a button.
You just got to have an Instagram or something you can slide on up into.
I have an Instagram. I'm not going to use it that way. If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. I'm just not really that much into, that kind of dating scene. I'm more likely these days to meet someone at the other day, me and my sister went to this produce stand that's not too far away from me. And I had a good old time. I got squash, I got tomatoes, I got cucumbers. I used to go to a lot of farmers markets.
Yeah,
And I've
great
met
place to
some
pick
pretty
chicks.
cool women at farmers markets.
For sure.
So
Grocery store in general,
yeah.
Yeah, farmers markets, there's always some decent gals hanging around, Not a bunch of high maintenance chicks,
Well, I mean, if you meet someone at the grocery store, there's a good chance she'll like cook. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
That's-
It's like I don't know. I have a thing about women who just always want to go to restaurants every night. I think cooking is kind of a creative act. It's one of these creative acts that, not only is it kind of, it can be kind of a social activity, something you can do with kids or family. And, it's fun and it's actually, kind of life sustaining. It's almost like me and gardening. I've never like having a flower garden just would not work for me. If I'm gonna put all that work into gardening, I want something at the end, at the end of the season.
Yeah, my grandma had a huge garden growing up, like a quarter acre, and was into
Oh, wow.
roses, and apple trees, and fruit trees, and canning, and the whole bit. Every Sunday we were down there pulling weeds in the summertime and helping her in the wintertime with the candies and the snacks for the holidays, and she's always cooking, and it's the best thing that ever really happened in my life. I really think is having
Well,
that.
yeah,
kitchen.
same thing, especially with my father's parents. I didn't know my mother's father, but my grandmother, her mother was a good cook. My father's mother. That's kind of where, I kind of got into it. And I was also, my mother-in-law, for instance, um, I was actually friends with my mother-in-law, before I actually started dating my wife, because I met all of them through my neighbor and future brother-in-law.
Nice.
So, I literally met my wife because I got invited down to Easter dinner.
Nice. Oh yeah.
So, and I tended to meet women like that, just kind of innocent. I had no idea, I didn't even know he had a sister till I got down there and got introduced to her.
Love hides in familiar faces.
Yeah, well, I mean, if what can you say? I've got your brother and your mother-in-law recommending me. I convinced my mother-in-law or future mother-in-law because I'd always wanted to know how to can vegetables.
Yeah.
And she had a big garden, and she said, "Well, you know what? Next couple weekends, come on down and help me can vegetables. I'll teach you how to do it."
Oh yeah.
And I
Beans
learned.
and peaches and pears and
Oh yeah, yeah,
veggies, got
yeah.
everything. Salsas and you
Oh,
name
well,
it.
shoot. You know what? As a matter of fact, I make my own pico de gallo.
Oh yeah.
And who taught me how to do that but my wife? Before I met her, I never did it. I just go
Yeah,
get
both
the
my
piece.
daughters are pretty damn good in the kitchen, and most of their friends just don't have any experience at all in the kitchen.
Yeah, well,
For mid 20-year-olds, you would think that at least some of them would, but man, a lot of them just can't even make a box of Kraft macaroni and cheese.
well, if nothing else, my son can literally make like a berry pie from scratch, including the crust. Um,
Yep.
and well, I was like, you know what? Since you have such a sweet tooth, how about make some of this shit from scratch?
Absolutely. Oh, yeah.
I'm not gonna buy Chips Ahoy. How about make some chocolate chip cookies? I
Mhm.
won't feel so bad about you eating a dozen of them.
Or
Pork
two.
tacos.
Mm.
Yeah, I had fish tacos last night, Samuel.
Mhm.
I had this basically it was just catfish, frozen fillets that you get from the grocery store. I seasoned them up, made the tortillas from scratch, which are just far superior to anything you get at the grocery store. And then I had this jalapeno sauce that I bought from the grocery store that I wanted to try out. So a little bit of that creamy jalapeno dressing with some sriracha. And I had salad greens because I'd made a salad. I just put the whole salad into the taco, carrots and olives and everything, and it was pretty damn good.
Nice. Throw enough Thousand Island dressing on anything, it's usually pretty all right.
Oh yeah, well, you know what? You just put me in mind of a Monte Cristo.
Mhm.
Something like a Monte Cristo or what is it? What's Reuben sandwich with Russian dressing. I
Oh
actually
yeah.
have a
Oh
jar
yeah.
of sauerkraut,
Mm.
and I made bread yesterday too.
Nice.
So I'll go out and score some corned beef or something.
Yeah. You got a bread maker, or you just do a
Oh
scratch?
no! I make it. Oh, I got me two glass Corningware loaf pans. Oh no!
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I know. Yeah, Corningware's the shit.
Yep. As a matter of fact, I mixed bread flour, whole wheat flour, and I got rye flour, and then I've got ground caraway seeds.
Nice.
So it's basically honey, wheat, rye.
Nice.
And it's got kind of like a rye taste, but it's got a kind of a sweet note to it from the honey. Oh,
Nice.
it works. It's kind of just something, I started making it
Yeah.
and works really good.
After starting to do my own bread years ago, I realized how much we pay for
Oh my Lord.
things with bread product in it, and how expensive, like pizza, for instance. Like all you're buying is bread. You're not really buying the
Yep.
toppings. It's you're buying the bread products, the extra bread that comes with it, the extra breadsticks, and the twisted breadsticks, and the sweet breadsticks, and the cinnamon breadsticks, and all the desserts. It's all just cheap ass bleached flour.
Well, I can tell you right now, pizza is the biggest ripoff you will buy, especially if you get it delivered. Dude, you can make pizza dough, especially if you're gonna make thin crust. Because I used to like to make deep dish, and then I basically wound up like I didn't even know I liked thin crust pizza because I would never order it. I like that deep dish, that meat lovers. You know what? Thin crust pizza is awesome, and you don't have to let it rise. So you can literally make pizza dough in 15 minutes, roll it out. I've got a nice pizza steel.
Nice.
And you could probably make a pizza, if you cut up your own vegetables and all that stuff. I guarantee you can make it for less than $5. And that's with fresh tomatoes and just everything you like on it. I'm talking the pepperoni or whatever you want on there for less than $5. Shoot, there people who want to spend like $30 ordering pizza delivery. They're just really wasting money.
Makes no sense. And the cardboard, you're spending more money on the damn cardboard and the wrapping and all the other nice shit that comes with it. The 3 or 4 flyers they throw on it.
Samuel, you are absolutely right. And all that bread, shoot, I can make baguettes. Baguettes are about as simple bread because it's just salt, water, yeast, and flour. Let it rise. I even have a couche. It's like a metal couche where I can literally roll up the baguettes, and then you make the cuts.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I haven't made it in a long time, but oh hell yeah.
Nice crispy bread. Yeah, buddy.
Oh yeah. I tell you what, if you get a house, and I think it all starts, you could do it in an apartment too, but dude, if y'all are not making your own bread products, I make the hot dog buns, hamburger buns, biscuits, dinner rolls. I don't buy bread products. I don't need to.
Yeah, dude, that's it's Y2K. We went out and we got a full ton of red wheat and some different hand cranked grinders, for when the end of the world came. So I lived off that red wheat for shit a good 10 years probably, and I've still got a bunch of it left.
Slick Rick, did Be Brave do a show today? I saw yesterday's. I didn't see. I didn't even realize he had a show today. I thought he doesn't usually start up till 12. Yeah, if it was yesterday's show, I saw most of it. I didn't stay for all of it. But hey, thank you for this, Uncle Fatty. This Pope Leo deep dive.
Yeah, we got another one here too. I did three different engines, and after Francis died and stuff, and I'm actually an ordained minister, twice ordained, and it's just so fucking fascinating to me how the good Christians of the world can absolutely justify, rationalize the debasing of other human beings because of ideology, because of ideas that have been planted in our heads.
No, it's Brooklyn. It's with an I. CES is female, CIS is male. And I know this. I'm Catholic, so to be honest with you, and I tell people all the time, I actually, probably the only reason I didn't become a priest would be the obvious one. I don't know that I could be celibate, forever, but I would have been a Benedictine. I was trained by Benedictines, and they were all fairly cool.
Yeah.
And they've got an interesting history,
Mm-hmm.
but I didn't know that much about the Augustinians, so I guess I'll have to look them up.
Yeah, the one thing I've really been, at least for the past 5, 6 years, 7 years, is if I'm gonna do something, if I'm gonna deep dive on, let's say Jesus, for instance, I will for another deity as well, and just trying to see different perspectives. I definitely got locked into a perspective trap in a tunnel, an echo chamber for a while, and not that it was detrimental, but could at least recognize that more than anything, all gods are allowed to exist in America. All forms of every god. There's over 4,200 gods today worshipped on earth. And who are we to tell anybody else that my interpretation of my God is the only way?
Well, I think Hinduism is rather interesting,
Sure.
because you can be a Catholic Hindu or a Muslim Hindu.
Sure.
I find that utterly, what is it, syncretic? I think syncretic is the word they use.
Yeah, see, at the Church of the Flying Spaghetti Monster, we get to dress like pirates on Friday.
Oh, yeah. Well, Pope Francis is who he was talking about.
Yeah, Pope Francis. My daughters actually separately did semesters abroad in Rome and got to.
Oh, really?
Well, not a meeting, whatever they call it, with the Pope, and had some rosaries and stuff blessed. And
oh, wow.
I didn't really necessarily raise them Catholic. I was raised Catholic, altar boy, and all that shit, and Boy Scouts. Here's something I didn't realize too. Were you ever a Boy Scout?
I was a Cub Scout.
So coming up through like middle school, high school, I started my scouting career, I'd say, in the Mormon Church as a Cub
Really?
Scout. Went all the way up through 4th grade in the Webelos.
That's
right
interesting.
in the meeting center that we went to, the place where all the Boy Scouts met was at the Mormon Church. And then they built a new church, and we kind of split some different troops off. And then we would meet at like the Presbyterian Church or the Episcopal Church. And I never really quite realized until honestly a few years ago, being an Eagle Scout,
yeah, it's a big
how
deal.
affiliated the Scouts were with the church programs. I just thought it was like the only venue that we had to that was big enough to hold that many people type of thing. I didn't realize it was not sanctioned, I wouldn't say, but like at least affiliated, that there's a tie there.
Right.
But I see a huge detriment to society not having those type of programs around anymore for the youth. The civil-minded, the civics-minded programs, the one for all for one.
Well, I think basically what killed the Boy Scouts was,
Same thing with the churches.
LGBTQ sorts of things. They couldn't be that inclusive, I guess, and uphold their Christian underpinning.
Sure, but unfortunately, that's what happens with every group when you have anybody that feels like they're not allowed to be in it. It's victim mentality that is played reverse role to take down something that's actually a good thing. I don't necessarily support the Pope, but I support the man. Francis was a good man. He would wash people's feet. Once a year, he would go into the prisons and wash prisoners' feet and actually wash women's feet, which was a huge thing. That was a big thing for a male priest, especially like the Pope, to wash a female's feet. Oh.
What are you talking about, Slick Rick? Eric W? You guys. I did. Do you know who Orthodox guy is?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Okay, well, he and Garion and a couple other people, Bumpkin and some other, forget who the fourth is. Um, damn it, who is it? Slick Rick. It's Bumpkin, Garion.
Not Imperious.
No, not Imperious. Anyway,
forget.
they're starting
Yeah.
something called Keepers of the Lore.
Yeah, so they were talking about this last night on the Flow State program with
Yeah,
they're doing
Orthodox was on there.
some stuff. So yeah, Illuminated Thomas.
Snowman. You're right.
Fever
Genesee.
Snowman. Yep. Yeah, they're gonna. I don't know exactly what it sounds like. They're going back through some archives and trying to kind of figure out how all this stuff came about with the panel verse, so to say. The lore, right? Yeah, it's all about the lore, right?
I guess it was Saturday. They were reviewing my little encounter with King Shenard.
That's right. I
and
glanced
I
at it for
don't
a minute.
generally go back and listen to my shows, but I didn't realize how I was kind of cruel there. But you know what? I was on a roll, so.
When you're in the flow state, you just got to go with it, man.
Yeah, it was he
Let it
just
roll.
kept coming back for more, so I just figured, you know what, he must like it.
Yeah, exactly. And that's, I think a lot of this is that, that it gives us a chance with the anonymity to really call each other out, and there is some good in that when we can see past the bullshit, that a lot of it is just constructive criticism, but we have to be able to interpret it that way and want to take it that way, and not just take everything as an insult,
Right. Well, I wonder, Rick, if we shouldn't call them the YouTube Illuminati. They're just kind of, or the YouTube corporate. What would be the YouTube equivalent of the global corporate machine? They're just kind of like the Overwatchers.
I told them they should call themselves the Octagon.
They're the there was a movie, you remember this Charlie Sheen movie, and I think the Michael Biehn was in it, a couple of other people who were fairly famous, but I think it was called Navy SEALs. And
sounds familiar.
Yeah, it's an old one, but they go on this mission, and their 50 cal gunner, he had like thermal sights, he could shoot shit through walls and stuff. His call sign was God, because he would take a high like sniper position, but he had like a 50 cal or some high caliber weapon.
Nice.
And whenever they would get in trouble, he was like, "Hey God, we need you to put some ordnance, on these coordinates." But I always loved that. I always loved that call sign.
No doubt. Negative, Ghost Rider. The pattern is full.
No, I think Snowman is Gen X, I think.
Yeah. He's a late 80s, early 90s grower upper, born in 70s. Yeah, for sure.
Right. So I don't know. I guess I'm going to get out of here. I definitely will be reading this Pope Benedict thing. That is Pope Benedict. Pope
Leo.
Pope Leo. Yeah,
I'm gonna call him Lenny. I think Lenny's.
Yeah. Well, when you're talking about the character Jude Law played, right? Wasn't he Pope Lenny? You remember? There's a series on.
Okay.
The young Pope.
Yep.
Which was kind of like
that's where I got that from.
I never knew what to make of that. It was just weird. But
I think
George
Carlin played the best role ever when he did Glick, Cardinal Glick in the Dogma movie.
I didn't see that one.
Yeah, Dogma is a great old. Oh man, who was the producer on that? whatever. It's Ben Affleck and Matt Damon and George Carlin,
really?
and just like Chris Rock and a bunch of famous folks are in it. It's like Jay and Silent Bob. Silent Bob. Yeah, Silent Bob was the producer on that. Dogma, great old movie, definitely worth a watch. Super freaking funny, but the lore and the way they describe the lore of the traditional Bible story, right, of Earth being a place for the angels, and then it was for the humans, but then the fallen angels came and bred with the humans, so we had to wipe that off of the earth, and Noah and the whole kind of chronological timeline is really well described in that movie.
That sounds like a Neil. What's his name? Is it Neil Gaiman?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like on the order of that. Dogma. Let's look this up.
Great old movie. Yeah, George Carlin plays Cardinal Glick, and they have the Buddy Christ. And yeah, it's definitely worth a watch. But like I was saying, there's a point in time when the good Christians, around used to say,
oh, wait, I've never seen it, but yeah, I know.
It's been cut up and turned into all kinds of memes and skits and different references about it, and like the Buddy Christ, is something you'll see around.
Kevin Smith.
Kevin Smith,
Richmond?
Yeah. Yep, Kevin
Salma
Smith is
Hayek.
Silent Bob, yeah.
Well, if Salma Hayek is in it, I definitely need to.
Oh yeah, dude, that's right. She plays.
Chris Rock was in it.
Yeah, dude, Chris Rock plays an angel. Great movie, really.
Alanis Morissette is in it.
Yes, that's right.
She plays God. You know what?
Yes.
I remember her playing God. Was she naked?
Nope, but she doesn't speak. It's just, I won't try to ruin it, but like it's just a great freaking movie. It's and the way they line out the actual, like, the timeline of events and the historical representations of the actual timeline, the chronological timeline of the Bible is really impressive for what it is. And Kevin Smith, Silent Bob, he was raised Catholic, went to seminary, and was looking to becoming an actual, I think, was it a Jesuit, maybe priest or something. But great information, great movie.
All right, folks. Well, everybody make sure you hit the like button on the way out. Uncle Fatty, thank you for stopping by, as always.
It's a pleasure, Stan. Thanks again.
Yes, sir. And we will be, I don't have too much to do today, so I'm going to be going through your playlist and definitely, doing the Pope Leo stuff. I will be back tomorrow, probably around 3:45, 4 in the morning. Everybody make sure you hit the like button on the way out. Please subscribe to the
money. Send Portia like $2, maybe $5, even $10.
Yeah, I've been pushing that. I've been basically saying that she is the idea that inflicted me upon them. Give her $1,000 and tell her to get me off the air. When that happens, it will be seriously considered.
That's only for one day, though, right?
Yeah, probably. Well, go a week, maybe.
That's fair.
But I think there are actually people that early in the morning who actually kind of, I guess they like listening to somebody talk about news while they're at work, kind of gets them through the night.
Well, East Coast, that's just 1 in the morning. So that just, something to put somebody to bed, just
right.
Some of that monotone,
Kelvin, now that you're back from Cuba, you're just apparently you've become a fiery Latino male. So also make sure you subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. Subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel. It's at Stanley Cross 6000. I actually have 2 or 3 shorts that I need to put together for this week. Also, I think John has a show starting up at 11:30. Let me double check that. I know he's got something planned. At least it's on the schedule. And it was it was scheduled this morning. So yeah, 11:35 is what he's got. So look forward to that. And I will see everybody in the morning with more news and other thought-provoking, anti-black sort of points of view.
How'd you put that? Anti-black?
Yeah,
Nice.
It's basically what I'm teasing John about. You know, that N-word gets used all too much, so we need to wean ourselves off of that. No, you know what? I think I would probably just go ahead and fess up to it. I think I'm not a populist by any stretch of the imagination. America has a very bad history with populism. It is easily co-opted by elites. And I'm thinking of Wilmington in 1896. That's like the most famous example of black working class and white working class working together. And then the elites in North Carolina did not like to see that kind of alliance. And
Right.
they literally came in and look up Wilmington Massacre. It was real. And, it was a good thing that was happening that, the elite white Southerners wanted to break up. And it was literally a massacre. So populism doesn't have that great a time in America.
Neither does nationalism.
True.
And that's worldwide.
And in this case, they're kind of mixed. They've kind of joined forces, and who knows what's going to come of it. But I honestly can't imagine why a conservative like you, Kimmy, how you could actually be pro MAGA.
I mean, I'm more of a fiscal conservative than most Republicans.
Yeah, I don't
self-identify.
I mean, I can deal with like a conservative, but like, MAGA is not a conservative movement. It's got some overlap, but it is not, believe me, not following the Constitution and threatening to suspend habeas corpus. That's not a conservative position at all.
Sure as hell isn't following the Bible. And they want to claim this Christo nationalistic, identity, and not one of these folks can name a red letter verse.
America, you can be America first. Hell,
Sure.
I've never
Absolutely.
been a Republican, and I was in the Navy, and believe me, I have done my commitment to the flag, and you know what? There are two things, even though I will mock it endlessly, two things that I am, and one is American and the other is Catholic, even though I don't go to church anymore. It's how I was raised. So, they're ingrained, but I tell you what, if you burn a flag in front of me, I'm just going to go, hey, you know what? Hopefully you didn't have to pay for that flag. Those things are expensive, but I don't care if you burn it.
Yeah.
So anyway, I will see everyone in the morning. Talk to you later, Uncle Fatty.
Have a good day, buddy.
You too.
You know it. Catch you soon. Shout out to the chat.
Shout out to the chat.
If you know somebody who drive a truck, I bet you he done had a relationship with a lot lizard. All these truck drivers love these lot lizards. I promise. Lot lizard, come on baby, get inside the truck. Lot lizard, put your head down and ass up. Lot lizard, call me $40 just to fuck. Lot lizard, twerk, 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 twerk. And she at the truck stop, walking with her butt out, and she got her stomach out, and she only come out when the sun out. She's a lot lizard. She's a lot lizard. He can be your boyfriend, cousin, husband, daddy, brother. It don't even matter if he driving trucks all around the country and he making money. I bet you he fuck a lot lizard. Come on, baby, get inside the truck, lot lizard. Put your head down and ass up, lot lizard. Call me $40 just to fuck, lot lizard. Twerk, 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 twerk. Twerk, 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 twerk. Twerk, 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 lot lizard. Twerk, twerk, twerk.